Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen and thank you for joining me for another journey into the world of shinobi. Before we begin, I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who listens, supports the channel, and enjoys these stories. Today's story is part 2 of the story of the Lost Fox. Summary. In this alternate universe, Naruto Uzumaki lost everything the day the hidden leaf turned its back on him. Banished after another successful mission, Naruto was left to rot. If it weren't for the unwilling nine-tailed passenger sealed inside him, he might have given up entirely. But Kurama refused to let his host break. Fast forward 10 years. Naruto is no longer the loud, desperate kid seeking the village's acknowledgment. He has built an incredible new life for himself alongside Shizuka and Shion, leaving the past in the dust. But peace never lasts. Now, the Hidden Leaf village has come knocking again, desperate for the hero they threw away. Konoha wants their weapon back. But in Naruto's book? They are far too late. This is a fan-made story inspired by the world of Naruto. All characters in the original universe belong to their respective creators. This narration is created for entertainment purposes as part of a transformative storytelling experience. The story itself was written by Havoc-Teir, and full credit goes to the original author. If you would like to read the original version, the link to this story is included in the video description below. If you like my content and want to keep up with future updates, hit that subscribe button and don't forget leave a like if you enjoyed the video. It not only helps me but helps with YouTube algorithm. Now sit back, relax and enjoy. Episode 6. 3 days later. Land of Demon. Naruto and Shion look at the 4 papers on the desk before them. 2 of the papers are from the Land of Fire and contain permit requests that aren't much to write home about. The other 2 papers, however, are a bit of a problem and a cause for their hesitancy. Naruto looks to his wife and better half. So, thoughts? Well, the blonde questioned with a tight expression. I am not entirely sure. Naruto nodded at that too. The sight of Hidden Leaf diplomatic seal meant they couldn't outright refuse without a damn fine excuse. They had a few, and more than a few favors to blow this under the rug with little consequence, but it could cause more tension than he was comfortable enabling against them. How about we wait until we have a more comprehensive understanding of the attendance? Shion looks to her husband with concern still on her face. But hun, I think it is in rather bad taste to just... It'll be fine, Ototo. Kurama suddenly summoned herself behind him. Neither of the other 2 were surprised by the sudden appearance of the woman. Will it? Naruto asked while looking at the papers. I have received word that Matatabi, her container, and the 3 squirts are heading over. Ah? Naruto nodded, seeing the logic behind that, but his wife sighed. As long as Omo and Kurui keep their fights beyond the temple grounds. Earning chuckles from the other 2. Though, I suspect she either did not remind B, or said man was grounded after his last stunt. Naruto continued to chuckle, already feeling less tense. The former, from what Mata told me. Yudakata is here too. Naruto nodding, not so apprehensive at accepting. Is she coming? Shion's whisper caught both her husband's, and the vixen's attention. Turning back from looking out the window, with a tight sigh Kurama says, Most likely. Shion. Naruto spoke softly, taking up her trembling hands, causing those soft jewels to gaze into those deep blues. Things will be fine. Yujito knows better than anyone that you and I expect them to be on their best behavior. I suspect she will block her from drinking like last time. But... Shion began again, but Naruto kissed her ring finger, causing a blush to rise on his wife's cheeks yet again. That smile was back. Trust in us. Shizuka may not be here to be the sword, but I, as your shield, will never allow any harm to cross the temple grounds. Despite the smile, Shion could see the absolute steel within the hard blue eyes locking on hers. She smiled hesitantly, but her love and belief in her husband were absolute. Okay though, this still brings up why this noble Hyuga clan is not joining in with the Hidden Leaf delegation. Kurama snorted, folding her arms beneath her own version of Naruto's current casual wear, light gray shirt in her container's size, held up by her bust and luck, baggy black trousers, held up by belts or chakra, Naruto didn't know how and didn't think on it much. There is nothing about them that could be classed as nobility. Naruto nodded. They are uptight, arrogant, and have a holier-than-thou attitude that surpasses that of the Uchiha clan at times. Shion sighs at that. Then why are they? They, Kurama said, narrowing her eyes on her charge, who looked back at her, may have found out about our alliance against those who sought the resurrection of the God Tree. His eyebrow raised at that. Shion frowned, but Kurama looked away, which is how Naruto figured out how they did. You told them, right? Her silence was telling, unable to look back at either of them. You would be mad if I killed them. So I had little choice but to enlighten them, that granddaughter too. Granddaughter? Naruto murmured, trying to figure out what exactly Kurama was getting at. A granddaughter of someone this vixen. Tsunade, huh? She showed up when the Skulk Hunter pack had found them. Kurama finally looked to her partner. Ototo, I am sorry, I know you didn't want to fight them anymore. You've buried them in the past, I get that, I do, even I have things. I am not mad. Naruto spoke up, sighing as he finally broke eye contact with the vixen. I just wish you would have told me sooner. Shion nodded along with that. Now, them reaching out like this makes a lot more sense. Naruto nodded with his wife's assessment. They don't want to start a war. A war against them for being so aggressive in their pursuit of me. Or this. A new voice said as Fu appeared in the doorway, holding a book that Naruto and Kurama knew at a glance. A hidden leaf bingo book? Yeah. The mint-haired woman strode into the office, with a serious expression, handing it to her brother. I came as soon as I could, though it took me a while to find the battle site. Is it still glass? Kurama grinned, proud that they had pushed those arrogant little gremlins around like the pests they were. Yeah, Fu said, pulling out an amber-like gem. Found this at the site. He tossed it to the vixen, who caught and inspected it. Is that right? Naruto's voice was sharp, a cool rage at the note beneath his entry about the recovery of his son. He knew it was their plan, of course, but seeing it written just set him off. This is dangerous, Shion says, having read over the entry over her husband's shoulder. What if they find out about Saki and Naroku? That's why I came here. Fu informs, arms crossed, eyes hard as diamonds. My nieces and nephew are precious to us, to me. I will protect you and them against anyone. This is interesting. Kurama holding up the crystal-like object. It's like solidified nature condensed and heated. Rather remarkable. Looking to the hunter scout of their household. Fu girl, how many of these were there? I collected them all, Fu says, pulling out a scroll. Chomei told me so, knowing you'd probably want them. That one was the largest piece, though. Good. These could be a bit of a problem if non-family members discovered them, Kurama informs, nodding at her younger sister's forethought. As curious as I am. Naruto speaks up, bringing the attention back to the matter at hand. This entry in the Leaf Bingo book has the council and the elders, or more accurately, root all over it. I agree, Kurama says, nodding as she puts the gem in her pocket and moves to the desk. I suggest banning the elders from attending due to health concerns. Naruto's raised brow urges her to continue, and her foxy smirk grows. After all, their Hokage will no doubt be busy with talks and thus won't be able to tend to them. With the increased traffic, our clinics will be at capacity. Naruto continued, picking up, and she grinned harder, if that was even possible. With no elders coming, Fu Girl can identify any hidden Umbu and take them out before they even get to our front gate. Our demon shinobi can focus on general security from the shadows, samurai in the open, and no doubt Yujito will want to spend time with the girls. They will be safe. Naruto nodding along as he starts putting the security plans together. Utakata will be at the festival with his girlfriend, Shion adds, earning a snicker from the other two containers. Did Kotaro finally break his bubbles? Fu questioned with a grin. Naruto grinned back. She's almost there. I may have just poked him in the right direction, though. Oh? Shion with a brow raised. He mentioned he was low on Ryo. Naruto began, only for Shion to glare at him. You did not give it to him again, did you? Fu averted her eyes. She, like many of their family, often borrow permanently from their elder brother. At one point or another, she kept forgetting to repay hers, until just recently, that is. Though, Utakata kinda is too wishy-washy to think about making money to pay back their brother, who was now being scolded by his wife for helping them. Kurama too was guilty of not paying back the money she uses on occasion. Her container always waved it off, but she knew that every time he lent money to their family, Shion would get upset. Yet he has never turned any of them away, always willing to help with a smile. That's what she loved about him, always willing to help any way he can. Naruto waited patiently for his wife to finish unloading her worries, masked as anger at him potentially lending money to the others, and when she stopped to take a breath. Shion-chan, speaking with his softest voice, and the honorific caught her attention. Naruto rarely uses them, so when he does. Remind me again, what is Utakata doing with his days here? He's teaching at. Shion paused before sighing. I see. Sorry, it slipped my mind with all this danger and threat from the leaf. Naruto nods to that, suspecting as such, all the while Fu was using her entire stealth skill list and abilities to not be dragged into another lecture on teaching a team from the cadets. It's fine, Shion. I know how worried and nervous you are about me bringing my past home like this. He takes a deep breath. And you, Fu, don't have to worry. I am not going to force you to take a team or anything, so stop suppressing your chakra so damn much. Fu chuckled nervously, releasing her hold on her presence. Sorry, nervous habit. Naruto waved her off. It's fine. Though, Naruto looking to the vixen. Any idea of Son Goku or Koko are planning on visiting? I suspect old man Rashi to want to spend time with Kuratsuchi whilst he can. Kurama nods to his request. I will ask. Shion gives him a look. You aren't planning on having another of those drinking contests? The council was unimpressed as the country was dry for a whole month afterwards. Naruto chuckled nervously, with Fu joining it as both were guilty in this case. The last festival the IWA duo showed up to was 2 years ago. It also happened that Yujito, Fu Ugara, and Utakata were there too. Within 3 hours, with no one wanting to be bested, they were all drunk and near enough succumbing to alcohol poisoning. Demon's alcohol reserves were spent, almost completely for a month, which is when support convoys from Lightning, Wind, and Earth began filtering in. Well, I don't think things will escalate that far again. I and B aren't coming. They were the ones who initialized the last one, so. Naruto tried to reason, but the look didn't drop. Fu is on security on the twins, I will be in talks no doubt, and Kurama will be over watching the event. Utakata will be keeping an eye out for trouble and can isolate troublemakers, if any pop up. Matatabi will be here too, Shion girl. We are covered. Kurama adds, understanding her concerns and trying to help her charge out. This seemed to work, as not many, if any, could stand against one Jinchuriki, let alone 5. Okay. Shion says as she sighs, returning to her seat. Then I will accept these requests with stipulations of no elders, or non-identifiable persons, due to medical concerns. Naruto informs and the room nods. Land of Sky. Helioport was a bustling port that was often used by Land of Lightning traders, as the quickest way to sell to neutral merchants, or to those who serve those beyond the trade embargoes their native land may have against another. Due to this, it is no surprise that the criminal underworld has a presence here if you know where to look. This is what Jiraiya was attempting to locate. He checked in with his local informants, but none dared to utter even a word to him, clearly spooked by something, and thus he has gone digging further. Unfortunately for him, his fame or infamy is proving to be a hindrance, as the eyes are on him with barely masked animosity towards his presence. Entering another brothel, hoping to gain some insight and maybe a load off his shoulders, so to speak, he comes across a stunning beauty in a hazel-haired woman, skin of a light caramel with an hourglass figure that makes you want to just hold, sat on the desk, perfectly thick thighs crossed over as she conversed with a worker. A gentle smile turns sultry when her equally brown eyes lock on to the Toad Sage's black, who gulped firmly, and his body seemed to move on autopilot when she gestured sexily with her finger to come over. My, what a strong-looking man we have here. What's up? Need a load off? Her voice was gentle and soothing, yet Jiraiya just wanted to pick her up and... Gela-chan, but that's no fair. The brunette the woman was talking to earlier pouted. She too was a fine little lady. Perfectly flawless creamy skin, gray eyes that seemed to sparkle with innocence, and a face so cute you'd want to protect her. Now, my young lady, I feel that this hunk is a bit too much for you to handle, Gela commented, not breaking eye contact with the Leaf Jonin, who was making no effort to hide the fact he was eyeing her up and down. You say that, but you aren't even supposed to be working today. The girl huffing, folded arms beneath her smaller bust, her charm on full display, and even Jiraiya could admit that this one wasn't a no but was clearly overshadowed by this goddess currently smiling at him. Well, that can be adjusted, no? Surely a man of this caliber could use my... Her smile seemed to grow ever lustful. Unique skill set? That for some reason really got the Toad Sage almost vibrating in anticipation. Yes, this will be a glorious endeavor, yet it was not to be as another woman came from the back. Gela, I thought I told you. The lady, who wasn't bad in a girl next door kinda way, paused with a raised eyebrow. You are not working today. We literally just discussed this not even 10 minutes ago. Sorry, boss, Gela says, glancing at the hostess. Couldn't hurt to eye up a new potential client now, can it? Oh? A raised brunette brow, a twinkle inside the gray eyes. I am sure my dearest husband will be most pleased with knowing you are willingly disregarding the rules set for the safety of you all. Gela froze. Her boss was right. Her husband was code for Lord Naruto, and he would definitely not be happy that she was going against the rules he and his wives had put in place for them. The entire network was under those rules, and those who broke them were cut loose. It would be bad for her, especially as he had told her personally to not expose herself to danger in their current situation. Sighing, Gela nods. Hi, mistress. I will head home for tonight. The hostess nods at that, hands on hip. You are off for the rest of the week. If I find out you disobey my words again. Eyes narrow on the tanned, Secret Service kunoichi, causing her to pale slightly. I promise. Just don't tell your husband, please. Then get, gesturing with her head to the door. I'll handle this client. And Gela slid down off the desk, somehow looking so damn sexy in doing so. Sorry, hunky, if you come back in a week, I'll rock your world then. Her parting words, as the blue Bulgaria was watching the knockout pass him by. That ass jiggle was the stuff of legends whispered by the gods to entice the men of his persuasion on journeys to lands unknown. So, the hostess's voice snapping the man's body but not his mind to her. How can Lacey's Corner assist you today, mister? The voice was velvet and disarming. A hint of lust, of course, yet the Toad Sage was having a hard time describing his mental state with his greatly reduced mental capacity right now. Land of Fire. Inuzuka clan. A knock on the door, and Kiba glanced up to see his mother staring at him in concern. Pup, need a word. This raised a brow from the Inuzuka heir apparent, but his mother just gestured for him to follow, and they headed back to the house's dinner table to find the older members of the clan all present. Their faces were serious. All right, listen up, pups. Tsum began, standing at the head of the table, arms crossed. By now, I am sure you've all been sniffing around to find the truth of the rumors flying about. More than a few nod at that, one even stepping forward by the name Shiro. Lady Tsum. She nodded at him, knowing that Shiro was one of their top hunter nin. I haven't been back long, but from what I understand, this is about the banished genin, right? Yes. Tsum nods, not seeing where he was going with this. Well, have any of you checked his bingo book entry? The man asks, and all those in the Hunter Corp raised their hands, which surprised the clan head. Not that she showed it, but what she didn't expect was Kiba to raise his. Can I get a copy? The clan head opening a hand. It did not take long before Tsum sighed. Looking up from the page, her plans changed. I see. This is indeed a problem, so I will share with you what we are planning. The pack looked to their leader firmly. Lady Hokage is preparing an olive branch of friendship with the land of Demon, where the head of the Four-Nation Alliance seemed to reside. No one objected or had questions as to why, It was obvious to them, so she continued on. Unfortunately, it is the form of a founding day festival, and as we had no prior knowledge of the fact, we will be competing for a spot among the delegation. Many tensed at that. She didn't blame them. This was a major opportunity for any clan that can get even a minor deal with this seemingly inconspicuous nation. As such, we are going to have to be on our best behavior. We will be putting our all into our appeal for our inclusion as the Hyuga and Akimichi have their own. We should be the next best choice. Sim informs, earning a raised hand from her daughter, allowing her to ask her question. Why are they allowed independence in this? Surely. They are the ones who gave us this information, their requests put forward before the general order was brought up. Lady Tsunade gave them permission, so yeah? Sim shrugs before glaring at her pack. So, let me make this clear. Her gaze flowing. We are not to cross either of those clans mentioned. I want swiftness of action with no fluff and no pandering to one's ego. We are a pack. We must secure a spot on the delegation and make contact with the hero of our clan's birth land. Yes, ma'am. They chorus, and she nods. I suspect that, based on the reports, Naruto is potentially very high up if not at the top. This is when Kiba raises his hand, and upon his mother's nod, he begins to tell the story he got from Shikamaru. Well, I spoke with Shikamaru a few days ago, and he told us the story of his encounter with Kyubi. The room tensed again. Kiba pretended to not notice as he stared at his mother, who nodded for him to continue. As he was on that last mission to recover Naruto, he met her face to face as she explained what my classmate had been up to. Hold up. Another clansman called out, though some led the females in a smirk. Kyubi's female? Yeah, apparently. Kiba shrugged, still too busy to care really, recalling the details of the explanation, missing the victorious smirks on the female clan members. Long story short, Naruto is more than likely this alliance leader as he led an international team against the enemy that threatened his pack. Looking up finally as he met his mother's gaze. He is a strong and capable alpha, Mom. We really need to watch out. What's wrong with you, Runt? His sister, Hannah, prodded with a strange look. You scared? Kinda. Kiba nods casually, much to the whole clan's surprise, as he has never exactly been the most humble of the clan to admit such a thing. Think about it. He continues unaffected by the stares. He led a pack of members who traditionally hated each other into an enemy stronghold and slaughtered them to the last man. Then, when our group confronted him, he summoned his skulk and they literally tore through ours with little hesitation. He looked down at his clawed hands. I still see him as a friend. I don't know if I could set aside my feelings and fight with all my might against him. That is what makes him a strong alpha. Sim spoke sternly, eyes locked on her troubled son, but the way she spoke was to the whole pack. I highly doubt he was fighting for the sake of it. The Hokage, nor Lord Jiraiya, are not stupid. By sending his old pack, they were hoping to get him to submit rather than fight. Yet he fought to protect his new pack, his pups, and locked away his own feelings on the matter. She looked back to her son. Your fear is understandable but unwarranted. He doesn't hate us, just sees us as a threat. As long as we pose no danger to his pack, he will leave us be. She chuckles softly at that. I swear if I didn't know his parents, I would think he grew up among us. The clan chuckled at that, Kiba too. So, keep the pups in line, get the pack cleaned up and... She glances around at the females. Go take a cold shower or two. Earning blushes from most. Get gone. Yamanaka clan. And Noichi sat across from his daughter, who had finally briefed him on her time within Naruto's mind in an attempt to put together a mental analysis on him. A beach? Yeah, white sand and like a small cove with large waves beyond it. Ino says whilst recalling what she saw. The water? The water was a clean blue, could see the bottom, but as I said beyond the cove was rough seas. She reported and he nodded. The sky? Sun was out but it didn't feel warm, but the sand was. His consciousness? Inoichi asks, glancing up from his notepad, and was moderately surprised when his daughter sighed. Never found it. Never found it. He was confused. She had spent several days within his head, and she never found his consciousness. You spent. I know, but. She looks dead in his eyes for this next bit. Dad, his mental defenses are far higher than anyone I know. He let me in, on purpose, and locked me inside the house he had set up there. Yes, the QB was there sometimes, but it was there only when he slept to keep an eye on me. I thought. Her father began, but she cut him off, shaking her head as she continued. The QB is like a guard dog for a bank or something. Nice to have, but the bank has its defenses too. So, he's a safe and stable individual then? I don't know. I was locked up. On occasion I could see what he was up to, only when QB was around though, and I was censored whenever anything came up of importance. Ino reported. Then we learned nothing? Inoichi sighed, but again surprised when she grinned. He has 4 kids, from 2 wives, and considers all the other Jinchuriki brothers and sisters. Said kids see them all as aunties and uncles. Inoichi was writing this all down feverishly, listening to his daughter recite whatever she managed to snag. I couldn't get their names as he never spoke them in his thoughts, but at the time he was. Her face dropped at this point, drawing her father's attention even more so when she started shedding tears. I said he was a safe earlier, that is true, but inside his broken-hearted mess that I fear he was planning something reckless. Looking up at her father. He had all the signs, Dad. They were old, sure, but all those signs of people who had given up. They were there. After thinking on my experience, I noticed them, in sequence. Inoichi sighed. A side effect of extended time in the mind of others was jumbling of feelings from the target filtering into the intruder. What his daughter was experiencing was no doubt whatever she could grab, which sounds like whatever Naruto no longer deemed important enough to hide from her. It's okay, Ino-chan. How is it okay? Ino almost screeched, forcing him out of his seat, and placing his hands either side of her face, forcing their eyes to lock on one another. Breath, and remember, Ino Yamanaka, that you are experiencing the feelings of Naruto Uzumaki. Not yours. Taking her dad's words apart for a moment, she recalls the side effects of extended stays within minds of others. He was right, but didn't make this feel any better. Taking deep breaths to calm her nerves, she slowly recomposes herself, as he returned to the table and picks up his notes book. From what you've said, it seems that at some point in the past, he tried to die but was more than likely saved from that mindset by someone else. Yeah. Ino sniffling still and with a nod. Seeing as he no longer saw those thoughts and feelings as important, you were able to grab only them. Most likely a trap of some kind. Inoichi comments offhandedly. Likely. Ino confirms. I feel pretty lousy right now. No doubt. Her father chuckled. From what we now know, however, is that his wife, Shizuka Uzumaki, was likely the one who saved him. He will be incredibly loyal to her for that. This puts most the clans of Konoha trying to tie him to them via that method fresh out of luck. Dad, I doubt his kids are better targets either. Ino warned firmly. Thankfully her dad nodded his agreement. I wouldn't dream of it. Inoichi chuckled at her concern. But no doubt, as a clan leader, and connected to a land's lord, they'd have a ground that could use a keeper, no? Ino caught on immediately and nods. Possibly. Besides, we could always open a new branch of Yamanaka flowers, no? Inoichi offered casually. On a new continent that is untouched by our reputation. Should be interesting for flower bulbs too. Ino confirms, and they both smirk at one another. Nara Ranch. Shikamaru was on his clan's land, staring up at the sky high above, deep in thought, everything he learned from the QB and the bingo book. Ever since their initial first contact with them, Naruto has constantly misled them and played down his skills to enable them to think they had a chance to capture him next time. Naruto was able to see through his plans after a few encounters with his shadow clones in the forest, whilst hiding his own. It was obvious he was a trap master. His pranks were legendary after all, and it seems someone was able to impart some forward thinking into his thick skull. Whoever managed it was either a sick fuck, or an absolute menace to society. He was troublesome before, his unpredictable nature was impossible to account for. This development made any long-term plans to counter what they knew of him pointless. He probably has counters to any they could come up with and anything they may have missed thus far. Flicking his lighter, he lights the third smoke as he ponders this further. Damn, that bad, huh? It's troublesome, Dad. Shikamaru not even surprised at his father's sudden appearance. It is. Shikaku confirms as he joins his son beneath the tree. Someone managed to teach Naruto how to plan ahead. Paired with his natural talent of unpredictability, he is pretty much our worst enemy, huh? Shikaku chuckles as his son nods. Well, nothing we can do about that, huh? Nah. So why are you so fixated on it? The father asks of his son, who paused to think about it all. Before he was banished, I thought that Naruto would be the one leading us at some point. Us? The rookies, Shikamaru clarified for his father, who nodded, recalling the Rookie 12 as they were called. He was the strongest of us, always leading from the front, and had something about him, something that made you want to follow. And now? Shikaku poses and Shikamaru watches as the smoke from his death stick rises up as he ponders that exact question. Never had he thought he'd go against the blonde in anger. That fight was horrendously one-sided, against them, yet if what Yugao said was true, which he doesn't doubt, then he gave them a chance to return home. Though, he had to make an example. Choji, Niji, and Yugao. 3 prominent members of the village. It was only luck Yugao survived, or Sakura's genius in medical techniques. Choji, huh? His best friend, brother in all but blood, and yet Naruto could have killed him but seemed to settle for an arm. The way they attacked the toads initially showed how ridiculously quick those foxes were, yet they used none of that speed against any of them. Heck, they held Tenten down and at flame point, yet she has no burns upon her. So as angry as he is that Choji was maimed, he's also thankful he was only maimed. But that was the last time the gloves would be on. Next time he won't have the luxury of being nice. They won't have the luxury of his mercy. He would kill them if they tried. I am grateful. Shikamaru spoke up, surprising his father. If Naruto was anyone else, and I mean anyone else, you would be burying me instead of trying to cheer me up. Choza too. Looking to his father with all seriousness. Dad, if Naruto wanted a war, Kumo, Suna, and IWA would be at our gates already. Hell, I wouldn't be surprised if the tailed beast showed at this point. What are you saying, Shikamaru? Naruto is our only hope, true, but what the Leaf needs to do right now is actually apologize to him openly and sincerely. Not try and turn this whole clusterfuck of a retrieval into a possible gain. Shikamaru informs, earning an equally serious look from his father. I agree. Which is why I am here to ask you a question. This was a surprise, but it was too troublesome to show it, causing Shikamaru to glance to his clan head. Oh? Yeah. Shikaku nods, looking over the forests before them. How did Hinata take the news you shared? About Naruto's wife? As expected, pretty bad. I am hoping Ino can find out more about her mental state. Why? Shikamaru questioned, earning a sigh from his dad. The Hyuga have been granted their own delegation. That's a bad idea. Why'd you allow that? Well, Shikaku sighed hard. They and Choza gave us this information. At the time, I didn't see a way to turn them down without doing the same to Choza. You choked. Shikamaru sighing hard, face meeting palm. Yes, now I suspect Hayashi is planning something and Hinata's obsession with Naruto might become a catalyst for something no doubt troublesome. Understatement of the decade. Shikamaru groaned in response to his father. The latter simply nods along to this, understanding completely the level of troublesome this was becoming. Haruno household. Sakura yawns as she steps into the kitchen to find her mother talking to her cousin. Morning. She offered as she reached for a coffee. Oh, it's afternoon, dear. Right. The Mednin nods absent-mindedly before noticing the time. On my shift at the hospital, I need to get to work. Sakura dear. Not now, Mom. The Pinkette rummaging through the fridge. Are you going to escort the Hokage to the festival? Mabuki Haruno asks, and that finally froze her daughter, who looked back at her mother and aunt at the island table. How did you find out about? We have friends on the council, dear. Her mother waved off, causing her kunoichi daughter to narrow her equally emerald eyes. I see. So are you? What does it matter? Sakura asks, grabbing a plate and knife. Well, we may just be a civilian trader clan, but if you know when it is setting out, then maybe. Mom. Sakura closing up the sandwich, looking to her parent. Even if I was going and knew when the delegation was departing, I wouldn't tell you. Taking a bite from the salami-filled bread, she continued. And they will be taking the shinobi way, so you wouldn't be able to keep pace, anyway. Surely, as the Hokage's former apprentice. Her mother tried, but Sakura shakes her head. Even if I was still her active apprentice, I would have had no authority at all. Dropping the used plate and a cutlery into the sink, bread in mouth as she fixes her hair. But you even got suggestions I made to the Hokage that she chose to implement. Sakura nods. Still no authority, besides I am late. See you in the morning? She runs off, leaving her mother to sigh, glancing to her cousin. Always in a rush. She's a good girl, though. In truth, Sakura just wanted to get off that topic. Her former master has explained that she will be part of the shinobi escort, Ino, Shino, Shikamaru, and Kiba from the rookies. Strolling through the cool afternoon air, she looks up at the sky as what truly troubles her came to the forefront of her thoughts. I miss you, Naruto Baka. Sighing, she continues to walk, unsure of her own feelings on the former knucklehead. On one hand, when they were teamed up, she didn't give him the time of day despite him clearly being head over heels for her. Still, throughout their tenure together, he had routinely saved her from danger, sloppily at times, but the thought is what counts. Just as they became true friends, she blinked and they were both gone. Naruto and Sasuke left her behind. Crossing the intersection, the last one before the hospital, the final thought she has is. She froze. Cheeks a healthy pink much like her hair. Damn, just my luck, huh? Hidden sand? Gaara looks up from the paperwork to find his wife and kids in the doorway. Gaara-kun, it is time to go. Matsuri informs, earning a nod from the fifth wind shadow, who stands up from his home's personal office. As his family reaches the main room, they are greeted by Kankuro, his wife and baby son. All right, is this everyone? Temari looking over the large group. Her nieces and nephews were leaving the village for the first time to visit their uncle. Naruto. That's a thought. Temari has been the big sister figure of two of the strongest characters in recent years, and Naruto has grown into a fine man. Shizuka and Shion have done expertly with him. As the last of her brother's kids sounds off, she smiles as she begins channeling her chakra. Now then, Temari began as she went through the hand signs Naruto had taught her when they installed the reverse summoning in the living room. When we arrive, it will be a bit dark. Do not panic, your dads and I are here, and will protect you. Plus, your uncle Naruto will likely greet us. Kankuro informs the group and many nod, as Temari land on the kitsune sign and waits. This alerts Naruto and Kurama of their request, which allow them to clear out the circle on their end to prevent injuries or accidents. It took almost a full minute until she felt Naruto's all clear, and she smiled. The knucklehead's chakra is always so warm, gentle, generally uplifting. Alright, here we go. Puff. The Sabako clan disappeared on their first full family holiday. Land of Bird. Yujito stops abruptly, glancing around at the location within the treetops they were in, a small clearing just up ahead. Her team lands beside her, equally as serious as she is, not making a sound. Karui was on the container's right, Olmo covering left, with Samui behind. What do you want, Marsh Shinobi? The two-tailed container asks as a squad of said shinobi shimmer into view, genjutsu fading. My, you Kumo shinobi aren't half bad. Are you for real? Olmo's sweat drops at these cackling four shinobi from a literal backwater. For once I agree. This is ridiculous, Karui says, only offering a brief glance before returning to her sector. Sighing, Yujito stands from her crouched position. As this is neither your territory nor ours, either have right of way nor do you have any right to bar our path. Oh, the diplomatic route, huh? Just let us move on, in peace, and we shall leave you in peace. Everyone wins. The Kumo Jonin offers, but the grins these men had was not promising. Come on, darling, surely we could. With a very crude depiction of groping earning a full, exasperated sighs from the blondes and sweat drops from the other two. Just as both sides were about to react. What's this? A new voice, Fu dropping in on an adjacent branch to both parties, her khaki loose umbu trousers, tight black top with a matching forest green jacket and hood, to cover her bright hair, and black face mask to hide her identity. Though, the matte black demon Hittite band on her sleeve jacket, paired with her attire as a whole, was her bingo book calling card. A card that caused the Marrried Shinobi to pale. Demon Queen of Fireflies. Yo! Fu giving a two-finger salute, her beady eyes fixed on the men who were now backing up. You caused trouble outside your lands again? No, ma'am. Their Jonin shaking his head, so much so that the sweat flicked about Fu noticed. You sure? You know what I do to liars, right? Her masked head tilted to the side, the male near enough pissing themselves at this point. Yes, ma'am. Good. The demon shinobi eye smirks and waves. Then thank you for guiding our friends here and be on your way. I would hate to tell my brother that something went wrong on my patrol. The Marrried Shinobi must have learned Hiraishin at the speeds they moved at from the threat of the demon queen calling on the demonic kitsune. No, sir, they prefer life, thank you very much. With that over, the path clear ahead, Fu looks to her sister. Yo, Yugi. Bug butt. Yujuto nods back. Did my adorable little brother? Nah. Fu waved her off. I was just double-checking something's nearby. Ah, I see. Need. The mint-haired shinobi cut her off again. Nah, besides, I prefer to work solo. Fu paused as she was about to jump off, turning back to the Kumo squad. My brother may have forgiven you for what happened, but he hasn't forgotten. The Kumo squad tensed. It is a black mark on their record that Naruto didn't report back to Kumo on. It was silently swept under the rug. None of us have. Her orange eyes harden. Naruto believes that you will be on your best behavior, but make no mistake. Looking to the pale blonde in the rear of their formation. Any of you step out of line, I will kill you. The stakes this time are too high for funny business. How so? Yujito sensing more to this, but Fu just shrugs. Check in with brother when you arrive. He'll fill you in. Before vanishing into the canopy again, then their senses shortly, thereafter, earning a sigh from the kitten among the group. We will be on our best behavior, so I doubt I'd need to say it again, right? Yujito didn't need to turn back to feel their acceptance, as they really can't afford to be careless if what she suspects to be happening transpires. Let's go. Land of Fire. A week after the missive was sent off to Demon, the response came in via a hidden sand carrier bird of all things. Seems they too used the Land of Wind's speediest birds. As the full assembly was being gathered, Tsunade had summoned Hayashi and Chozo directly to her office. I will get straight to the point. She began pulling out 2 scrolls, demon insignia on the ends. Both your requests have been accepted. Chozo, seems you got a plot twice the size of the one you requested. The man's eyes widen at that. Tsunade smirks. Seems that those originally assigned it were found to be smugglers. Your request was next. How fortunate. Indeed. The man smiles as he takes the offered permit, reading it over, and surely enough, the plot and location was all prime in the festival grounds. The Kage then turned to Hayashi. Hayashi, your request has been fulfilled to your requested specifications. Very well. The man nods, but she continues. However, due to your clan's history, with the Land of Lightning, one of their allies, they have assigned your party guest quarters on shrine grounds for added security. Hayashi paused at that. He hadn't taken that into consideration. They were just going to rent out an entire inn for their own use, but to be given guest accommodation within their shrine grounds. Yes, this could work in their favor. Due to this, your entire delegation must not exceed 16 people. Tsunade explains, handing the scroll over. That is less than half the number of our typical delegations. She shrugs. You are getting a state-funded invite in place of a larger number. I wouldn't complain if I were you. The Hyuga thought about it. He'd have to cut down more than he'd planned, but he'll manage somehow. It will just mean that his daughters will have more work on their hands. Very well. Land of Demon. Shiren charges forward, blade in arm, as he slashes down, a side blocking it as a second arm sweeps in from his blind spot. Just before impact, however, the claw seemed caught on something. A single chakra chain from his back had stopped the weapon from impact. Shiren's focus was heavy. It took a lot for him to manifest the chains, even after training with his dad and cousin. He has only been able to call on two, both barely a meter in length. Dad said it was remarkable he could call on them at all, as it's normally only the women of the clan who do. The fact that both he and his dad had them could be a new mutation within the clan. His were different from Anoka's, able to channel elemental natures through them. A tail suddenly shot forward at him, knocking into his forehead. Ow! Falling on his ass as the puppeteer chuckled. You thinkers are all the same, Kankuro informed as he pulled back his training puppet from atop his nephew figure. Didn't I tell you to stay focused? Sorry, Uncle Kankuro. Shiren, still rubbing his reddening forehead, taking the offered hand to get to his feet. So, how'd you like the test? It's bull. Shiren growled, earning a smirk from his uncle. Of course it is. Your dad and I made it so you'd be prepared for anything. Really? Yeah. Kankuro, approaching the puppet that, now that the younger of the two was paying attention, has been worn down with various nicks and repaired cuts. This was the first time I created a new puppet from scratch, and with someone else. The older man looks to Shiren. We spent many hours putting and repairing this little guy. Hand resting on the scorpion-like puppet, that was tall enough for him to lean on, reaching his waist if you count his tail, which would reach up to his head during combat. All to aid in our training. Me to learn how to fight up close, and he to learn to survive up close. I see. We've made numerous copies of her for the academy, and upgraded ones for training at higher levels, but this is the original. The original brother's arms. After resealing the training puppet away, Kankuro turns to the young Uzumaki. So, Brat, what's got you in here training solo? Said Brat stared at him for more than a long moment before replying. Well, normally Dad would be training me around now, but with the festival just around the corner. I see. Yeah, that does kinda blow, huh? Yeah. Shiren sighs. Not only that, Kushi isn't here either, so I can't spar against her either. What about your friends? Can't you? Kankuro began but paused upon the young blonde's head shaking. They have remedial classes with Shion Kachan. I managed to pass somehow, barely. Whispered the last part, earning a low chuckle from the Suna Jonin. Just like your uncles. We always just barely made the cut. At this rate. Let's not make that a habit. A new voice, drawing their attention to the entrance of the cavern-like training ground. Andy Tamari? I thought. Just wanted to see what you were up to. Last thing I need is you falling ill from poison or something. The blonde informs, earning a growl from Kankuro, who snapped at her. Oh, come on. It was one time. And he's fine. You forgot the other 6, and he's only fine because of a certain vixen sustaining his metabolic functions when the worst of it kicked in. Tamari, with a glare so cold, Shiren shivered despite not being its recipient. Kankuro sighed. Yeah, I know. It's why I turned that and used outhouse into my lab/workshop. Thanks to Naruto's seals, they can't get in even if they tried. Looking to his big sister. I learned okay. Land of Fire. The full assembly gathered in the briefing room, with the Akimichi and Hyuga naturally absent as they had no reason to be present. Tsunade was at the front with Shikaku at her side, and elders at her back, looking rather imperialist if you asked Inara. As the doors finally closed, seals preventing peeking in, Tsunade sighs as she begins. All right. This morning, we received approval to our diplomatic mission to Demon Country. As such, I have already dispatched a team to prepare our vessel as we are already short on time. Tsunade, surely we can just get by with. Shut it, Koharu. Tsunade glancing at the old coot, before returning her gaze forward. As such, Shikaku was tasked to compile all our data and select a team most suitable for this task of diplomatic affairs. Not seeing any complaints, the Hokage nods to Shikaku, who steps forward. To ensure no bias was present, the Nara clan will not be participating as we selected the spots to maximize our chances of success. The rest is on the team themselves, which consists of. He lists off the selection put forward by his clan. The two shockers came from left field. Shizuka and Kurama clans both have 2 spots to fill. Huh! The Kurama? Shizuka I get, but. Hi, Lord Nara. Yakumo Kurama bowing her acceptance, retaking her seat, while smirking that her clan is being held at the same position as one of the Big Ten. Then again, if it weren't for her history with Naruto, then she doubts this would be possible. More than a few of the other minor clans were eyeing her warily, but it doesn't matter. Sim was pleased. 2 slots meant she could take. Wait, if she took, no, Kiba's part of the escort detail, so maybe Hana or Kelsey. Kelsey is closer in age to Kushina's pup, and unattached. Then again, Hana is directly linked to her. Maybe take a back seat? Send them both? Hana can keep a handle on things in her absence. Yes, that will work. She nods to herself. They won't return empty-handed. She'll trust in her daughter. Thank you, Shikaku. Tsunade nods as the Nara finishes the list, stepping aside. We will be leaving at first light come tomorrow morning, so. What about us, Tsunadeheim? Asked Homura this time, speaking up from the rear of the Hokage. Surely having us elders with you. He continued, oblivious to the feral smirk dining the last senju. Those who could see matched it, as most shinobi were disillusioned with the old farts. Oh, elders, you see, the thing is. Nara began with a smile. Your presence was prohibited by the demon side, due to health concerns. Health concerns? Koharu bellowed incredulously. Yes. Tsunade glancing back at them. I will be busy with talks, and their own facilities will no doubt become increasingly taxed due to the festival. I am glad that they thought of that, as it did slip my mind. Mine too. Shikaku nods, but none missed the calculated smirk. Oh yes, he was enjoying this and had to tip his hat to Naruto for the forethought. You can't be serious about this? Danzo asks, but the missive was placed before the 3, and surely enough it was written cleanly for all to read. No elders, or non-identifiable persons, due to medical concerns. Checkmate. Land of Water. Mei Terumi stands aboard the Water Navy flagship, New Current, as she watches a trio of Nadeshiko warriors be helped aboard. The one that caught her eye was the redhead. That particular shade only belonged to a single clan on the verge of extinction. A clan she was intermittently working beside in the past. Though, the current head has bright blonde hair, so this is new. The ship set off, and the new group was shown to their quarters, though the red eyes of this possible clansman did cross the emerald of the hidden mist commander. It was an intense stare that lasted only a handful of seconds, but it was enough. Left with her own thoughts, she glances back to her discreet guards, 3 of the 7 swordsmen. Kiba, Samahata, and Sewing Needle. Hopefully, things remain tame and cordial. Though if they don't. Mei smirks. The mist is ready. Land of Demon. Naruto yawned as he returned to the outer shrine, Gaara, and Kankuro at his side. They were joined by Utakata and later Captain Sato Yoichi. Before Naruto knew it, the group was in town at the local watering hole for the samurai contingents. Utakata was going over a new poisonous substance he inadvertently made. Kankuro was so focused on the six-tailed host's story that Naruto and Gaara talk about the bureaucratic process shortcuts Naruto employed went unnoticed. Despite being their ruler, Naruto was greeted as just another man by the other patrons, and many came and spoke with both him and Gaara about their concerns about the upcoming event. At one point, Naruto and Gaara swore they were giving a security briefing with how many samurai were listening to them, beers, mead, and whiskey in hand, yet the steel in their eyes wasn't missed. As Naruto pulled his cider from his lip, he finishes off by saying, So in the end, your jobs are to ensure the safety of the civilians. The 4th Eastern Garrison is the fallback position, so guide them there. Lady Kurama will defend your retreat if things go bad. Any issues can be taken to her, or any of my siblings. Any questions? No, sir. Then, someone get me another? Naruto joked with his empty drink in hand, and the seriousness broke apart, and the jovial faces returned, and surely enough a new drink came forth. I must say, that was unusual. Yeah, Kankuro muttered after his kage, deep in thought as he looks to his blonde brother, reaching for his only drink. Never thought of giving a security briefing in a bar. Or the seriousness of everyone. Yudakata noted as he dropped his own pineapple, lime, cider down. They are defenders of the people I helped lead and had questions, figured it would be easier to just brief them. Sato Yoichi spoke up next. Though I must say, that even though only samurai really come here, I am unsure how safe it was to do so. Naruto chuckled in amusement, looking to the normally stoic samurai who had loosened up after his third drink. I believe in the loyalty of our fellow soldiers. I may be shinobi trained, but as a swordsman I understand the honor you samurai hold. I will not disgrace our friendship by suspecting any of the blade within this place. His words were naturally overheard by many, and loyalties were strengthened, resolves hardened, and only Gaara knew why Naruto made such a big deal of it all, drinking his martini, stirred not shaken. Still, I don't mind, Yudakata commented, returning to his seat. Being a roaming officer whilst keeping an eye on your student. Kankuro was about to call him out on the fact it was a date, but a stern look from Naruto forced his tongue to cheek. Should we set a schedule? Gaara offered, drawing his fellow containers to him. To optimize both work and personal time. We can move in a counterclockwise direction around the stalls, opposite one another. I see, Yudakata says with a nod. Will you be in formal gear, Gaara? Naruto asks, to which the redhead sighs, nodding. We all will, Kankuro offered. I will be armed but with less armor, Sato informs, and Naruto nods. Well, Gaara, over the next few days during the setup, we will set up plant pots of your sand. You can, with enough nearby, you can subdue anyone nearby without carrying it, and your wife can't say anything. Gaara thought on it before nodding. Plant pots. Yes, that will work. Kankuro. Naruto addressing the other Suna shinobi. How many combat puppets do you have? Full set. The brunette's immediate response. I want you to prepare a few for our collaboration of 100. Naruto smirks alongside the puppet user, who lifts his drink in a challenge. You sure you aren't rusty? Possibly, Naruto admits, lifting his own cup before smirking. We got a few days. I'll send a few clones to run through a few training exercises. Kankuro nods to that, as Naruto looks to his sibling, who responds first. I'll be fine, Naruto. I know you will be, Yudakata. Naruto with a smile. Just wondering how formal you'll be forced into wearing. Yudakata looked confused. Formal? I will be going like this. Gesturing to himself, but it seemed that the entire room was listening and snorted as one. After the initial shock of disbelief, from the whole bar, had settled, Naruto looked to his brother of the six-tailed slug. Brother, you trust me, right? Upon his nod, Naruto continued. So hear me now and believe these words. Kotaro will kill you if you show up in that. Then, what should I? Yudakata was about to ask, yet Naruto raised his hand to stop him. Fear not, for the Brotherhood will always have your back, for brothers stick together. Yes, sir! The whole bar chanted in unison. Gaara, Kankuro, and Sato were not excluded from that. All I ask is that when another brother asks for aid, you not turn away. Naruto continued, and something within the former Mist Shinobi forced the words from his throat, as if his soul was agreeing to this madness. You have my word. Naruto awakens to find his hair being played with. He could feel the warmth his hime and the gentle grace of the sun warming the room. Taking a deep breath, he began. Shouldn't you have woken me up earlier? Kurama said you've been working too hard these last few weeks. Shion's voice was a soft whisper, not wanting to break this tranquil feeling that currently engulfed them. I see. So, for today, we have time for one another, so I figured. She whispered, and his eye parts and her smile was telling. You shouldn't be using your powers so irresponsibly. He grinned and she smirked. I have no idea whatsoever of what you are implying. His lips silenced hers, and as he pulled back, he whispered, I love you. Her response wasn't heard as a dense pulse of Naruto's chakra ripped through the shrine, having put too much force in his eagerness, and activated every single defense seal without meaning to. He also alerted a certain vixen of his intent, causing her to smirk a feral smirk, not caring about the extra work she now had to do to clean up after her baka of a container. My, how insatiable are you two? Shiren walks into the living room where everyone was gathered, beside his parents. Morning. Morning. In various forms was returned to the young Uzumaki, who retrieved a plate of food from his sister. Here you go, Oni-sama. Thanks, Miroku, Shiren says as he reaches the table. You know, I still don't know how she does that. Tada comments, chowing on his toast. Do what? Io asks from across the boy. Predict exactly what you want and finish it the moment you want it. Shiren states and Tada nods, which is when Io thought on it. The others too thought on their interactions with the older twin and realize at the same time. Our mother has precognitive abilities, Saki comments as she drops opposite her brother at the table. Which is, in effect, a bloodline. Miroku sitting beside her sister. Just as Kimura was about to speak, Miroku answered her question. No, we can't control it, just more like guide it. Shiren was eating his food, watching in amusement as his two little sisters show off their gift of being quite literally one step ahead of the others. Though I am glad that my dad is Uzumaki, as our calligraphy would be a pain otherwise. Amen to that. Shiren adds as his sisters turn back to their own food. Yes, we can do this all day. Miroku glancing at Tada, who closed his mouth. Yes, they've done it too. Shiren chuckled, as he continued eating. No, it isn't something you can learn. Saki looking to Anoka. The seals we use are part of our duty as shrine maidens. They've been passed down on that side, and Dad has forbidden us from doing anything to them. She pouts. It's not fair. Don't say it, Oni-sama. Miroku says, staring her big brother, who looked up from his oats, with a familiar grin. I don't need to. This is when Naruto's chakra pulse swept through the room, and everyone froze. The twins went bright red, their vision now blocked as Shiren face-palmed, knowing what likely happened. What was that? Amano questioned. Is father injured? Io asked, jumping up. Quite the opposite, Shiren murmured before he sighed hard, like he was 10 years older than he actually was, looking to the room, though he noticed his cousin Anoka was staring at him intently. Kyoto's daughter was blissfully calm compared to fidgeting earlier. Dad just has a day off by my guess. Which means we have a day off. His casual shrug and nonchalance confused the group. The blondest male of the room noticed with an internal chuckle at the dawning realization of the oldest two in the room some minutes later, their faces a nice shade of pink. He guesses he'll get another sister soon. He'll have to get stronger to protect her too. After all, the Forsyte bloodline prevents the Wilder from producing male offspring. Quick pause, guys, I just want to take a second to say thank you. We actually hit 1,000 subscribers, and that is entirely because of you. I genuinely could not have done it without this community, and it means more than I can put into words. Now we're setting our sights on 2,000, and if you're not subscribed yet, this is your moment. It takes 1 second, and it truly makes a difference. Alright, let's get back to it. Naruto's not going to wait forever. Episode 7. Land of Demon. Yujito enters Naruto's office, finding the man at his desk, as she suspected. He looks up and grins foxily. Kitty! Getting up and moving around the desk. She grinned back. Puppy! The two embraced before they began to scuffle, trying to get the other into headlocks and the like. It was no chakra or overly serious, but he did pin her briefly. Her stupid level of flexibility allowed her to slip out. Before they could re-engage one another, a clearing of the throat drew their attention to the 3 squirts. Get a room, Ome mumbled. Carrie nodded, but the last member of the trio was glaring at them both, for different reasons. Naruto sighed, before meeting Yujito's eyes, and both nodded in agreement to finish this later. Naruto returned to his seat, and the others moved to stand before him, reporting as if before their kage. Okay, down to business. His eyes turned cold. Report. Yujito stepped forward. Regent, the Reikage has dispatched us to aid in security, as a goodwill gesture and to be able to assist in the training of the cadets. Naruto smirked internally, seeing the glint in his fellow container's eyes, knowing full well that the reason was shallow at best, but not untrue either. So he nodded firmly. I see. I take it wants me to visit in the near future as thanks for this assistance, no? Yujito nods once. He did mention that, yes. Also, that is one of his jonin. Naruto waves her off. I get it. Though the last thing I wanted was to start a fight, thus my not calling upon any of you. I handled it. Surprisingly, it was Samui who replied. You were engaged by the leaf, no? You were forced to. Naruto's cold blue eyes looked upon the busted kunoichi. Samui. You are on thin ice as it is. Do not question my decision or you will not like the outcome. Am I clear? The tension skyrocketed at that moment. The whole squad was in no position to take that as a bluff, especially after Samui's drunken assault on Shion. They were lucky that Shizuka was there to subdue her. If Naruto had arrived before that, Samui would have been dead. Yujito's plea was the only reason she was still breathing. The incident happened on Demon Ground, but it was not reported back to Kumo. Knowing this, Samui nods once firmly. I recall. I will be cool. And sober. Yujito glanced at her little sister figure, eyes just as hard as her brother's, with flames within the stern visage. If you want to earn our trust again, that is. Samui nods once again, knowing this already. Naruto nods back before looking at the other two. As for you, Korean Omoi, you are free to do as you please. However, as Yujito said, I expect you to aid in security. Upon their nods, he continues. We have members from all the villages, including 3 from the Leaf. Yujito raised a brow at that. 3? What happened there? Long story. Naruto sighed, waving it off too, before continuing. As such, we have split them up. I suspect that the Hyuga are trying to gain some kind of connection with us, so we have them housed here in the shrine's guest house. Enemies close? Omoi questioned, to which Naruto grinned and nodded. Exactly. With the 5 of us containers spread out, and no doubt you. Looking to his fellow container. Want to spend time with Miro and Saki, right? Yujito nods with a soft smile. Yeah, no doubt they miss their favorite aunt. Naruto smirks. Well, Temari has already been here for a full 2 weeks. She may be pulling ahead of you in that department. Hardly. Yujito lifted her nose up imperialistically. I am clearly the superior kunoichi. Naruto and Omo both shared a look, nodding silently, as either wanted to touch that with a lightning spear. Clearing his throat, he looked at them all and said, Go get settled in. The Kumo house is untouched. However, I will warn you both, Kuri and Omo, that my lady will not tolerate your bickering on temple grounds. Any issues should be taken to the cadet grounds. Kuri sighed, but nodded. Got it, boss. Omo nodded too. No sweat. You are dismissed, Naruto informs them. They all nod. Remember, best behavior. Yujito smiles sweetly at them, more of a death head grin. I need to speak with my brother for a bit, so go on ahead. The 3 all nod, before making their exit. The door shut, and Yujito turned to Naruto. The 2 grew serious. 2 puffs of smoke appeared, and both Kurama and Matatabi were there. So, what exactly is going on? The 2 Bijou moved off to the side. Yujito sat on the edge of her brother's desk, folding her arms, as Naruto began. Well, the leaf is not the only one I am concerned about. The Hyuga clan no doubt will have their own agenda. The Akimichi are harmless, largely, though the actual diplomatic envoy will likely be the Hokage herself, with their clans all attempting to get any intelligence they can. She nods. So, who else are you concerned about? My last mission with Nadeshiko, I ran afoul of a certain Uchiha. Naruto informs, and she narrows her eyes at that. Yujito lowly hissed. That bitch is still around? Naruto nods once. Yeah, it seems he's trying to build his own village or something. Maybe that is why the Sound is in civil war. As such, I do not doubt that either he or the Sound will attempt to scout us out for whatever scheme they come up with. She sighs deeply, nodding at that very idea. Very well. I shall take up the defense of my cute little nieces. Naruto smiles and nods. That will take the worry off Shion. She has been rather concerned about all this. She had hidden it well, but... He shrugged, and Yujito nodded in understanding. Then, in that case, I will go speak to her about this. This is when the two Bijou return to the conversation. Matatabi speaking up. Naruto-kun, you want us all on alert, yes? Naruto nods to that, so she continues. Then, should we call in our respective clans to roam around? You know, have kitsune within the forest, and house cats patrol the grounds too? I didn't actually consider that. Naruto mumbled, slightly bewildered, as he looks up to Kurama, who frowned and nods. I did not consider it either. She reports, and he looks back at the two-tailed woman, who was a shorter, curvaceous version of Yujito, with blue hair and mismatched feline eyes, and he spoke up. I will call upon our skulk. Can you call upon your clouder? Yujito and Matatabi both nod. Not a problem. Naruto nods before sharing a look with his partner, who nods. Naruto sighs and then gives them the other news. Also, I should give you a heads up about a problem brought to my attention recently, he says before waving off their initial questions. Anoka, a clansman I stumbled upon, has informed me about a troubling situation within the Land of Fire. Something that may require the family's involvement. Both ladies' eyes harden at that. Naruto rarely gets the entire family together, the last time being the destruction of those trying to resurrect the God Tree. Matatabi speaks up, arms crossed beneath her sizable bust. Then, should we not act on it sooner rather than later? Kurama takes this one, leaning on the wall beside the rear window. We will be. Though, first we must protect our home here. Our family comes first, as always. Then, we go hunting them down. Yujito nods firmly, her face still sporting a tight frown. Who are they, exactly? Rude, Naruto informed seriously. The Kumo shinobi growled, and the two-tailed cat hissed. He continued, Yeah. They are working on an ultimate summon for use against their enemies. Sounds like trouble. Yujito confirmed, nodding. Kurama nodded firmly. Our thoughts exactly. Thus, for now, we handle this celebration, then we handle that afterward. Offshore land of honey. The hidden leaf vessel set off from the port, and was joined by several other ships flying flags from several other nations, which were obviously heading the same way. Tsunade idly noticed that the land of tea, wind, earth, and spring all had vessels in this makeshift convoy. However, it was Hana who noticed the land of moon ahead and reported it as such. Yakumo was on the deck, looking out at the open sea, when the Inuzuka pair came over, Hana and Kells, with the clan head's daughter speaking up. Yakumo Kurama, right? The hazel-haired clan head glanced back, her head still resting on her palm. Yes, Inuzuka. Can I help you? Hana nods once, speaking up. My name is Hana Inuzuka. I have been curious since my mother gave me the task of handling our part of the envoy, but how did you come to be the best choice for your portion? Yakumo pondered it for a moment. Surely she knew why, and no doubt the Nara did too. Their friendship wasn't commonly known. Actually, only those in her clan knew, but they were really friends. Only her best friend knew of her developing feelings for him. It did not go anywhere as Naruto had been banished a few months later. After pondering this, Yakumo looked back at her company and spoke up. We have history. A long history. Hana nods, suspecting. So you are planning to? Inuzuka-san. Yakumo interrupted, eyes blank. My clan's business is its own. I do not plan on revealing it to potential rivals. Kells, a far more traditional Inuzuka with feral features, but curvy frame, spoke up. We are all members of the Leaf contingent, the Pack of the Leaf. We have no intention of blocking your business. Yakumo was amused by that wording, as the Kurama clan had long since fallen into obscurity within the Leaf village. However, she will go along with it for now and hopes that she can discuss things with Naruto when they arrive. She smiles and nods. Very well. I am largely looking forward to meeting my good friend and seeing if we can come to an agreement regarding our two clans. Hana nods. So, not trying to tempt him or anything? I thought Kurama would jump at that chance. Yakumo shook her head, lifting her face from her palm finally, before looking out at the sea. No. Doing so is rather in bad taste. Besides, I have no doubt that Naruto would see through that. I will be seeing what happens mostly. Best way to face him, really. The two Inuzukas take note of that, and were thankful they had asked, as it was clear this was a crucial piece of information. Hana asks, "Any other advice?" Yakumo glances back at her. "He is far more observant than most realize. He comes off as rather dim-witted and slow, but I assure you that he will catch any slip-up, any fake smile, and dishonesty. Though I suspect he may not be all that forward in pointing them out." Hana now suspects that this will be far harder than initially thought. From what they knew, he was a rather humble shinobi, and slightly slow on the uptake of certain aspects. Yet the bingo book showed him to be a powerful man, loyal to a fault, and passionate in the defense of his pack. Or is it skulk in this context? Sighing, Hana nods. "Thank you for the advice." Yakumo glanced back with a smile. "Not a problem." Shikamaru was on the upper deck of the vessel, with Sakura at his side, and had overheard the conversation between the Kurama and Inuzuka clan representatives. "Seems that girl knows Naruto better than any of us." The Nara spoke up. Sakura nods, leaning on the wooden banister of the ship, glancing at the lone clan head, the Inuzuka having departed. "Yeah. I didn't know he was her friend. Who is she anyway?" Shikamaru glanced at the pinkhead briefly. "You don't know? Not a surprise, though." Sakura looked back at the Nara. "She's obviously a clan head, but I don't recognize." "Kurama clan," Kiba says as he reaches the duo, leaning on the same railing of the ship that the other two were. "A minor clan, specializing in genjutsu." The medical kunoichi looks to the tracker of the Konoha 10. "You know her?" Kiba nods. "Not personally, but I know she is called Yakumo Kurama. She isn't a kunoichi. Her body is too weak for that. Naruto helped Kurenai-sensei save her from her own bloodline. I saw that report." Shikamaru nods, pulling out a smoke. "From what we know, the two were close friends, thus her inclusion in this mission." Kiba nods firmly, suspecting that. "Figured. Though, I'm not sure how much it'll help. Naruto's new pack seems solid, so trying to..." "Yeah." Shikamaru nods, cutting him off. "My dad and I guess that too." He breathes out his first pull. "Though we are worried about the Hyuga and their actions." Kiba was unusually calm and serious. His normally boisterous manner was not in attendance. "I can guess why. I just hope Hinata can rein in her emotions." Shikamaru snorted at that. "Doubt it. I was hoping that Ino could get through to her, but..." He shrugged lazily. Kiba nodded, looking forward. "Yeah, sounds troublesome, right?" The two boys grinned at each other. Both ignored the bewildered Sakura, who was clearly out of the loop right now. Land of Demon. Lodinia Port, Demon's northern port. May steps off the Land of Water flagship, New Current, her escort swordsman following her, and spots Naruto standing there in his formal robes of state, a plain dark purple, almost black, kimono, black obi paired with a hakama and haori for a full formal dress. The family crest of the Yuzu swirl with the Nadeshiko star laid atop is emblazoned on his back and sleeves, showing his station. His mother's sword is on his hip. At his back stood Yudakata and Yujito, both blank-faced as this was important. You'd never guessed that Yujito had been teasing Naruto constantly throughout their journey from the shrine, not even 5 minutes ago. Mei felt more than a hint of flush to her cheeks at the display of this formally dressed Naruto. He was a hunk, and now he was in formal robes. He could easily add, dashing, to his long list of attributes, as he was absolutely delicious right now. A throat clearing broke the Mizukage from her musings and undressing of their host, and she approached with her full Kage mode on, smiling diplomatically. My, you clean up well, Regent Naruto." Naruto nods once with an equally pleasant smile, shaking her hand. Yes, well, I have to look the part to keep up with my darling wives. They married me for some reason, and I can't allow them to doubt my sincerity. It is good to see you again, Mai Terumi. She chuckles melodically. No need to be so formal. You helped us in the war greatly. You saved many lives. Naruto smiled again and nodded. I wasn't alone, so... She nods to that before his senses caught up with him, and he desperately tried not to weep in joy, as he glances beyond the missed contingent and spots a familiar redhead and two ladies he had missed greatly. Just a little longer, before he can embrace them. As he looks back at Mai, he smiles softly. I assume you will be staying in your embassy? She nods. Indeed. Has it been? It has, Naruto confirmed with a nod. Utakata and his team have ensured it was up to spec. Your supplies are restocked, and I hear even the spoons were polished to perfection. Mai beamed at that, looking to their former shinobi, who nodded once, without breaking his stoic mask. It was a gamble releasing Utakata into demon's ranks, but it seems it was paying off today. Thank you. Then, we shall head there at once. Naruto nods, gesturing to the man. I am sure Utakata would be willing to escort you. As they moved on, Naruto was finally able to meet the ones he truly came to see. The very second the Mizukage left earshot, they jumped him, and he caught them both. Shizuka, Kushi, Nami! He cried softly, as they shared a family moment. It was a long few minutes before Naruto glanced up and smiled. Thank you, Karen, said the kunoichi, now donning the Nadeshiko armor, with minor modifications. She just nodded. It's fine, Naruto-san. We are Uzumaki after all. He nods as they finally break apart, and he looks over his wife and daughters, seeing the bundle of black hair and blue eyes. Damn, she took after you, huh? Shizuka nods, smiling softly. She did. Got your eyes and nose, though. And Naruto chuckled at that. That's fine. I am just glad you're back. Shizuka smiled softly. I'm glad too, but there's a lot going on back there. The sound are causing issues. Naruto sighed at that. So is the leaf. Though, more accurately, they're hardliners. He paused before looking back to Karen. Which reminds me, Karen, I found another clansman. Her name is Anoka. Karen perked up. Really? Is she? Naruto nodded before signaling back up to the stairs. Yes, though right now she should be teaching a class of cadets back at the Northern Shrine. You should be able to pick her up from there. Karen nods and begins searching for a moment, but only picks up 3 Uzumaki signatures, clearly Naruto's other children. Opening her eyes, she frowns, but seeing Naruto's cheesy grin, she narrows her eyes. He speaks up. Didn't find her, huh? No. She snapped, and he grinned wider. Her mutation. That caused Karen to pause for a moment before dawning comprehension, chuckling slowly. Damn, it must be useful. Naruto nods before gesturing to follow. I have to stay here for another hour. How about we get some lunch and discuss things a bit? The next ship is the first of the Leaf group. Having you here would be useful. Pup, Yujito called, and Naruto glared playfully at her. Kitty, and she glared back with a challenging smirk. I'll head back to the shrine. Flare if you sprain something. Sticking her tongue out at him, as he returns it. Try not catch your tail on the way out. Yujito hisses, and he growls before the Kumo Kunoichi leaps off. Shizuka sighs, shaking her head. You too. She started it. Naruto pleads his case, earning a tick mark from his wife, a giggle from his little girl, and an amused smirk from his clansman. Karen speaks up. What was that about? They continue walking through the docks, as Shizuka answers her newest protector. Yujito and Naruto are like siblings who love to hate each other. They both take after their bijous in that way, so her catty nature and his foxy one get a bit. Shizuka girl. A new voice, and the Nadeshiko was embraced by Kurama, who was being careful not to squeeze too hard. Kurama-chan? WH. Pulling back, the vixen was quick to liberate the bundle from her mother and inspect the fine work on display. My, she looks like she'll take after you rather heavily. she said, looking at the kunoichi critically with a raised brow. Perhaps you did this on purpose? Shizuka was quick to recover her baby girl, not really comfortable with being away from her yet, despite the fact that the queen had tried to separate them on several occasions, which caused the development of that irrational fear. What kind of question is that, huh? Kurama grinned, nodding. Yes, well, it's great to have you home, he finally said, looking at the beaming little one. And you too, young Kushi. How is my favorite Gaki? Great, Auntie Kara. Kushina chirps and is pulled into her father's stomach, both grinning maniacally. The bijou smirks. Finally, she addresses the last new arrival. And you are Karen, if I recall, yes? Karen nodded firmly, sensing the super dense chakra from this woman, which made her nervous. She pushed up her black-rimmed glasses as she responded. Yes, though I am unfamiliar with you. May I ask for your name? Recognizing the gleam in his partner's eyes, Naruto decided to cut in here. Well, Karen, drawing everyone's attention. Allow me to introduce Kurama no Yoko. You may know her as the nine-tailed fox. Karen gawked at that, snapping at the vixen who had puffed her cheeks rather childishly at her container's antics at ruining her fun. You are so mean, Naruto. Naruto shrugged as they reached a cafe with outdoor seating. You were taking too long. No doubt thinking of doing that whole roar and fear my wrath thing, which nobody really has time for. None missed the light tinting of pink of the bijou's face at that, huffing as she looks away. Man, those clothes take the fun out of you. What happened to my prankster Gaki? Currently on vacation, Naruto quipped, and the others chuckled. Kurama then looked to Karen, who sat directly opposite her. Yes, I am the Nine Tails. Though, your mind's eye has probably picked up my siblings dotted about the land by now, right? Karen focused briefly on the local area, and sure enough, there were several super dense signatures. So, she opened her eyes and nodded. Yeah. So you are all. My baka container here is kind of the family head, and with the festivities coming up, everyone came to have a good time. Naturally, that included my siblings and their containers. Not all of them are coming, but the ones that are helping with security. Kurama informs as their drinks and snacks begin to arrive, and Karen nods. Wow. That's extremely tight security. 1,000 Ryo, someone crashes it. Naruto offered, looking to his partner, who shook her head. Fool's bet. Someone is. Do not know who, but someone will. Are things that bad? Shizuka questioned, sipping on her smoothie. Naruto sighs and nods. It is, though. We have contingencies in place. The samurai and shinobi have their orders, and we have 5 bijous on standby. Karen chuckled. Yeah, I don't think you could get any better. True. Naruto and Kurama speak in unison, earning a glare from the Nadeshiko leader. I thought you two were banned from doing that. Only on temple grounds. Naruto and Kurama spoke together again, matching grins as Kushina giggled at the antics of her father and favorite aunt. Naruto looked to Karen, who was chowing down on a burger. So, Karen, what do you plan on doing from here on? The Hyuga arrived on time, as expected from the Demon Navy flagship, Song of Isabu, which had been sent to retrieve them from the Land of Fire docks. The gangway was lowered, and Naruto, flanked by his wives Shion in her official priestess robes, and Shizuka in her ninja uniform, sword and all, walked down it. Hayashi stood tall and proud, in his best dress, flanked by his 2 daughters, who also looked absolutely stunning in their traditional kimonos. Both had a base of white, but Hinata had detailing in lavender purple and moon white, with patterns of lily petals across the back, secured by a lavender purple obi and an elegant bow at the rear. Her hair was in a bun, with 2 bangs framing her face, minimal makeup, and the rest secured firmly with ornate clips and saban. Hanabi had black detailing and embroidery, a pattern of rosemary bushes, and a matching obi. Her hair was held up ornately clear of her face, with light makeup expertly done. Hayashi led his party down the ramp and approached the leaders of the alliance who were currently standing before him. He bowed. Well met, Naruto Uzumaki. The Hyuga began, but Guard Captain Sato Yoichi corrected him. Lord Hyuga, you are currently speaking to the regent of Demon Country, Naruto Uzumaki. Please be sure not to forget that. Sato took a few steps back, and both Naruto's wives knew how much he wanted to facepalm or slap the man for that. However, they were impressed that he had remained stoically regal despite the irritation. Hayashi nodded to the man. It was clear the people were proud of their leadership, and the armor this man wore suggested he was a captain of some kind. Heeding his words would only sway them to him, so he nods once, stiffly and formally. My apologies. Hayashi then turns back and bows to Naruto once more. Forgive my rudeness, Regent Naruto Uzumaki. As you are no doubt aware, I am Hayashi Hyuga, of the noble clan Hyuga, leader of the main house and father of your classmate, Hinata Hyuga. Said woman bowed again at his back, as her father continued, and her little sister, Hanabi Hyuga. His second daughter bowed too at the mention of her name. And we are honored that you have given us such a welcome. Naruto stiffly nodded, not breaking his posture as afforded to him by his own position. Yes, Lord Hayashi Hyuga. It has been some time since we were last in each other's presence. I bid you welcome to our domain, and hope you are in good health along with your household. Hayashi nods, and Naruto continues. At my sides are my wives, gesturing to his left, where Shion stands, redefining elegance. A perfect formal bow follows shortly thereafter, along with a radiant smile and aura that foretell her gentle grace. The Hyugas are shocked by this display of poise, which seems to surpass even their own, making a few feel somewhat self-conscious about their lack of grace. Naruto continued, his voice drawing their attention. Shion Uzumaki, my wife and priestess of this land. It is a pleasure, Shion says. Hayashi bows towards her too, feeling it was required on some base instinct, his whole delegation doing so. Naruto had to be absolutely ruthless in crushing the grin to remain stoic-faced, though a small part slipped out and came off as a smirk. It wasn't for long, but the samurai lining the path caught it and had to smother their own. By the time they all rose up, Naruto was blank-faced again, along with the samurai, and he gestured to his right. And this is Shizuka Uzumaki, heir of Nadeshiko, and my wife. Shizuka nods once stiffly, maintaining her warrior stance and stoic outer face, as she was more concerned with her baby Nami. She was in the care of Kurama right now, so she was as safe as can be, but Shizuka still wasn't liking this. Her husband needed her right now, though, so she was holding herself together for their family's sake. Hayashi bowed his head in return. It was clear she was the shinobi type, and as a member of the female-only village, its future leader no less, it showed that she, and by extension, Naruto, were undisputedly strong. They only accept the strong, with most being at jonin level at minimum, so it was most important to respect this woman as the kunoichi she was. It is an honor, Lady Shizuka. Likewise, Shizuka responded, not even flinching at the sight of the clan head's stoic demeanor. Naruto spoke up. With the introductions over, please follow us. We will take you to your housing on the shrine grounds. We have carriages prepared. Hayashi nods as he follows them, the samurai forming up at their backs and escorting the group off toward the waiting carriages. On their approach, the Hyuga come across a new set of figures. Karen whispers to Kushina, who nods and remains as formal as ever, and Kurama steps forward towards Shizuka. Lady Shizuka, Lady Nami has fallen asleep. Shizuka nods once, taking her daughter. Thank you, Lady Kurama. I shall take her from here. Naruto looked at his daughter and clansmen. Daughter, you will accompany Lady Karen and your mothers in the first carriage. I will accompany our guests in the second, with the captain of the guard in the third. Kushina nods once, hand on her heart in a short bow. Yes, Lord Father, I shall not let you down. Naruto nods, smirking as his back was still to the guests, and mouths. I love you, princess. To which his daughter blushes rather prettily though keeps her face as neutral as possible, offering a nod in return. Naruto then looks to his clansmen. Lady Karen, I am entrusting you with her safety. Karen, quick on the uptake, bows her head lightly. By your word, Regent. Hayashi watches this as his clansmen all mount into the second and third carriages, and is impressed by the formality of their hosts. Shion moves towards the first carriage along with the other members of the demon group, besides Sato Yoichi, who follows to the second carriage with his regent. Lord Regent, may I ask to accompany you in the second? Naruto turns to his captain of the guardsmen, speaking softly with a gentle smile. I will be fine, Sato. Though if you are so concerned. Leading the samurai's eyes to his back where Gaara and his wife were approaching. I am sure Lord Kazekage and his wife would be more than happy to see us home. The Hyuga all snap back to see the approaching Wind Shadow, who nods to the guard captain and shakes the regent's hand. Gaara says, If that is the case, then I would be happy to provide an escort back to the shrine. Hayashi bowed his head, hands in his sleeves. Lord Kazekage, I was not aware of your presence. Forgive my oversight. Gaara looks to the clan head, nods once, and says, It is fine. He then looks back to his brother, who nods back at him, and continues, Then we shall move on. During the carriage ride, it was silent in the middle carriage as Hayashi sat with his daughters flanking him, facing Naruto, who sat with Gaara and Mitsuri flanking him. It was broken eventually by Gaara, who asked, Lord Hayashi, is this your first time attending the founding festival? Hayashi nods once, taking up the conversation, inwardly thankful for the pass. Yes. It has only recently reached our ears. Our traders caught wind of it 2 years ago, though they missed it last year. Thankfully, we were alerted to this one in time. Naruto nods, looking at Gaara. It would seem that the incident from back then had further-reaching consequences than we anticipated. Gaara had a very strong poker face. His sand armor hid his blush, but he was also impressed with Naruto's ability to bring up that incident without any tells of his own feelings about it. So he just nods once, responding, Yes. Well, it was a rather unique situation. I assume you have prepared for it this time around. Yet it was the Kazekage's wife, Mitsuri, who responded, I am sure that Lady Shion had already told you about a repeat of that incident, Lord Regent, no? Naruto knew that tone far too well, as did Gaara and Hayashi, and all swallowed silently. Naruto nodded once. Yes. Thankfully, either the instigators will be in attendance this time around. You can relax, Lady Mitsuri, Naruto informed, and she smiled sweetly with a nod, causing a collective shudder to travel down the men's backs. Clearing his throat, Hayashi inquired, To which incident are you referring? Perhaps. He paused as Naruto raised his hand. It was the Kazekage who responded. During the festivities 2 years ago, the largest one, I believe. The regent nodded, and Naruto continued. Yes, we had welcomed dignitaries from all over the elemental nations, including both Kumogakure and Iwag Stupefy. A small competition broke out midway through the celebration. This earned a raised brow from the clan head, and first-timers, as this was news to them, but it was Mitsuri who spoke up. They all decided to see which nation could consume the most alcohol and cause a dry spell for half of this continent. Silence. Naruto was leaning so hard into his formal training that he was starting to look like a Hyuga. Gaara was safely hidden beneath his sand armor, but it was rather amusing seeing the blush on the two heiresses. To break the growing tension, Hayashi asked, Who won? Gaara responded swiftly. It was a tie. We ran out of drinks countrywide. Though I believe that the regent and I were neck and neck, Iwagakure and Kumogakure were tied for second, and Kirigakure and Spring were tied for third. Hayashi nodded. It must have been tight, and a part of him was curious as to where they would rate, though he dared not put voice to it. It was clear the wives were not happy with such a competition, if Lady Matsuri's twitching eyebrow was anything to go by. Thankfully, Naruto's voice drew Hayashi's attention. Our allies were happy to aid us in our recovery. Though the council was initially concerned about the display, it came around when our trade subsequently picked up in the following quarter. Hayashi nods to that, a missed opportunity on his clan's end, clearly, putting voice to a new inquiry. I see, then perhaps we could discuss a Hyuga trading outpost here? It is one of the topics I wish to bring to your attention during our stay here. Naruto raised a brow at that. One of the things they wished to ask was, damn, this sounds like a hassle. No doubt, They wanted to place a few of their own people near or on the path to power to create a power base among his constituents. Sighing inwardly, Naruto revealed none of his thoughts externally in his response. I see. Well, that is for a later discussion. As no doubt you all wish to get settled and accustomed to your lodging. We shall go over the rules and regulations for conduct on our estate's grounds, as it is our capital building and has procedures that must be followed. The Hyuga nodded to that, assuming as such. When Hinata spoke up, Lord Regent, she gained Naruto's attention. Upon his nod, she continued, You said it is your capital building. Does it not hold any religious significance for the land? Naruto nods. It once did, yes, however, our people have moved on from that, so now it holds more of a symbolic significance in place of a religious belief. Not even mentioning the historical significance of the structure either. We have employed the finest artisans and studious craftsmen to maintain and expand the original structure. He looks to his fellow container at his side. Lord Kazekage has also had a hand in its upkeep. Gaara nodded. It was a good test of his abilities and a new take on the use of his bloodline and bijou power aiding in the light repairs in difficult-to-reach areas. Shikaka had never been more serious during those times and was elated at the end result too. He spoke up. Yes. It was a rather refreshing experience for my abilities, and the original craftsmanship was very impressive and difficult to match. Hayashi was now intrigued by this. Is that so? Then I must ask for a tour of this shrine. I am well educated in the architectural world and always interested in seeing something new. Naruto nods. That I am sure can be arranged, though there are areas that I must exclude you from as even I am not allowed there. Neither of us are shrine maidens after all. Earning a nod from the clan head, though Gaara knew that to be a carefully crafted omission of truth. Then perhaps I would be granted access? Hanabi posed, earning a raised brow from the regent, and her father, Naruto, asking, I was unaware of your change of occupation from kunoichi to shrine maiden, Lady Hanabi. Hanabi had the decency to blush, rather prettily, but held his gaze. I believe I misspoke. Perhaps I could accompany you on the tour and learn about the duties of the shrine maidens during said tour. Naruto did not miss a beat in his response. I am sorry, Lady Hanabi. Whoever our nation's shrine maidens were born into their role, much like yourself, and even if I had wished to change that, it requires something that is only passed on from the previous generation. Hinata speaking up, understanding what that meant. Then, does that mean they have a bloodline unique to them? Required for their role. Naruto nods once. Indeed, Lady Hinata. It is required for the sealing of the demon we battled 8 years ago. Should it return, their services will be required to ensure its defeat. I had heard of the precognitive abilities of the maidens, Hayashi informed. Naruto's eyes held a noticeable intensity. I suggest you watch your words carefully, Lord Hayashi. I take the protection of my family very seriously. Everyone currently present knew that already. Even before his banishment from the Leaf, Naruto's rallying cry had always been in defense of his precious people. The power he wields has always been for their protection, and attempting to cross him is a surefire way to earn his wrath with little remorse. Hayashi felt the threat for what it was and simply nodded. Gaara noted the increased body tension in the man and could hear his tenants cackling, manic laughter. He too was chuckling internally. Their family was protected by all the sage's children, after all, and those with the Foresight bloodline were not excluded from that protection. After calming his breathing from the knife-like threat, Hayashi continued. I was just curious, that is all. If it is indeed a bloodline, then what kind of protections have you employed to prevent those unworthy of note from attempting to harm them? Naruto and Gaara share matching grins, unsettling the man something fierce. Naruto puts voice to their shared thoughts. Well, besides the fact that doing so would earn the wrath of each and every bijou on the planet? Hayashi gulped at that. That level of protection is certainly unmatchable. Though he did manage a nod, and the smirks returned to a regal detachment. Naruto continued. We do have a seal, in the same manner as your own, however, far more sophisticated and powerful than yours. Though it is far more humane than the caged bird, as it lacks the disciplinary powers and the like. Rather, it has a unique transmitter that only the bijou can locate regardless of distance, and it activates upon their distress, unable to be turned off by anyone who isn't a bijou. That was certainly the best kind of defense, and a certain death for anyone who dared cross the priestesses and attempt their abduction. With their scattered locations around the world, it meant that you had nowhere to run or hide either. Hayashi nods. A firm system. Naruto nods, but none missed the level of smugness rolling off him. He was proud of the work he put in, along with Shikaku, Matatabi, Seiken, and Kurama. It wasn't just for his kids either. All their container's children have this protection, as this generation of Jinchuriki has been the most united with their tailed beasts. Gaara was also rather proud and smug at the fact that he was included in that level of protection for his own children. It is also the reason he feels comfortable enough to allow them a looser leash here in Demon Country. It is always under the careful watch of at least Kurama and Chomei. During events, the others show up in a new family tradition of sorts, so their kids are perfectly safe. Shikaku has enjoyed taking up the fun grandparent role with his own kids, much to his own surprise, and they love making sand constructs with him, or writing out new seals. That reminds me, Gaara turns to Naruto. Lord Regent, I was just reminded that both Shinki and Kurun have developed a healthy appreciation for the sealing arts. May I ask for some materials for them? Naruto was surprised, raising an eyebrow for a moment, but then again, Shikaku is a big influence on them. After a moment, he nods. Sure, I can provide that to my niece and nephew. Though, what has Lord Shikaku said about it? Gaara nods once. He has encouraged it, as he too is rather taken with your style in comparison with his own. Naruto nods to that firmly, wondering what level of books to gift the two kids, though Hayashi spoke up now. Forgive my rudeness, but who is this Lord Shikaku? I am unfamiliar with the name. Naruto and Gaara looked at the man, realizing that their guests obviously didn't know the bijou's actual names, and the two had slipped back into their family mode for a moment. With a mental shrug, it didn't matter anymore, though before Naruto could explain, Mitsuri did. Lord Hayashi. Gaining the carriage's attention. How much do you know about the tailed beasts, exactly? The three-leaf shinobi considered the question for a moment, only really recalling the nine-tailed fox's attack on the leaf, with Hayashi speaking up. Admittedly, our knowledge is rather limited. His daughters nodding along, with Hinata speaking up. Our only experience with them is the Nine-Tails attack on our village and the Chunin exams when the One-Tail attempted to attack the village. Naruto and Gaara share a brief look, a quick grin, before turning to face the other party. Mitsuri nods once, expecting that. Yes, well, I suppose that is to be expected, along with your ignorance. This earned 3 raised brows from the Hyuga, unsure if she was being sarcastic or rude. Though it was Gaara who spoke next. This might be vital to know, as during your stay, you are more than likely to come across them. All the tailed beasts have names and personalities. They will be attending the festivities too, and using your bloodline on them may cause injury, so be warned. Hanabi and Hinata were stunned. It was clear as their mouths parted. Though Hayashi was able to keep his composure, he asked. So, this Lord Shikaku? Gaara nodded. Shikaku is the name of the one-tailed tanuki I hold. However, he is currently watching over our children. He has been recovering from his mental trauma lately by spending time with his grandchildren, my own, and being addressed with respect, which allows him to regain his dignity. Hayashi nodded to that, making a mental note not to break that tradition. Naruto spoke up next. As for the 9 tails, you had already met them actually. Earning a raised brow as the Hyugas tried to recall meeting someone like that. It was Hinata who caught on first. Lady Kurama. The one holding the infant as we boarded the carriages. Naruto nodded firmly. Hayashi was surprised he hadn't noticed her. The former spoke up. Be respectful, and she will return it. Any disrespect will not be tolerated. Her influence on me was actually rather heavy, though not in the ways everyone feared it would. Hayashi stared at him blankly, assuming he would elaborate. Naruto dragged it on for a lot longer than he needed to, just to annoy the clan head, but did eventually answer the unasked question. My attitude to defend what is close to me. My precious people. My strength. Kurama is the very embodiment of that mindset. Our family's staunch defender. The strongest of us all. Cross any of our kin, and she will pay you a visit. That caused a collective shudder down the spines of the Hyugas, who slowly nodded, with Hayashi providing. I see. Shrine grounds. The 3 carriages pulled up onto the shrine grounds, moving past the main shrine, then the Kumo house and the shinobi facility, before arriving at the guest house on the far side of the temple, the rear outhouse. Stepping out after Naruto, Gaara, and Mitsuri, Hayashi was impressed with the stone masonry of the 2-story building. As they had discussed, it was a surprising sight, with smooth gray marble mixed elegantly with solid cream and interwoven with reddish wood supports to create a 2-story building worthy of being presented beside the Shrine Capital building. The small gate bore the same insignia that Naruto wore on the back of his Hirori, and a quick glance showed that Lady Shion and her daughter also had it, indicating that it belonged to the leading house. His daughters too were surprised at the simple elegance of the building they will be spending their time in, and a look to the rest of their clansmen showed that they too were satisfied. A tough bar to reach for their elders, so all things seemed to be going well. Naruto's address drew all attention to him, the guards flanking him. Now then, this will be your accommodation during your stay here. As you can see, the ground around the house is part of our flow fields, and aid in the production of medicine and the like. As he said that, the visiting dignitaries took note of the various flower gardens not far off, all vibrant and beautiful to the eyes, earning a nod of approval from Hayashi, as Naruto continued. Though during your time here, we have scaled back the hours of the groundkeepers. For both your state of mind and your security. That being said, we can't neglect them, so the guard on watch will inform you each day when the groundskeepers are tending to them, so you are aware of their presence. Hayashi nodded to that. It was understandable but also accommodating. Naruto continued. Thus, please be understanding and not needlessly pick on them. If you have any questions about the field, they are able to answer them, but as they are my employees, I want respectful encounters. Any complaints will reflect badly upon you and your house. Hayashi nodded again. Pretty standard stuff, though he was a little concerned as his father, who was in attendance, could be rather hard-handed with the help. He would keep an eye on him, as Naruto continued. Now I am sure you have all noticed that Kumogaku has a house here. Gesturing to the house in the near distance. I am aware of your animosity toward them and thus, only have a single 4-man team here currently. One of which is my sister, the holder of the 2-tailed Hellcat, and she has been charged with keeping them in line. Any issues, report it to me or anyone you spot with hyperdense chakra. They will handle it. I assume that these hyperdense chakra signals, as you put it, are fellow containers? One of the Hyuga asks, and Naruto nods. Yes. Though you may find one of the tailed beasts too, as they are allowed to free roam here in Demon. Those who rode in the 3rd carriage were stunned by that admission, with Hayashi's father speaking up. You mean to tell us that the beasts roam free and do not destroy you? Those who call Demon home hardened their eyes at the man, glaring slightly. I suggest you watch yourself, elder. The fact that you are here, despite the general warning against bringing elders to this festival, is already a bad start. Naruto informed coldly, not liking this man in the slightest. Hayashi speaks up, not wanting to cause an issue. May I ask how many of the bijou are around? Kurama spoke up, arms crossed. Currently 5 of us are around. This stunned those in the 3rd carriage, who hadn't realized this woman was one of the beasts, as she looked rather regal and clearly was a lady of high station. Though now they noticed the 8 whisker marks upon her cheeks, much like Lord Regent, which meant. Hinata stepped forward and bowed to the woman. It is a pleasure to meet you, Lady Kurama. Kurama nods at her. It has been a while since I last saw you, Lady Hinata. You certainly have grown. No longer that short girl in the back of the class, no? Hinata had the decency to blush, unsure on how to handle that. No, not anymore. I have found my strength again. Earning a nod from the vixen who looks over the gathering, though Naruto speaks up. Yes. The bijous are providing security for this event. So, rest assured that you are safe as long as you don't cause trouble. You also may find kitsunes in the forest. They are harmless as long as you do not hold negative intent towards them. Heed their warnings. If they are with the young, feel free to play with them if you wish, but being respectful will earn their respect. Anything else? What about our servants and the like? We did not have enough space either. Naruto cut him off. My family does not employ servants, chefs, and the like. Why would we give any to you? He knew they wanted to argue with him, but the fact that he was a daimyo, in a sense, and currently had the strongest tailed beast standing beside him, made it impossible for them to sanely fight back against his choice. Everyone knew it. Naruto nodded, knowing that would keep them quiet. However, we have stocked your pantry with the freshest produce and products for your use. I am aware of your more traditional palate, so we have taken it into account, along with a few native varieties that should suit your tastes. If you have any issues, please come to my office, where I am typically found. As the Hyuga began to move into the house, Naruto was approached by Hinata, who spoke up silently. Lord Regent. Getting the man's attention from Sato. Lady Hinata, can I help you? Hinata nods once firmly. I was wondering if you had some time later for a one-on-one talk? It has been a long time, and I wish to catch up, so to speak. Inwardly sighing at this, now knowing what Kurama had warned him about, Naruto nods once. It has been, however, I believe my duties will keep me largely contained and occupied. Thus, as it was suggested by my council, the Leaf contingent has set aside time for a casual meeting tomorrow evening for such a talk. Beyond that, I am afraid that I cannot promise anything. Hinata's Hyuga training came through as she managed to smile despite the heartbreak at being denied, as no doubt he would be spending any downtime with his wives. Though, keeping that locked away, she spoke again. I see. Then I will see you there. Naruto could literally feel the sadness and pain oozing from his old classmate's frame as she spoke and sighed inwardly. His damn hero complex was wrestling for control, but before it did, he came up with a compromise. Say, Lady Hinata, how about we all take a picture to commemorate this occasion? This caught everyone's attention, and she too looked at him with a ghost of a smile. Hinata nodded. That will be fine. The photo would become Hinata's most treasured gift. She stood beside Naruto, both in formal wear and dead center, her father on her side, sister beside him. The clan was at the back. Naruto stood with his wives at his side, daughter in front of him, hand on her shoulders. Kurama was on the far end, with Sato at the edge. Oni no Kuni, town. Some time later, Choza and his clansmen were unloading the last of their cargo into the warehouse assigned to them, and they all nodded, confirming it was secure and locked up. The festivities begin in a few days, and their supplies are all secured in temperature-sealed storage units within the warehouse granted to them for their stay. A meow drew their eyes to a silver-furred cat sitting on top of a door cover. The rotund man smiled at the cat, but before he could pull out a treat, a new voice caught their attention. I wouldn't, Choza-san. All eyes turned back to the side, where Naruto Uzumaki was leaning against the warehouse unit opposite, with Utakata at his side. Both seemed casual, and none of the 6 Akimichi clan members had noticed them. Choza was the first to break out of his stupor. Oh, Naruto. It's you. What can I? Naruto raised his hand, as he kicked off the shutters and took a step forward. Before anything, he gestured to the silver cat, blue eyes that narrowed on the sibling of her master. She is named Icebell. A rather crafty little girl who tries to use her cuteness to earn snacks when she's supposed to be working. He glared at the cat, who hissed at him. Choza was confused, looking between the two, though Naruto continued. Get back to your patrol! You are meant to be on the eastern approach. The cat groaned a moment before rushing off, and all the shinobi sensed the chakra use as it did. Choza was surprised, but again was drawn back to Naruto, who continued. Now then, meeting the larger man's eyes with his own. I am probably not your favorite person right now. Even more so as I ended your son's career prematurely. Choza raised his hand to stop him, to which he paused. You are not wrong, Naruto. I was mad at first, seeing my boy like that. I will admit that. The Akimichi nodded to confirm, but he continued. However, after seeing the full report and listening to his own words afterward, the information about your son came from Jiraiya. I understand you gave us plenty of chances to back off. A deep, heavy sigh, shaking his head again, rubbing his face with his hand that drags down, before eventually meeting his fellow father eye to eye. I am upset that the council only decided to try diplomacy after my boy was maimed, upset that it took you to do so, before they tried to make peace. I know you always fought for your family and only fought back with minimal force until you had no more options. I am upset, yes, however, I understand. Naruto nodded firmly with a sigh, one that seemed to age him a decade. Choji is a solid man, someone I know would never have deserved that, but… Stop, Choza says, raising his hand, drawing the Uzumaki's attention again. As a father, I am just glad you spared me from having to bury him. Shikamaru and Shikaku both told me you had more than enough chances to end the entire squad. You held back. You let my boy come home. So, thank you. He breaks into a genuine smile. Few shinobi of your caliber would have been so accommodating. So, thank you. Naruto nods to that before exhaling a long breath and looking back at the warehouse they had just used. I hope the storage units are up to your specifications. Choza broke into a grin, his clansmen at his back following suit and nodding vigorously. You have no idea how cool it is in there. They are better than the latest models we have back home. The two containers chuckled at that. Naruto nodded. Some of my best work, so thank you. This earned raised brows from the Akimichi, so Naruto clarified. The temperature control is seal-based. A side project when my kids were still in diapers and needed to keep their bottles warm. I created a highly precise temperature control seal. It saved my ass more than once. They all share a hearty chuckle, recalling those midnight runs for their own babies, and Chosen nods to the young man. Well, if they are ever up for sale, please let me know. For you. Naruto offered a soft smile. Talk to me after the festivities. I will have 5 sets ready for you. It is the least I could do. Shrine Training Ground. Kankuro sits on the edge of the training ground, watching his nephew Shiren perfect his newest addition to his arsenal. Some of the old bats back home might have a few words with him, teaching the kid how to use chakra strings. But as his dad also knows them, he can shift the blame if need be. Though, personally, he is thinking about taking his nephew as an apprentice, having picked up on the chakra strings surprisingly fast, just like his dad. However, the way both use them are completely different. Naruto can use them in the traditional style, as a puppet master, though he has been known to use them to retrieve weapons or trip enemies in combat. Standard stuff. Shiren, however, uses them to control his thrown weapons, more accurately, his shuriken. By channeling wind chakra through them, he is able to keep them airborne and as for additional weapons, able to strike from any angle, as he strikes with his free hands, with his sword, or fists. Truly remarkable. As Shiren finished his final sword kata while maintaining the 4 strings of chakra to his 4 shuriken, they suddenly dropped, and he breathed out, panting hard. Sweat ran down his temples as he muttered, Damn, this is taxing. A snort from the side drew his attention to his uncle, who had been training him for the last 2 weeks. Kankuro spoke up. Kid, what you're doing is nuts. You know that, right? Shiren nods, knowing that already. The strings are similar in nature to the chains, just thinner, and not as mentally or chakra taxing. Yeah, probably impossible for anyone who isn't an Uzumaki. What makes you say that? Kankuro arrived by his nephew's side, with a bottle of water and a towel, as Shiren explained. Papa and I picked it really quick, right? Kankuro nods once, and the boy continues. The reason is rather simple. Those strings behave similarly to our clan's bloodline, adamantium sealing chains. The Suna puppeteer caught on and facepalmed. Right, I forgot you guys had a bloodline like that. Shiren lowers the bottle of water and takes a breath. Yeah, I'm sure if Kushi or my cousin Anoka tried, they'd master puppeteering in a day or so. Kankuro began muttering about overpowered clans and stupid bloodlines, making things seem so damn easy, which earned him a sweat drop from the preteen. Uncle, calm down. It isn't like Shiren! A new voice, and the boy snapped to the cave entrance, where his sister stood. His eyes widened. Kushi! She ran over, and the two hugged tightly. The boy couldn't believe his sister was back. She was here now. His baby twin was here. Pulling back, he inspects her, just like his dad did. Are you okay? Did they hurt you or? Kushina bonked her idiot brother. Stop acting like dad, she sighed. I am fine. Mom too. Though, there is someone else you need to meet. That's why I came. Shiren's eyes glisten with joy, as behind her steps in her other mother, holding a small bundle of blankets, smiling at her. Shiren. Where's my? Before Shizuka could finish, her boy seemed to body flicker into her chest, careful not to harm the little one in her arm. Sniffling. Mommy, I was so worried, he whispered, and she smiled, hugging her baby boy. I hear you've been a brave boy, protecting everyone and standing beside your father. I am proud of you, Shiren-chan. Shizuka really meant that too. She is also glad she got changed out of her armor before coming to see her son, who has been training relentlessly with his uncle Kankuro for the last 2 weeks. From the debrief she got from Kurama and Shion, her boy has proven himself more than capable of making her and his father proud. So, she'll comfort him for now and let him know that she's here to take the load now. He can go back to being the child he is. Mommy's here now. So, you can rest. Okay? Shiren doesn't respond verbally, just nods silently into her neck, and she smiles, as she runs her hands in circles around his back, allowing him to calm down at his own pace. Shizuka looks up at Kankuro, who was smiling, and offers a silent nod. She nods back, mouthing, "Thank you?" To which he waves off as he sets off. This was clearly a mother-son moment. His role as best uncle is now over. He vanishes into a swirl of dust. Main shrine. That night, everyone had gathered at the dinner table for the first time. Naruto arrived with Shion and laid the last of the beef chops. Naruto cleared his throat. Kiddos, Shiren's group, Naruto's adoptive children, all looked to him as he gestured to the new arrivals. This is Shizuka Uzumaki, Shiren's other mother. Shizuka smiles at them, waving a hand and holding her baby in the other. It's great to meet you all. My son has spoken about all of you. They all grew red-faced, though Shizuka spotted Kyoto at the end, a small bundle in her hand, and raised a brow, speaking rather clipped. I did not expect to see you here, Kyoto. I see the reports of your defection. It isn't like... The graynet went silent upon Naruto's raised hand. Kyoto nodded, standing down as Naruto looked to his wife. That is a discussion for later. I will explain her presence here as well. Shizuka nodded, knowing her husband. He probably got caught up in a rescue operation or something. Naruto then gestured to the new young blonde at his side. This is my baby girl Kushina, Shiren's twin sister. Kushina waved at them. Heya! Saki snapped at Tada. Don't! The boy shut his mouth and looked away, but both Naruto and Shiren narrowed their eyes at the slight blush. Kazato also averted his gaze, and both father and son let out a low, warning growl, causing both boys to sweat. A familiar throat clearing caused them both to fall silent. Shion now spoke up. Finally, our last new addition. She looked out to the hallway. Karen-san, why are you? Naruto looked over too and frowned. Karen, get in here already. That name caused Anoka to go wide-eyed as a robed woman with bright red hair and eyes stepped in, just as Naruto described. Imagine a lab coat in place of the kimono. Oh, come on, guys. I don't. Karen's complaints halted upon seeing Anoka, the two staring at each other. Naruto smirks, then nods. Yes. Karen Uzumaki, meet Anoka Uzumaki, the stealthiest Uzumaki to ever exist and your diametric opposite in abilities. He looks at Anoka. And Anoka, this is the Uzumaki I spoke of before. Karen Uzumaki, with the best sensory perception this side of the elemental nation. At bedtime, Naruto was sitting on the edge of the bed, signing a few last-minute items as Shizuka was putting Nami into the crib he had brought out earlier from storage. This was the scene Shion walked in on, and huffed. "Really, the first night of all of us back and you are both working?" Shizuka smiled at her, before looking down at her baby girl. "I know. It's just that I've been on edge because of the Queen's machinations." Shion raised her hand, sighing hard. "I get it. It's going to take a while before we get back into our equilibrium again." The Nadeshiko smiled and nodded, before they both looked at the feverishly working husband of theirs. As much as they wanted to scold him, they knew this was a temporary thing, as the final touches to the festival would be happening tomorrow, along with the rest of the delegates. No doubt their man was stressed to the moon and back. Both wives looked at one another and nodded, smirking softly, before walking toward their husband and father of their children. Shizuka knew that if she purposely avoided making noise, his shinobi senses would spook him, so she was mimicking Shion's walking pattern. If he wasn't so focused, he would have reacted and noticed there were two sets of Shion's footsteps. Naruto was broken out of his paperwork-induced trance by hands covering his eyes, then two pairs of lips on his neck, and he smiled. "Girls? What's the—" Episode 8. Land of Demon. Main Shrine. Naruto awoke to the reasons for his new life sleeping atop his shoulders and chest. Shizuka of Nadeshiko found him 2 years into the civil war and fought alongside him during the closing stages. A fierce kunoichi through to the core, but a gentle soul that had lost its way and sought him out for a sense of duty to her home. Their meeting was predetermined, for the most part, as his temporary alliance with the Toads told of his brief time as the Toad Sage's student. Even after that, she had joined him on his journey to find the answers he had yet to find himself, and had filled the growing void in his heart. They traveled from place to place, serving the people and finding the other containers. They kept to themselves on the move, and aided where they needed to, never giving their name as he had not forgotten about the Akatsuki. That led to the Morio incident. The two were staying in the land of wood at the time, on a vacation of sorts, when everything went wrong, so they headed to the shrine and met his second light of his life. Shion. His eyes fell on the light blonde laying opposite his first time. Their meeting was not the greatest, she was rather standoffish, and he wasn't exactly thrilled at the prospect of protecting a spoiled princess. Shizuka was freaked out by Shion's prediction of Naruto's death, and Naruto wanted to prove that his fate is decided by himself, not some spoiled girl. During the mission, Shizuka yanked Naruto aside and confessed that she was in love with him, and that the 2 years they've traveled together have been the most important thing in her life. Naruto carried Shion, and the two clashed with the enemy shinobi, dispatching them after a combination technique from the two longtime partners. Though Shion was surprised at the relationship between the two shinobi. Reaching the sealing chamber before the enemy, had it not been for the quick reactions of her shinobi guard, Shion would have been consumed by the demon. Naruto pulled her out, Shizen pulled her then boyfriend, and their three-way powered Rasengan, his most powerful to date, later created the new volcano. His thoughts were cut off by the kiss from the family sword, and he smiled, looking into the deep emerald gaze of the Nadeshiko beauty he calls his wife. Naruto whispered, "Good morning." Shizuka smiled back. "Good morning." Delicate fingers pull Naruto's face to the opposite side, and he receives a kiss from the heart of the family, the always gracefully gentle lady of the household. "Good morning, Shion," Naruto whispers. Shion smiles back at him. "Good morning." With them both awake now, despite not wanting to break their tranquility, Naruto decided that it was time for their serious talk before they were consumed by their duties. Speaking up, breaking the companionable silence. "We have things that need discussing." Both ladies knew that, and Shion just allowed her hands to roam over her husband's chest down to his stomach, while Shizuka just hummed. "What first?" "Well," Naruto whispered, "Kyoto was assaulted by that rogue Uchiha. Ren and I got there too late, and had to track her down as she did not keep the SOS on her person." Both his wives wore tight frowns upon hearing that, though Shizuka nodded, now understanding the situation. I see. So, she was the reason you did not return with Ren. Shion spoke next. Then little Koki. Naruto let out a tight sigh. Yes, she is half Uchiha. Though, she is already showing signs of attachment to us despite everything. When older, we will have to sit her down and explain things to her. She'll be fine. Shizuka states, kissing the shoulder of her husband, whom she was resting on, and Naruto smiles. Let me guess, because she's an Adashiko? Shion giggled saintly. Shizuka chuckled lightly, speaking up. No, because she'll see you as her father, no doubt. Naruto looked at the dark-haired woman, who looked back at him with eyes filled with love. And I know full well how good a choice that baby has made. Definitely, Shion adds, with a beaming smile. You are great with all the children, and never leave us wanting more. Naruto kisses them both once on their crowns, with a genuine smile. Thank you both. I really love everything you both do for me, have done for me. I am truly blessed to be loved by you both. They both lift their faces to look at him directly, smiling stunningly. If you asked for Naruto's clearly unbiased opinion, I love you, Naruto. They spoke in unison. After that touching scene, Naruto moved on to the next matter. This was largely for Shizuka to know, but Shion should be aware of it too. Another thing, during our journey here, Anoka stumbled upon me. She alerted me of a new threat from the Leaf Village's underbelly. Naruto noticed immediately how tense Shion got at the mention of the Leaf Village, though Shizuka seemed to take it in stride, asking, Their underbelly? You mean those blank masks we've come across? The very same. Naruto confirmed, earning Shion's attention. Blank masks? Shion asked, confused. Shizuka responded from her place on Naruto's shoulder. They work for the Leaf Village, but the village at large is unaware of them. They do not officially exist, and their higher-ups either deny their existence or claim they are a rogue element. We have had run-ins with them before. They lack emotions and are little better than living puppets. Shion was nervous now. These people seemed to be very dangerous, and now they may have their sights on her. Shion! Naruto's voice drew her attention, eyes looking up into his soft blues again. Normally we do not tell you this stuff as you are our gentle grace, the warmth and heart of the family that eases and welcomes us home. We know how soft and welcoming you are, and we wish to always protect you from the cold, harsh world beyond the borders of Demon. After all, as your shield, that is my role to protect, and Shizuka is our sword, to strike out against those who seek us harm, no? Shion nods, understanding that. Even so, Shizuka sits up, her loving smile in full force, and says, Shishi, please believe in us. We are stronger than you think. The priestess pouted at that name but smiled at the familiar phrase Shizuka had always used to comfort her. They were always stronger than she thought, pulling off the impossible and returning with a beaming smile. Letting out a surprisingly heavy sigh, Shion nodded. Okay then, so, what do these blank masks want? Naruto nodded, as he finally sat up against the headboard. Either me or Anoka. Though if they get her, her fate will be worse than death. Both his wives were sitting up and focusing on him. He continued, They want her help to create the ultimate summoning animal to use against their foes. Shizuka spoke up. Will you call in the family? Naruto nods. Yes, I have already spoken about this with Yujito and Mata. Though I plan on speaking to Fu when she gets back from her scouting and vetting the arrivals. Once we have located them and confirmed what they are up to, we will strike hard and fast to shut them down. Shizuka nods once. A threat that big is only a recipe for disaster. Times like this, Shion is reminded that her family are warriors, shinobi who fight and kill for the betterment of others. Which means, her role in all this is to keep them focused on the human side of the argument. Thus, she speaks up. What about Anoka? Naruto looks at his gentle grace, Shizuka, too, and both break into smiles. She is a free woman, Shion. I promise to protect her. If she wants something else, that is her choice. Shion smiles at that, and nods, glad that he is still as heroic as always. Though Naruto continued, as the subject matter still involved her. However, if the leaf gets a hold of her, they might try and force her back with them for the benefit of the Uzumaki clan, in accordance with the Swirling Tide Treaty. Thus, me holding her up here and such. He got two raised eyebrows at that, and Naruto sighed, explaining. In short, it was a treaty that was part of the Hidden Leaf's founding, which basically meant that if the Uzumaki clan needed help, the village must provide it. It has only been invoked once. His tight frown noted. It didn't help. They both knew what was left unsaid, with Shizuka being the only one of the two wives to have visited the ruined home of her husband, but it was Shion who asked, slightly confused. How could they use that to claim or force her back? Naruto smiles hollowly, knowing just how crafty the leaf can be, and so proposes. What if, by some reason, a species of bird was to be borderline extinct? The conservationists would attempt to gather all the samples together into one place, no? For their protection and to try. Shion went wide-eyed. Shizuka's face was stiff as she glanced at the cot off to the side. The fair blonde asked. They wouldn't. They would, Naruto confirmed, before letting out a deep sigh, looking far older than he should. I have long accepted that the Uzumaki, as a clan, is dead and buried. No doubt Karen-san, and Anoka too, but that does not mean I wish to see those who remain being used by fools in power or seeking it. She'll be protected. Shizuka nods firmly, and Shion nods confidently too. He smiles at them. Thank you? Shizuka smirks. Another two princesses, huh? Shion giggled as Naruto groaned. His sword is double-edged sometimes, and he playfully glared back at her, sticking his tongue out. The previous tension bled away, allowing for more light-hearted topics to be covered. Shion spoke up, having spent the most time with the new subject. Then, the kids you brought back? Naruto nods once. Found them on Nagi Island's underground port. Shiren asked me to save them. He seemed rather enamored with Hirori Yura. Shizuka tries to put a face to the name, though Shion sighs. That boy, he is such a daddy's boy. Shizuka looked at her, a brow raised. How so? Naruto chuckled nervously. Well, Hirori-chan is the pale blonde with unique red eyes, who is rather confident in herself. His head tilted as his dark-haired wife had a flash of recognition. Naruto smiled softly. Sound familiar? The Nadeshiko sighed, hard, with a slow nod, as the other two let off a slow chuckle. Naruto continued. Well, either way, after we picked them up, freed them, and taught them how to be kids, they joined us for ninja training. Now they are his group. I tasked Shiren with their care, and he has risen to the challenge. Shion and Shizuka's smiles were wide and filled with pride for their shared son. Karen yawned as she stumbled into the living room, finding the family gathering up, and she blinked owlishly at that for a moment before Anoka waved her over. Just then Naruto arrived and handed her a plate of food. Morning. She smiled and nodded. Morning. Before heading to an open seat. Hey, Auntie. Kushina spoke up, drawing the Uzumaki's attention. Karen smiled and took a seat opposite. Hey, kiddo. A cup of coffee appeared beside her, and Karen glances back to see Miroku walking back to the kitchen, and blinked owlishly at that. But Kushina's giggle drew her attention, the girl explained. My little sisters have a foresight ability. You probably were feeling for that drink, right? Karen nodded as she took the presented drink, and a single sniff confirmed that it was exactly what she wanted. A single sip confirmed that this was by far the best coffee she had ever had. Opening her eyes, she realized she had no idea when she had closed them. She met Naruto's eyes and he smirked. Hit that annoying spot, right? Karen just nodded once. How? Naruto shrugged, as he spotted Kyoto and Koki approaching. We have numerous gardens spread out, including coffee and herbs, which are our main exports. He liberated the fidgety Koki from her mother's wary hold, and she calmed immediately before looking back at his fellow Uzumaki. That coffee was a side project of mine when these kids were a lot younger. So, it's geared towards us Uzumaki? Karen asks, to which he nods. Shion speaks up next. It has an unusual taste for everyone else. Naru is the only one who drinks it regularly. Shizuka arrives in the hall, baby Nami in hand, and notices Naruto holding a silver-haired baby. Koki, she reminds herself, before her gaze lands on Kyoto, who stiffens under the attention. Shizuka speaks softly and with a smile. I'm sorry, Kyoto. I am glad you are doing well. Your daughter too. Kyoto was hesitant, but slowly nodded in acceptance. Thank you. Shizuka nods to that, and sees Naruto searching the cupboards in the kitchen for something. What are you looking for? The bottles, Naruto mumbled distractedly, as he reached down, still holding Koki in his arm, who was just staring at him curiously. Shizuka asked. What? Is she hungry? Just wait for Kyoto to finish. Naruto nods. I guess I should then. He stands slowly and returns to the table with the others as Saki serves his food too. Thank you, my little princess. Saki beams at him, hugging him, which he promptly returns. She then rushes back to help her mother. Oh, and can you get me my coffee too? Naruto asks, and Saki turns back to nod. Though many were confused, didn't she know that already? Anoka voiced everyone's question. Can't she just see what you want? You know, with their all-knowing foresight? Naruto raised a brow, looking over the table. They looked back at him, eager to understand what he was about to say. He looked to his son and daughter, who were sitting. All-knowing? Shiren shrugged. They always seem to know what others want, so. Kushina nodded too, which caused Naruto to look at his two wives who were approaching with the two subjects. Shion was smirking, and Shizuka was chuckling lightly. Shizuka spoke up. It seems they don't really know all that much about it. Shion nods as she sits beside her husband. Probably for the best. Naruto nods, a familiar fluid shrug, and Koki seems to smile. Yeah. For the best. That earned many piqued interests, but was cut off by the man of the house, Naruto, announcing. Okay, let's eat. Guest house, Hyuga residence. Hinata barely got any sleep last night. The bed was first-rate, and no doubt many people of royal descent have had the pleasure of resting here, but it did not assuage her thoughts. Back in the Leaf, upon reading the Black Market Bingo book, it was discovered that Naruto-kun was married to that Nadeshiko Kunoichi, Shizuka, and the two had been working together for 9 years or so. Then yesterday, upon their arrival to this country, she finds out that not only is he married to that woman but also another in such a high station that he himself is elevated to that of a daimyo. They call him regent as she is the official leader of the country, but he leads them in her stead. Shion Uzumaki. A truly graceful woman, radiating such a kind and gentle love that you would be hard-pressed to hold anything against her. Yet, here she was, staring out at the main shrine from her window, having observed it most of the night. She dared not use her bloodline here, as the number of bijou around could cause injury. Unless desperate, they had been advised against it. Then the daughter, Kushina Uzumaki, from the Nadeshiko woman. She seemed so bright and cheerful, and clearly had love for Naruto-kun, but it was not her fault that her love would remain unrequited. Thus, befriending her would be wise. Maybe offer help with her training. Get closer. Perhaps then, Naruto-kun might notice her too, along with his son. A knock on the door, and Hinata's gaze breaks from the view of the shrine. She steps up to answer it. The door parts to reveal her father. Breakfast is ready. Come and eat. Hinata nods, and followed after her father, who no doubt avoided mentioning the bags under her eyes as he is no doubt aware of her feelings for their host. Thus the shock of him having 2 wives is no doubt playing havoc with her mental state. Reaching the family dining room, she meets eyes with her sister, who also notes the wear and tear but makes no comment or indication that she noticed. They had a silent breakfast, which was surprisingly tasty, more so than what they expected. Afterward their father spoke up. Today we are to check the town and local authorities to assess the situation within the town, which is the heart of this land. Once done, we shall create a plan to meet with the regent Naruto, or perhaps the priestess Shion, for our proposal. Hanabi nods, then asks, Should I inquire about that, Ter? Hayashi pondered that, before recalling the shinobi center that needed to be scouted. Perhaps, however, I feel that you should see what, if any, shinobi training they are doing. Hanabi nods, but Hinata speaks up. I was intending to do so too. Though I also want to check on the flower fields and speak with the people tending to them. See if there is anything I can learn from them. Hayashi nods. It was a good idea. From their brief description, the flowers, and perhaps they have herbs and spices, are an important source of income. They could provide insight into future dealings, so he nods. Indeed. That will provide us valuable insight. I shall leave it to you. Hanabi looked to her older sister. Wani-sama, are you not going to the event this evening? With the leaf contingent? Hayashi had forgotten about that, so he paid attention to his eldest's response. Hinata nodded. Yes, I plan to. Though I will make sure not to be late and arrive before the regent. Hanabi nods. I will make sure to arrive there on time. Haishur looks between his two daughters and announced. I shall investigate the town and its layout, after seeing if I can set a time for a meeting with the regent. With the plan set, the Hyuga began their offensive to make a path for their rise in this new nation. A new conquest for power. Land of Woods. The Leaf contingent had landed in the port in the minor neutral nation. The docking fees were far more reasonable, and the group left the ship there and decided to ninja hop the rest of the way. Kiba approached the two Kurama clan head and her clanmate asking, Say, Yakumo Kurama, right? Yakumo looked at the Inuzuka who approached her, nodding hesitantly. Yes, Inuzuka-san. Can I help you? Kiba nods. Well, I heard you have a weak body, so I was going to offer. I will be fine. Yakumo cut him off. I may not be a kunoichi, but I have not slacked off with my training. Kiba nods once, bowing slightly. My bad. Just wanted to help. Tsunade's bellowing voice drew all attention to her. Okay, listen up. We only have a few hours to make it to the capital of Demon Country by day's end. It is due north from our current position, so we will be pushing at low jonin speed the entire time. We should get there mid-afternoon at the latest. Hi, Lady Hokage. Tsunade nods, turning back to the road ahead. After me! Leaping off into the trees, her shinobi force follows after her. It did not take the Leaf team long to reach the border between the Land of Wood and the Land of Demon. However, as there was no signage or indication that they had passed through, they continued towards their objective, skirting the border with the Land of Valley, indicating they were heading in the right direction. They stopped at midday, having traveled at speed for nearly 6 hours non-stop, and their lower-end members were growing fatigued. A small camp was set up, food prepared, and hygiene taken care of. Tsunade had forgotten what it was like to be leading such a force through unfamiliar territory in this manner, and it was truly refreshing to get out from under the safety of the Leaf and out in the field again. Looking over her anvu, she found herself smiling at the coordination presented as her shinobi moved around and socialized. This wasn't hostile territory. The threat of attack was low, based on what Jiraiya had managed to dig up about the region. Apparently, there are a number of powerful shinobi around here that patrol constantly, without set paths or schedules. Thus, pirates and bandits don't ever risk being near the Land of Demon or its neighbors, as it tends to attract these individuals who are supposedly able to wipe out armies and navies alike. They are just rumors, though. Tsunade was broken from her musings, as Shino approached her seat atop a fallen tree, and spoke up. Lady Hokage, I believe we are being tracked. Tsunade got serious. Oh? What makes you say that? She wasn't the only one. The others all got prepared for action. My insects are warning me that someone is in control here. They won't say more than that. Before she could respond, the Inuzuka partners all began growling, looking around at the trees around them, reminding Tsunade of that time with the Kyubi. Her eyes widened as she jumped to her feet and glanced around. Stay calm, everyone. I think I know who is watching us. Her people gather together in a defensive formation as she faces the tree line. Tsunade bellows. Are you out there, Kyubi? The Leaf shinobi tensed. If the Kyubi is out there, that could mean trouble. It was silent for a long time. A really long time. A full minute later, a single kitsune, the size of a fully grown Akamaru, stalked out from the shade of the trees, growling lowly. Her dull white coat, with orange markings and four tails swaying at her back, appeared and stopped just inside the clearing. Many gawked at the sight of such a large fox, especially the Ninkin. That, however, stopped when half a dozen more like the first appeared from all around, similarly growling and staring down the leaf contingent, now very much on alert. Kiba gulped. Is this Naruto's pack? Shikamaru answers. Yeah, he summoned them during our fight before. They tore Choji's arm off. They are fast enough to catch Kakashi and Jiraiya, strong enough to bring down Choji, and can spit flames hot enough to burn anything to ash. Do not take them lightly. Amazing, Hana whispered, observing them all closely. Though she wanted to try something, she stepped toward the one who had first come out and spoke in canine. Hello, we mean no harm. Everyone who wasn't an Inuzuka was confused, though her triplets stepped with their leader in a defensive position, just in case. Hana noticed that the fox was staring at her, no longer growling but just observing her back. She tried again. Do you understand? I do, the fox responded, causing the Inuzuka and their partners to snap to her. Though you speak weird. Not like our leader. Hana nods. I see. Perhaps I speak dog different to fox. An intriguing prospect of different dialects. Who are you? The fox asks again, earning the clan heiress's attention. Hana says, We are Hidden Leaf. Trying to get to meet your alpha. Alpha? What is that? I think I want to meet the leader, Yui. The kitsune on Hana's right spoke, gaining her attention. Now identified, Yui nodded. I see. Is he waiting for you? Hana nods. He is. Yui observed them critically for a long moment, before looking to her fellow. Leader's sister is nearby, yes, Kugo? Now identified Kugo nods. She is patrolling nearby, yes. And Yui nods, with flames activating in her mouth. This startled everyone, the dogs snarling at her. What are? Yui fires up into the sky, the blue flame traveling for a while before exploding. She then turns to look at the group, taking a seat on her haunches. Wait. Hana nods and smiles. Thank you. Turning back to the gathering of Leaf Shinobi. Tsunade stares at her intensely. Switching back to human language, Hana reports. Her name is Yui, and she is the leader of this pack. She was interrupted by the kitsune, Yui speaking. Our lord is the leader of our hunter skulk. I am his second. Hana glanced back. My bad. Before turning to her Hokage. They have asked us to wait here as they have summoned someone to greet us. Tsunade nods, glad the Inuzuka are here, and asks. So, what else can they tell us? Hana sighs. Although we speak a similar language, it isn't the same. It was difficult to learn just that much. Tsunade nodded, and with a quick glance, it was obvious that they weren't going to attack thoughtlessly. All six were sitting patiently now, no longer growling or threatening them. Much better than last time. A few minutes later, a howl caught everyone's attention. All the kitsune, Niken, and Inuzuka growled as one, snapping into the direction it came from. Before Tsunade could ask, all the mention leaped off, charging towards the direction in question. Not knowing the situation, she ordered. After them! Stick together! Hi! The Leaf team traveled as fast as they could, guided by the Abarim, following the trail of the Inuzuka clansmen. It would take them 10 minutes to catch a wind of what was happening, as a massive blast of blue flames erupted in the near distance. As they approached, however, Shino's bugs became incredibly chatty, which distracted their host. He shook his head and spoke aloud. Lady Hokage, my bugs are acting up. I am not sure why. Tsunade looked to her side. Shino was a valuable part of their tracking unit, and she had never heard of such a problem before from any Abiram having issues like this. Can you explain? Yet before she could ask another question, a shinobi landed ahead of them, chakra spiking, a clear threat, and Tsunade ordered a halt. Landing at a distance from the newcomer, Tsunade asks, Who are you? That's... The shinobi looks at Shino, head tilted. Interesting. Who are you, Queen Holder? Shino stepped forward. You are a queen? Impossible. Who? This doesn't. He shook his head, but the discussion was cut short when Yui appeared beside the unknown, handing over something to the unknown shinobi, who then turned to the Leaf contingent. You are Tsunade Senju, right? So you are the Leaf group that Yui here stumbled upon. Right. Tsunade nods once. I am. To whom are we addressing? The figure chucked the plate in hand at the woman, who caught it and turned it over to reveal a very familiar marking that caused her blood to run cold. So, said the voice of the unknown, dragging her eyes from the NI inscription on the now identified face mask. Why are these blank masks trying to set up shop in demon territory? Tsunade shook her head, disbelieving that Danzo would pull something this foolish, but this was the proof she needed. I suspect that old mummy back home had heard of the strength this country has. No doubt he wanted to observe and try gathering information before infiltrating the political system. All I can say is that I did not order, nor authorize any of this. The unknown stared for a moment, before looking to the kitsune on the branch beside her. Your take? The kitsune turned away and returned to the clearing just ahead of the group. The unknown nodded before looking back at the Leaf team. Be thankful that your friends aided us. Or I would have killed you all where you stand. Tsunade quirked a brow. You have that. Before she could finish, a swarm of insects appeared and began to encircle them all. Even Shino was surprised and nervous in equal measure. The unknown shinobi nodded. Yes, I can if I so wish to. The swarm then dispersed, and Shino relaxed, breathing heavily as this shinobi's hold on his own hives had been released. His coughing drew his allies' attention. We have a situation here. If you wish to aid us, clear this sooner, then we can head out to the capital sooner. Before jumping off after Yui. The Leaf contingent all looked to their Hokage, who was staring down at the root mask in her hand, and gritted her teeth. She was looking after the shinobi. It wasn't really a choice. Her orders were, let's go see what mess Danzo has made. When we get back, I'll have his head. Hi. Land of Demon. Cadet Training Ground. Shiren finishes his backflip, slips to the left, avoiding the downward slash. His own sword cuts horizontally, blocked by the expert move from his opponent. Both leap back, and as he slides back to a stop, the boy finally allows himself a moment to breathe. Off to the side of the spar stood an amused Kurui and a stoic Samui, both watching as Omoi stared down the son of the boss man himself, who had been showing them his rather formidable kenjutsu skills. Omoi was only holding back enough to be considered low chunin level, and yet Shiren had shown no inclination to be overwhelmed. But he is still 9, so the fact that he was only winded showed he had a lot of potential. The Kumo chunin smirked, shifting his lollipop around in his mouth. You have great skills, Omoi informs. Shiren grins. Yeah, well, I need to get stronger to protect my sister. His eyes showed nothing but a fiery determination that the 3 Kumo shinobi had to respect. Omoi nods in acceptance, stepping out of stance. I see. Then, let's get some food before we continue. Then we can run a few laps. Shiren nods as he sheathes his own sword, though clapping from the side drew all eyes to the lone Hyuga who had shown up at the end of the spar. Hanabi spoke up. For one so young to be so strong. You are certainly impressive. Shiren didn't know this woman, so turned to his brother figure. Omoni, do you know her? Pulling a pop from his pocket, he steps up beside the Uzumaki. Nah, though, the boss did say that the Hyuga would be here yesterday during our brief. Handing the candy to the boy who took, unwrapped, and mouthed the treat in the same manner as the chunin. Kurui and Samui stepped between the Hyuga and Shiren, for different reasons, with the outspoken Kurui speaking up. Can we help you, Hyuga? Hanabi had noticed how defensive these 3 Kumo shinobi were of the boy she assumed to be Naruto's son, and thus came over to see his combat capabilities. By her estimations, he was fighting at high genin to low chunin level. Truly a promising shinobi in the future. Even more so if he is Naruto's son, then he would be a target of interest. Naturally, she didn't let her thoughts show as she spoke up. Yes, well, I was looking around for anything interesting to do with myself until this evening. Though, as this is my first time in this country, I thought it was best to ask him, gesturing to the youngest of the party. Seeing as he has the crest of the regent's house. Folding her arms, Kurui was no fool. The Hyuga are known for their superiority complex. The boss had told them they were likely trying to create a path to power here in Demon. Her plans are rather transparent and obvious. Kurui speaks up. Being that as it may, the kid has asked for our help with his swordsmanship. If you want to help, you will have to take it up with the bee. Regent. Hanabi nods once. I see. Did you not say you were going to eat? Would it be too much trouble if I joined your outing? It would be nice to see the town with someone familiar with the local community. Thankfully, a reprieve came in the form of Temari, appearing via a gust of wind. Oh! All eyes fell to her. A raised brow from the Suna Kunoichi upon seeing the Hyuga confronting a defensive formation of Kumo shinobi around her nephew, she asked. Am I interrupting something? Shiren almost jumped the gun in his response. Nah, auntie, never. All eyes fell on him, and he had the decency to blush lightly. What brings you here? We were about to grab lunch when. That's why I'm here, Temari informs, earning the attention of all. Kankuro said that you had promised to eat with us and meet your cousins today. You hadn't shown, and we were worried. Shiren blinked twice at that before face-palming. Oh, was today? I thought it was tomorrow. Omo was amused by his soon-to-be protégé's actions. He wanted to go speak to the boss, see if he could get a more permanent posting here and train the kid. He was cool to train and just as sharp-witted. They just vibe. Temari chuckled, shaking her head, her hands on her hips. You're just as bad as your uncles. So are you coming, or did you have plans with the Hyuga heiress? She looked over to the Hyuga. Nah, she was asking for directions to town. Shiren responded. This is when the Kumo group recalled how dense the kid was. Just like his dad. They all let out deep, silent breaths at that thought. As Shiren continued. Besides, I promised, and you know I don't go back on my promises. Again, the Kumo squad recalled just how much of a daddy's boy Shiren was at that statement, sweat dropping, as Temari grinned and nodded. Right. As he approached his auntie, Shiren addressed the Hyuga. Sorry, Hyuga-san, but I have places to go. Maybe next time. Hanabi, thinking quickly, just nods. Is that a promise? Yet before he could respond, Temari, realizing what the Hyuga was trying to do, body flickered herself and her nephew away before Shiren could respond. Damn power-hungry Hyugas. It took a moment for the wind to die down before Omoi and Kurui burst out laughing. Samui cracked a smirk. All those left behind were relieved that Temari had caught on to the Hyuga's ploy and thus thwarted it by leaving quickly. Shrine Flower Fields. Hinata was strolling through the fields of flowers, attempting to clear her head from negative thoughts. The talks with the groundkeepers were enlightening and worked well to distract her for a few hours. Now, she had already prepared a basic report on the common flowers they harvest and similar ones. She was just enjoying the visual beauty of the flowers. As she strides, she comes across what she assumed to be a kitsune about half the size of Akameru, resting beneath a tree, its three tails wrapped around a girl. The closer she got, the more it resembled her. No. She was Kushina Uzumaki, Naruto-kun's daughter. Closing in, the red-furred kitsune's gray eyes opened, and stared at the approaching Hyuga, letting off a warning growl that forced Hinata to stop, hands up. I mean no harm. I just wanted to talk to her, if that is okay with you. The low rumble of the growl awoke the sleeping princess of the foxes, an inside joke among the kitsune, as she was the kid of their commander, adopted grandchild of their boss, thus her title. Unofficial, of course. Though most of them treat it as if it were real. Stretching and yawning, Kushina looks around, rubbing her eyes, as she asks her protector. Hey Kawaii, why'd you growl like that? She trails off, seeing the stiff woman from yesterday. Oh. You're Yawning again, Hinata takes that chance to introduce herself properly. My name is Hinata Hyuga. I went to school with your father. Kushina nods, sinking back into the fluff of her oldest companion. Oh. Okay. Hyuga-san then? Hinata smiles. Please. Call me Hinata. Your father is a good friend of mine, so I feel it would be a disservice to be so formal outside of our duties. Kushina shook her head. Mother said that formality should be held outside the home as we have guests here right now. Patting her friend on the back absent-mindedly. Kawaii hadn't looked away from the stranger this entire time. She is the kid of their leader, and Kawaii would never allow harm to come to her. Hinata bends down, to be eye level with the girl. That is true normally, but right now I am just another person who likes these flowers all around us. Holding up the 3 books she had been carrying, and Kushina recognized one of them as the groundskeeper's handbook. She's read it front to back like 6 times, so speaks up. Yeah, me too. Lord Father and Lady Mother have gone all over and found some really cool ones too. Hin nodded with a genuine smile this time. Is that so? Is there any chance you could show me? I would love to see if any of them you have that I haven't pressed yet. Pulling out one of the 3 books, one of her prized possessions. A book of all her pressed flowers. Kushina looks to her companion, and secret guard, who didn't look too thrilled but wasn't objecting either, so the girl nods. Okay. They aren't too far. As she gets up, the 3 tails part, and Kawaii stands too, following his charge's actions, stretching much like a cat, but yawning like any other canine in doing so. Kushina takes a half-dozen steps before he picks her up, via tail. She giggles as he places her onto his back, and she beams at him. At least warn me next time, Kawaii. The fox offered a smirk, as it sets down the path towards the location of the rarer flowers. Kushina looks back to Hinata. Come on, Hyuga-san! It's this way. Hinata nods as she follows the calmly strolling kitsune, who was clearly wary of her, but unsure as to why. Was it because she was unknown, or perhaps orders? It could be so many things. Naruto's office. Yujito was the last to arrive at her brother's office, only to find Kurama, Shizuka, Gaara, Utaku, and Sato already waiting. As soon as the doors shut, Matatabi summoned herself, and Naruto began. Our scouts have located and eliminated a route survey team in the southern central sector. That didn't take them long. Gaara comments. The others nod. Matatabi asks. Any casualties? Kurama shook her head, turning back from looking out the rear window. Not that we are aware of. We were lucky in many ways. First of all, they found a bunch of our kits play fighting with their flames and attempted to capture them. Everyone's eyes narrowed at that. Naruto grew tense at the prospect of the young being exposed to danger, though everyone felt the same. Kurama continued. Naturally, as outsiders, they did not know that at least 3 adults were with them. When they moved in, they were pounced on. The rest of their force showed up and attempted to fight off the pack guardians. By which time, they too had howled for help. Naruto spoke next. From our last report via the hull train, he gained everyone's attention. The root forces have only just discovered a suitable location for a base. They had not yet begun doing anything, nor had they reported it back. He raised his hand to forestall Yujito's quip. Fu was there and shut down the entire airspace. No message birds got out alive. Yujito nods, subtly satisfied. Kurama speaks up. It also appears that the Hidden Leaf contingent responded to the call. Yujito hisses. They probably. No. Kurama cut off the kunoichi, looking her dead in the face. Poor choice of wording. More like those dog shinobi responded. Naruto nods, leaning back in his chair at his desk. Inuzuka. Seems the Hokage's luck is as bad as always. Utaku speaks up. Or the best. They aided us, no? Shizuka shook her head. I don't believe so, she said, drawing all eyes to her, beside her husband and Kurama. Knowing my partner's luck, Fu would have found it eventually. Maybe he would have on his next hunting trip. Gaara nods along to that. Indeed. You are unusually lucky, in the strangest ways. Sato nods to that. I have noticed that too. I am glad I was not misreading things. Seriously? Naruto deadpanned at them. Kurama let out a low chuckle. That being as it may, this shows that our plans against the ultimate summon may need to be brought forward. Naruto shook his head. Although I agree, we can't adjust the schedule yet. Things kick off tomorrow, and the talks are the day after. We don't have the manpower to head out and search the Land of Fire's territory with so many outsiders here. Yujito speaks up. Perhaps we can call in help from the mist? Unlikely. Both Naruto and Utakata speak in unison, the latter speaking up. Kiri has been experiencing an economic boom in the last few years, and I doubt that they want to see that ruined. Naruto nods. Plus, it seems word has gotten out about the incident in Wave. The Land of Fire is basically blacklisted in the smaller nations for that stunt. Yujito snorts. They shouldn't have been so aggressive in a natural country, capturing a registered Ronin with ties to most of them. Then brag about it in their bingo book. Many chuckled at that, agreeing with the sentiment. Naruto shrugged. Which is why I am unwilling to send out any of you until this is dealt with. The Land of Fire is desperate. I want everyone keeping an eye out. This root problem may just be the first wave. Out of curiosity, Matatabi spoke up, none surprised at this point. How many of root were there? 24. Kurama reports, frown tight. Though Fu-girl will likely have a more accurate assessment when she gets back. Matatabi nods to that. Okay, in that case, I will stay with the girls, and my kitten can go stretch her paws. Yujito averts her gaze from Naruto's foxy grin, knowing he is going to rib on her the second this meeting is over, though Naruto addresses the two-tailed. Thank you, Matatabi. I am sure Kitten is grateful for the break. Yujito groaned lowly, and Naruto was sure that if she had a tail, it would be whipping the sound barrier about now, which reminds me. Oh, and yesterday I caught Icebell trying to guilt the warehouse managers into free snacks again. This time it was Matatabi's turn to groan. That kitten, I swear. Her tails were waving rather harshly. Looking back at Naruto, the two-tailed smile did not fool him. Thank you, Naruto-chan. I think I should have a word with that little kitten of mine. As the meeting ends, everyone leaves. Hayashi, who was waiting for admittance, notices how informal everyone is, all in civilian clothes, including Shizuka and Naruto, wearing plain gray t-shirts with their family insignia on the left chest, black cargos, and boots. He also noted that the members of that meeting were Lady Kurama, Lady Shizuka, Lord Kazekage, the demon shinobi, the casual warning twins, who were Kumo shinobi, and the guard captain. It must have been important. Upon seeing Hayashi, Naruto groaned internally. As he approached the Hyuga clan head, flanked by Kurama and Shizuka, he said, Lord Hayashi, to what do I owe this pleasure? Hayashi bowed his head. I was wondering if there was some way of getting an appointment for tomorrow or the day after? Naruto thought about it for a moment. He should really give them something to focus on. That being said, he doesn't really have the time besides. How about a lunch meeting tomorrow? Feel free to bring your daughters. It will be somewhat informal. You can bring your proposals, and we can discuss them with those directly involved. Hayashi nods. Thank you for squeezing my request in. You must be busy. We are. Shizuka spoke up, the most anxious of the demon trio, as she wanted to get back to her baby girl. Sorry about this, but we need to be moving. Naruto confirmed, as Haishir nodded. Thank you. Central Region. Tsunade's group arrives at the battleground, to find nearly 24 kitsune, all scanning the area. The Inuzuka clan members are there too, though Hana is tending to the few wounded. The scorched ground and broken trees litter the place, with ash hanging in the air. What happened here? Kiba growled, looking at them, holding up the fake ANBU mask. Who the fuck are these guys? They dared attack the pups. What kind of... Calm down, runt, Hana called out as she worked on the most critically injured kitsune. A Four-Tails had taken 6 kunai, a Tanto strike, and a fireball. The kitsune was one of the first on the scene, so the fact that he was breathing was a miracle in itself. All the Nikan had earned respect for their fox counterparts, so they stood on the defensive line as one. It was Kells who filled them in. From what we can tell, the root operatives stumbled upon a group of played pups. They were breathing fire and the like, earning nods from the leaf shinobi, assuming it was normal for little baby foxes to breathe fire. The Inuzuka continued. They tried to capture them, not noticing the guardians of the pack. The battle escalated, and the entire root force was traced back to another cave not far from here. It's currently being cleared out by the hunter packs. Tsunade nods with a tight frown. Collect the masks? Seal them up. When I speak to Naruto, I will offer to cover the costs to replant these trees. Hi. Let's clean this place up. Tsunade orders, and her soldiers move out, using various jutsu to clear the battlefield. It takes just under an hour, and the hunter packs return with the same unknown shinobi from before, who whistles at the cleared ground. Not bad. Tsunade approaches the new arrival. We never did get your name. The shinobi went stiff, scratching the back of her neck. All right. She pulls down her hood, revealing mint hair, caramel skin, bright orange eyes, a cocky smirk, and a lean build. Name's Fu, shinobi of Demon Country. Tsunade knew of her, though last she heard, she was supposed to be a Taki ninja. Fu? Holder of the 7 tails? Shouldn't you? No. Fu got very serious, staring down the senior shinobi. I have been a demon shinobi for a long time now. I work for the family now, not some stupid kage or jonin leader. Tsunade nods, far more curious than anyone else about the fact that she said, Demon shinobi. Fu steps past them all, her wings coming into view. Come on. We are done here. I need to report this, brother, so let's go. As the leaf group follows the demon shinobi, Kells hands Tsunade an open bingo book. Name Fu. Rank Jonin. Age 20 to 25. Affiliation, formerly Takigakure Demon. Threat level, S rank, border SS rank. Monikers, Firefly, Demon Queen of Fireflies, Hunter Killer, Insect Queen. Controller, Minty Death, Sister of the Kitsune. Lady of the Forest. Savior of Fong. Locust. Scouter. Mirage. Twin Blade Hunter. Flying Death. Sky Queen. Heir of the Hive. Seventh Tail Demon. Spectre. Notes. Extremely dangerous. If spotted, death is certain. Known associate of the demon Kitsune, Naruto Uzumaki. If cornered, his arrival is certain. Incredibly difficult to track, suspected unmatched stealth skills. Can fly and command insects of all types. Known to patrol the land of demon. Protective of her fellow containers. Threatening them will draw her attention. Oni no Kunai, entrance. Several hours later. It took some time for the Leaf team to reach the capital city of the land. Fu had guided them back, Yui and her pack escorting them, and when they arrived, they were met at the gate by Naruto and his fellow containers at his side. Gaara, Utakata and Yujito, all in semi-formal kimonos. Naruto had his hands in his sleeves, though his black ode katana was on his back, matched his dark purple kimono, black obi, and a stern visage. Gaara was also in a kimono, dust yellow and black obi, lacking his normal sand goad, but just as stern as usual. Utakata was in his normal gear, just closed up. Yujito was also cleaned up rather well, though she was notably less comfortable in her dark blue kimono, light blue obi, and hair held by Saman. Kurama had basically ordered her to wear this, and they were going to grab some drinks for a break and test run for the next few days. Why are they greeting guests? As Fu leads the landing, she beams up. Yo, Yugi! Looking good. Yujito got a tick mark, recognizing her ploy. Bug butt! You really think you'll escape Lady Kurama, huh? That gave the mint-haired girl a thoughtful pause, enough for Naruto to cut in. Is it dealt with, Fu? The seriousness of the man's voice caused a stiffening, to which she nodded. Yes, Regent Neru. The root infestation has been handled. Naruto nods once, before looking at the Leaf team briefly. Stand sentinel. We have guests. Fu nods as she stands off to the side, and Yui approaches. Naruto breaks into a smile, speaking in Fox Canine. You did well, Yui. Thank you for protecting our home. Stroking her head. She purrs contentedly at the touch, and Yui responds. Thank you, leader. The pack is always ready to defend your den. Naruto nods, before ordering. Shrink down and provide me with an escort. Abruptly, the kitsune does just that, shrinking down to a Doberman-sized fox and sitting at Naruto's side obediently. The Leaf crew were surprised by this, but it was not for long as Tsunade approached and smiled at the stoic visage of her Naruto, who spoke in a perfectly professional monotone. Welcome to Oni no Kuni, Lady Hokage. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, currently holding the title of Regent in this land of demon. Please use my title when referring to me, as the citizens of this city are rather particular about such things. The tone and manner of speech used tore at Tsunade's heart. Many of the Leaf team did not really know how to handle such a clinical introduction, though as the leader, the Hokage powered through and would deal with the damage later. Tsunade spoke just as clipped and professionally. Thank you for the welcome, Lord Regent. It is a pleasure to be here. No, I thank you for the prompt reply to our last-minute request. Naruto nods once, glancing over the party she brought with her, before speaking up. Well, at least you are following the rules unlike some. My shinobi here, gesturing to Fu, and my hunter packs have told of the trouble you had en route. Had you informed us, we could have provided a guide for an easier transit. Tsunade nods. We shall keep that in mind. Have our accommodations been prepared? Naruto nods firmly, gesturing to Gaara. My brother has prepared your lodging in the inn opposite the Suna consulate. The location of the free session you had requested. My two brothers will be acting as your guides, as I have been requested elsewhere and must debrief my shinobi. Tsunade nods once, looking at the Kazekage. Lord Kazekage. She pauses on his raised hand. Gaara speaks in his usual manner. I am on vacation. Gaara is fine. Tsunade nods as Naruto signals for Fu to follow. He departs with Yujitoni of Kumo, Fu, formerly of Takigakure, and the kitsune who had escorted them. The fact that their welcome party consisted of 4 Jinchuriki, with a 5th escorting them, was a clear statement. Demon is protected. Protected by the Jinchuriki, under the command of their strongest. The Hokage also recalls that he has ties to almost every shinobi village except hers. He was banished after all, an instant demerit, then their aggressive pursuit of him, and no doubt he has seen their bingo book. Another demerit. Then what the Kyuubi had revealed means that he had fallen so far as to wish to end it all, only to be effectively rebuilt from scratch into who he is now by his new precious people. Likely his wife. They, as a village, have a lot to try to make up for, and only this festival of founding to do it. Even more so with that root invasion force that was just subjugated within their lands, not even a day in the country. Tsunade lets out a tired sigh, as Gaara steps forward, but it wasn't he who spoke. My name is Utakata, shinobi of Demon Country. I will be guiding you too. He shrugs, and Gaara leads them off. Again, Kells produced a bingo book, but this guy wasn't in it. That was strange, as he had 2 headbands. One was clearly of the Kiri scratched out, and the other could be assumed to be demon, as Fu had one too. Naruto's office. The second the door closed, both Naruto and Yujito shuddered completely. Gah! That was terrible! I hate being so damn formal, you know. Yujito shuddered at the memory. So much dog I thought I'd puke. Naruto nodded at that. I never knew how much the Inuzuka smelled of dog, or that dogs smelled that bad until just now. A puff of smoke revealed Kurama. Matatabi was with the 2 priestesses in training. The Ninetales spoke up. Well, that's because we are more in sync now than back then. Looking to the Kumo resident, she had a foxy grin. Same with you, Yugi girl. Yujito groaned at that. Now Kurama was going to use that damn annoying name. It was tolerable with Bug but the foxes, oh, they would never let that go. Naruto's grin was proof of that too. Kurama spoke up though upon eyes landing on Fu and Yui, though the kitsun's presence was a raised eyebrow at most, so was passed over as they looked to their hunter-scout. "So, Fu-girl, what happened out there?" Suna consulate. An hour later, Hinata and Hanabi entered the Suna consulate and were guided to the large hall, where they found many of the big names currently in the country. The individuals were dressed casually, making them barely discernible from regular folk on the street. Gaara and his siblings were present, obviously, though there was a tall man with them, with dusty blonde and black hair, dull yellow eyes, talking with a red head with glasses. A mint-haired woman, challenging Chozo to an eating contest and keeping pace with him and his clansmen. A blue-haired man with shark teeth, talking with who they know as Omoi. Based on their hand motions, they were clearly discussing sword styles they'd both encountered. That's when Hinata spotted her teammates, off in the corner, with the two Inuzuka clansmen. When they spotted her back, they waved her over. Hinata led her sister to their table, avoiding the numerous servers along the way towards the members of Team 8. Kiba spoke up first. "Hey Hina-chan, doing well?" His words seemed to carry as Shikamaru and Sakura perked up, looking over. However, Hinata did respond. "Yes. We got in yesterday morning and are doing well, Kiba-kun." Naturally, many perked up at the news, though it was Hana who asked. "So, Hinata-san, where have your party been?" She was interrupted by the door opening again, and in ran Naruto Uzumaki, laughing as Yujito rushed in after him, and went to tackle him, only for him to drop down, and she leaped over him. Flipping midair and landing on all fours too, Yujito glared at the foxily smiling Naruto. All eyes were on the two as they stared at each other. The Inuzuka clan noticed their animal-like stances, but those who knew them understood what likely triggered their confrontation. Ignoring it, they both lowered their stances further. Yujito was clearly annoyed, while Naruto was just having fun. Before they could restart, "Era," was heard, and both froze as if time had paused. The other containers paled too. Many noticed how stiff they had gotten, and wondered who could elicit such a reaction from the strongest people in the room. The feminine voice continued. "I thought I heard little Kit and Kitten having a scuffle over here." Abruptly, both Naruto and Yujito straightened themselves out, standing casually on the wall beside them, with their respective familiars at their sides. Naruto had Yui, shrunk down to regular dog size, and Yujito had regal posing eye spell, sitting calmly as the new person entered the room. She was a tall woman, matching Naruto's 6'1", whom he suspected had purposefully done so. She was ludicrously curvaceous, with long silver hair that reached below her knees, and a graceful elegance that seemed to come naturally. It appeared as if the world itself dared not make her walk, as she glided forward effortlessly. Her soft white eyes, which one might mistake for those of a Hyuga, lacked any further detail beside a solid silver hue. Paired with such a beautiful smile upon her round face, she made everyone feel inferior. The moment she saw Naruto and Yujito talking calmly, with drinks in hand, and their summons at their feet, her smile grew wider, as she noticed the cold sweat running down their temples as they did whatever it took to avoid her gaze. Thankfully, this woman was distracted by Naruto and Yujito's new favorite sibling. "Auntie!" A mint-colored blur shot past them and wrapped the woman in a hug that could rival her own legendary pass-out-inducing embraces. "Ah, Fu girl! I heard you've been busy today." Fu nodded emphatically. "Yeah, I even got praised by everyone, Auntie Saiken." "Including your brother?" Saiken asks, glancing at Naruto again, who grew rigid under her gaze, but was saved this time, as Fu nodded frantically. "Yeah, of course. My brother is awesome that way." The human form of the six-tailed slug smiles, before being distracted by a new arrival. "Oh my, don't you clean up well, Shikaku." Shikaku stood at a respectful distance, standing at an understanding 5'10", rather rotund but not overly so, with dusty blonde hair though there was a pattern of blue through it. He had tattoos across most of his skin too, though he was in three-quarter lengths, a pale cream vest and blue long-sleeved t-shirt currently. "Thank you, sister. It has been a long time. Though recently I have been seeing a therapist and leaving the whole mad priest thing behind." Saiken nods with a growing smile. That is good to hear. I am relieved that you are moving forward. I look forward to hearing about your advancement in sealing techniques. On the side, Karen arrives with Naruto and Yujito. Hey Naruto. That guy is… Naruto nods. Yeah, probably the greatest seal expert this side of Yuzu. Karen nods, her eyes gleaming with joy. It has been so long since I have felt so out of my depth against someone in Fuinjutsu. It was so refreshing. Naruto nods. Yeah, you should see some of the collaborations we've done. Karen nods frantically. Sounds good, but we shouldn't be rude, she says, looking to the woman beside them. Naruto waves that off. She's an… Yujito hissed beneath a whisper, cutting him off. She's right, you idiot! If we argue… Naruto paled slightly. Arg right. This is my sister, Yujito ni of Kumo. Karen nodded, shook hands with the woman, and noticed her chakra. So, the one with the others is yours. Yujito raised a brow. Naruto explained. Her sensory is scary powerful. She's keeping an eye on things back home from here. Yujito nods. Good. If anything goes wrong, let me know. Karen nods. That's my reason for being here. No one can escape my… Naruto coughed, and it sounded suspiciously like Anoka, but he would deny it. As Karen glared at him, Yujito looked amused, but the smell of dog was closing in. It seemed that the Inuzuka were moving in for the kill. Episode 9. Suna Consulate. As the two containers smelled, the Inuzuka party approached them, in the wake of Team 8, led by Kiba Inuzuka, who spoke first, hand raised nervously. Hey Regent. Naruto raised a brow, glancing at Yujito, who glanced back at him with a raised brow before they both looked to Karen, who shrugged. Then, all three looked to the dog boy, Naruto speaking up. You are aware that this is an informal gathering, yes? Kiba nods, lowers his hand, and takes a heavy sigh. Yeah, just don't really know how to address you or anything. Naruto shrugged casually. Naruto is fine. I am not here as a stand-in leader or anything. Kiba nods, and Hinata steps forward. It is good to see you again, Naruto. Naruto nods to the heiress. Hinata. I heard you spent the day in the flower fields. Did you enjoy our flora? The kids spend a lot of time there, so they'd appreciate the review. Hinata nodded, smiling softly. It was a beautiful sight, yes. Your daughter was very knowledgeable about them all. Yujito smirked, looking at her foxy counterpart, who stared back, glaring at her, and the canine-like group sensed a pheromone shift between them. Naruto then turned back to Hinata. Yeah, my warrior princess is a bit of a flower geek. Ever since she could crawl, she's been almost obsessed, and her aunts only foster that interest. His words naturally drew the attention of a certain pale blonde-haired Yamanaka, who visibly perked up at the mention of a flower obsession and began to make her way over discreetly. Hana stepped forward, recalling Yakumo's words of advice. Hello, Naruto, my name is… Hana Inuzuka. Naruto finished, meeting her gaze firmly. Upon her confusion, he lightly patted the kitsune at his side. Yes. Yui here had informed me that you, and your clansmen alongside your partners, had aided my hunter skulk in defending the kits in the central southern region. All the Inuzuka glanced at the small fox, recalling that she had the ability to shrink, and nodded to her. Hana spoke up in dog language. Thank you. Naruto, Yujito, Ispell, and Yui all tilted their heads to the right. Naruto spoke for them. You speak weird. The Inuzuka sweat dropped at the simultaneous action. Karen looked away so as not to spray her drink from the hilarity of it. Hana spoke up again. Yeah, Yui said the same thing. I suspect that our dialects are different, having evolved separately. Naruto looks at Yui, speaking in Fox Canine. What do you think? Any opinion on this? Yui looks up first and nods. Just like the coyotes, hyenas, and wolf packs. This dog seems a bit simple, lacking. Naruto snickered, Yujito and Ispell smirked. Though the Inuzuka only caught part of it, they felt irritated for some reason. However, Hana and Kelsey also caught the names of the mentioned animals, with the latter asking, "You have contact with the coyotes, hyenas, and wolves?" The 4 demon shinobi nod to that. Yui responds, "Coyotes are rather roguish, throwing their weight around, and second to us in sneaking. Hyenas are annoying, talk too much, and are the most numerous, yet strong and hardy." Naruto sighs. "The wolves are more like a..." He pauses, trying to find the words in human language, as there was no direct translation. "A clan?" Hana offered. Naruto shook his head. "Super pack?" Kiba offered. Again, Naruto shook his head. "Like a collection of clans under general rules, but each has their own." Karen came in with the save. "Federation?" Naruto clicks his fingers. "That's the one. Their political structure is so convoluted and ancient." It was clear he was irritated to no end about it. Yujito, Icebell, who somehow grabbed a snack under everyone's notice, and Yui all nod along. "Sounds like an interesting conversation." Kakashi appears at the side, Pakken at his feet. Naruto glanced over at the silver-haired Jonin, whose book was out as he leaned against the wall, but instead, he looked to Pakken, speaking in Fox Canine. "How about you? Can you understand us?" Pakken nods, responding in a dog's language that was slightly different from the Inuzuka, but understandable to both sides. "Yes, though, hearing a human speak this is rather refreshing." Naruto smirks, looks at Yui, who nods in agreement. Naruto then responds, "Well, it was necessary for our battle strategies to be effective. It took me a while to understand it." Pakken nods. "Your pronunciation is spot on. Almost too perfect." He chuckles at the end, earning a tired sigh from Naruto, though Yui smirks foxily. "Lady Kurama taught him in his sleep every night." Pakken let out a snicker, nodding repeatedly. No wonder. The Hamura triplets also snickered at that. If their master had trained them in their dreams, it would have turned them into nightmares. The human Inuzuka caught only half of it, but from their partners' reactions, Naruto had it rough. Kakashi, though, felt left out, as his summon was addressed before he was. He let out a tired sigh, but a bridge needed to be made so the Hokage could make her own play, so he pushed on. Noticing the redhead at Naruto's side, and Uzumaki by his guess, Kakashi asked, "Who's your friend, Naruto? Another Uzumaki, perhaps?" All the snickering canines stopped at the near-murderous glare Naruto leveled on Kakashi. Many eyes fell on that, and conversations fell silent. Naruto spoke slowly, coldly, and with no little amount of venom. "I suggest you watch your tone, Kakashi. My clanmates are my family, and I will." Karen's hand on his arm stopped him, and when he looked to her, she shook her head, and he sighed, stepping back, allowing her to speak for herself. "Yes, Kakashi, I take it. My name is Karen Uzumaki, Naruto's clanswoman. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance." Tsunade perked up from her seat among the large group. This was clearly not the same one Shikamaru had reported. It had a different description. This one stands taller than reported, has red eyes instead of black, and wears glasses. So, that must mean that the Uzumaki clan is growing here in Demon. She has to be careful here. No doubt those old coots would try to use the old treaties to force them back by law. No doubt Demon would react with all its might if threatened. Even more so as their regent is also an Uzumaki. Kiba grins as he pats Naruto's shoulder. "Dude, to think you have a clan all along." Naruto growls, Yujito hisses, and Karen frowns, with the male responding lowly. "Had Kiba. We had a clan." Kiba looked puzzled, along with the other leaf shinobi, as Naruto's low growl grew in volume. Karen looked over at those from the leaf, saw their confusion, and sighed heavily, mournfully muttering, "I thought you were joking, Naruto. When you said that the leaf had forgotten us." Yujito spoke aloud for the first time, her voice rather clipped, her eyes narrowed on the Inuzuka. "No. Even Kumo knows and respects the clan that gave us the power to seal away the bijou. The one that cost Kumo, Kiri, and IWA 100,000 shinobi to wipe out." Eyes widened at that, from the leaf teams, as Naruto fell silent, staring at the patch on Kiba's upper arm. They even have the nerve to still wear our crest and not even know the story behind it. Hinata, Hana, and Kelsey followed his gaze to the swirl on Kiba's shoulder and were confused. It was Kakashi who sighed, drew the confused attention. The red swirl on our uniform is the clan crest of the Uzumaki clan. A sign of our friendship with Kanahagire's sister village, Yuzushigure, home of the Uzumaki clan. Again, the Leaf members in the room were surprised they hadn't heard of this, nor that they had a sister village to begin with. Hinata speaks up. Why didn't we learn about? The elders, naturally, buried them in history. Classed it as unnecessary as the last Uzumaki would gain respect and they couldn't allow that, could they, Naruto-in? A new voice caught Naruto's attention. The hazel-haired woman approached the group, and he smirked. Didn't think you'd have the strength to make it, Yuku-chan. Yakumo huffed, folded her arms, and gave a playful glare. I have been keeping my training up to scratch, Mr. Ramen. I have wanted to get in contact with you for some time, but our resources are limited. Naruto nods, looking at Yujito. Sis, this is the painter I told you about back in Fong. Yujito smirks and nods, offering a hand. Yakumo Kurama, huh? Oh, I can't wait for Lady Kurama to get here, she says. Those in the know perk up at that. The other tailed beasts grin, knowing this is going to be good. The girl in question is confused. Lady Kurama? There's someone else with that name? Naruto, Yujito, Yui, and Icebell, who was dining on a fresh leg of lamb, all nodded with grins. Naruto spoke up. You are going to freak the fuck out. It's a good thing you are good with genjutsu, or she'd be pissed. Yet before Yakumo could respond, Hana cut in, having caught something in that introduction. Fong? You fought in the Battle of Fong we heard about? Looking to Yujito, who nods, and then to Naruto, who grinned feral, so much so both the Nezuka ladies found their cheeks heating up, as he spoke. Oh, that was more of a hunt than a battle. As his bloodlust grew, his more feral features became prominent. Blue eyes slit, finger claws lengthened, whiskers deepened and became more pronounced, and hair became more shaggy and untamed. Deployed the entire hunter skulk that time, all 200 of them. Kiba gawked, trying to imagine leading a pack that large. Hana and Kelsey were enamored by his animistic features, and the fact that he led such a hunter pack into battle. Pakken nodded his approval. It must have been great fun. Kakashi made a mental note that Naruto had 200 of those very powerful kitsune who had cornered them. Hinata was blushing up a storm. Yakumo raised a brow at the slight transformation, which was dispelled when Yujito bunked him, and he returned to normal. Naruto stared at her, and she stared right back, a silent conversation, to which he nods. I hadn't forgotten. Looking back to the group. It was a joint effort. We, the kitsune, took on our opponents in the forests and villages. He jerked a thumb to his sister of circumstances. The Hellcats flushed them out of the populated areas and underground tunnels. Our other sister, Fu, took care of the sky, shutting it down and preventing messenger birds from getting out. A perfect hunting ground. Flashback, 6 years ago, 4 months post-wedding. Land of Wind, border with Fong. Naruto leads his current team of himself, Shizuka, Fu, and Yujito into the Sunagir guardhouse, a smallish log cabin-like building, to find Kankuro sitting opposite a samurai-like man, who was clearly badly beaten and injured, but was being treated. Kankuro looks up at the arrivals and grins. So, Gaara sent you guys, huh? Kinda overkill, no? Naruto shrugged. We were nearby when your message reached him. Gesturing over his shoulder at Yujito. She was on vacation with us and decided to stick around, just to annoy me. Yujito grinned. Totally worth it too. Shizuka glared at them both. Not this again. We have a mission right now. So focus. Fu grinned, nodding rapidly. Right. I heard we were rescuing a whole nation this time. Kankuro nods, gesturing to the man opposite him. This is Koi, the samurai leader of the Fong Defense Force. Apparently, a group of missing ninjas have teamed up and basically taken over Fong. There are 4 separate leaders. The daimyo is unable to do anything as his family is being held against their will. Naruto frowned, arms folded as he pondered this, looking at his wife, who shrugged. Shizuka looked at the samurai asking, "Are any of your men still around? Can we expect any help?" Koi, a young man with black hair and brown eyes, shook his head. "No. From what we've gathered, it seems that all the guards beyond the capital were likely bribed and turned sides. The ones in the manor fought against our own until the missing ninja showed up, and I was tasked with asking for help from the Leaf, but..." He trailed off as Kankuro took over. "One of our patrols found him passed out on the border." Naruto nods to that, ignoring the mention of his former home, though Yujito groaned lightly. "Traitors, huh? All for some Rio." Fu's face was just as dark as the feline's. "We shouldn't hold back then." Dekumo's shinobi nodded, wholeheartedly agreeing with the sentiment. However, Shizuka focused them. "Remember, there are civilians who might get caught in the crossfire if we go in with jutsu blazing. Not if they don't know we're coming," Naruto said slowly, his gaze unfocused for a time but slowly returning as he met the eyes of his team, his feral grin growing, even his tenant acknowledging his plan of attack. Naruto nodded to the chakra construct before looking to his team seriously. "I have an idea. Taking everyone's advice, we will be able to clear the entire nation in one go. Also, test our full capabilities for future engagements." Fu grinned. Yujito raised a brow with a tight look, though Shizuka was curious, as were Kankuro and Koi. Naruto pointed to Fu, beginning his plan. "Fu, you and your hives will lock down the sky. Any messenger hawks are to be downed. Shut down their communications." Fu nodded with a massive grin. "No sweat. I've been meaning to work on my flying fighting." She punches and kicks playfully as she spoke. Naruto nods, then looks at Yujito. "Kitty, call upon your clouder, and seek out civilian areas. Flush out any cowardly men into the open and eliminate them. Defend the civilians." Yujito nods. With her stealthy, silent fighting style, it would be rather effective. Though she did ask, "Then you?" Naruto's feral grin returned. "My hunter skulk will hunt beyond the civilian centers. If you guys find a missing ninja, feel free to engage them at your own discretion. Though if they prove too much of a handful, lead them out to the open, and we Kitsune will take care of them." Everyone nods to this. Shizuka speaks up. "What about me?" Naruto smirks and leans forward, whispering something in her ear that even Yujito's enhanced hearing did not catch. Shizuka nods. "Fine, I'll hold you to that. Have I ever gone back on my promises?" Naruto says softly, smiling openly. She nods. "The only reason I am allowing this." Naruto then looks around the room, getting serious now. "We'll start in the west and push east in one long swoop. Fu takes the lead and directs the kittens where they need to go, while we Kitsune bring up the rear. Shizuka's unit will run a sweep behind my leading hunters. Ensure we don't miss anything. Understood?" "Got it," Fu chirps, her wings fluttering slightly in excitement. Yujito nods with a grin. "Sounds like this is going to be fun." Kankuro raised a brow. "Sweeping a whole nation, huh? This sounds like..." Naruto shrugged. "We're Jinchuriki. Stuff like this should be possible." The Suna commander just shrugged, looking at Koi. "Is this okay with you? Having them sweep your homeland like that?" The samurai nods. "If they really take out all the enemies, then it's fine as long as they don't harm the people themselves." Naruto nods to that. "We'll do our best, and prioritize the safety of the civilians, but those worthless guardsmen of yours." He trails off, and the man nods grimly. Koi speaks slowly. "They chose their loyalties. Karma will bring them their just rewards." Nodding to both men, Naruto looks at his team. "Let's go. It's time to save a nation, rescue a daimyo, and make it home for dinner with our nieces and nephews. Land of Fang, border with Claw. Summoning, full manner. Summoning, hunter pack. Summoning, all swarm." Kankuro and Koi were gobsmacked at the sight of the hundreds of tailed animals and swarms of insects that had appeared before them. Fu was the first to leave, taking flight with her swarms of various carnivorous insects: hornets, bees, soldier ants, wasps, and beetles of diverse types and sizes. There must have been millions of them, following their queen. Yujito looked at Naruto, and they both nodded. She and her clouder vanished, leaving just the hunters standing in formation. Naruto approached the one in the lead, lowering her head to his raised hand. "Glad you are here, Yui-chan. We have a big mission today, and we hunters play a big role," she chirped slowly, before Naruto looks over the group, speaking in Fox Canine. "Hunters!" They all stiffen, looking to their leaders. "Today we are hunting despicable men who hide behind the innocent, threatening the litter of many, using force to make their way the only one. Threaten the kits of others." As expected, more than a few low growls erupt, and it was like the air itself was vibrating. Koi was nervous. These beasts looked ready to kill. He looked at Kankuro. "Are they normally this?" Kankuro spoke over him. "Bloodthirsty? No. Though foxes, and their advanced form, kitsune, are very family-oriented. Protection of the young is one of their pillars. Mess with kids and they will mess with you." Koi nodded, glad that they were on their side, and looked back as Naruto looked to his wife. "Follow after us." "Will do," Shizuka confirmed as her 4 six-tails stood with her, nodding along with her. Naruto slipped atop Yuki, who chirped as he landed atop her leather jacket, and he pulled his large katana from his back, raising it above his head. "All hunters!" Naruto bellowed in fox slang, and they all prepared to charge. "The hunt is on!" A loud yip precedes them as they charge after Yui, splitting into smaller groups. Land of Fong. In the forests and on the cliff sides, the kitsune were stalking, sniffing out the troublemakers, while the cats were going through the villages rather discreetly. They were able to get the jump on more than a few of these thugs and slit throats, and char bodies before long. Elsewhere, thanks to Fu's aerial scouts, Naruto was able to find one of the bandit fortresses, led by a group of 4 missing ninjas, 3 from mist, and 1 from wind. It did not take long for the stone walls to come into view, and Naruto spoke his orders in kitsune tongue. "Blaze and daze." His kitsune moved without further delay, splitting up into squads of 4 and scattering across the perimeter. They moved as one, with Yui launching the first fire blast, enhanced by her commander's wind. The explosion was the signal for the others, and additional blasts of flames erupted all over. Before long, Yui leapt into the burning fortress, landing on a bandit. Leading the others of the pack, her commander's winds protected them from the rapidly approaching arrows and a water cannon strike. The blast was directed to the floor. A kitsune fire blast WS returned, though it was enhanced by Naruto's winds. The towers erupted in flames, and the mist shinobi charged, but they were immediately cut through by his wind-coated odachi. Dropping down from Yui, Naruto whispered in kitsune, "I'll clear out the interior, cover the outside." A low yip the response. He darted in, cutting through the corridor, listening for the sound of panic, or the smell of blood or hormones. The traditional smell of captives or prisoners of a sexual nature. It is more common than his younger self would even dare to think. Finding a stairway downwards. "Bingo!" Naruto whispered, his slit eyes narrowing, night vision coming into play. Darting down like a specter, moving through the darkness, Naruto found the last missing ninja, the former Suna Chunin, who was growling at a woman chained to the wall. Despite her injuries, she remained unwavering in her defiance of him. "Stupid bitch! I told you!" The Chunin paused before glancing back into the darkness, seeing the gleaming slit eyes. "You must be the one in command of those kitsune, huh?" "I am," Naruto replied, still in the shadows, keeping his black katana unseen, eyes narrowing. "You better have a damn good reason for me not to gut you like a fish." The man chuckled, trying to draw attention away from his subtle movements towards the kunai pouch. "Yet you come down here without them. Who do you think you?" Naruto shrugged. "Oh, nothing much, just a shinobi." "I bet. So, how much are they paying you?" "Nothing," Naruto responded coldly, with the slightest whiff of chakra lacing his frame. "Doing this pro bono. Heard a bunch of idiots were causing trouble. Figured I would stretch my pack's legs. A free snack." Target practice. Something that I figured was too good to pass up. The man chuckled, shaking his head. You are either a fool or just an... He threw a wind-coated kunai that was deflected by the black katana, which came into view in the low light, coated in a chainsaw-like rippling wind. Naruto responded calmly, yet filled with loathing. As a summoner of the Kitsune, my senses are heightened to match theirs, so yes. I can smell exactly what you have been doing. Trailing off into a growl. The shinobi twitched in a way Naruto knew all too well. He is going to take a hostage. He had been in this situation far too many times before. A disgusting shinobi, no? This thing was no shinobi. He was scum worse than trash. Naruto spoke so threateningly that the man froze stiff in primal fear. Your death warrant has been signed. He stepped forward, his full frame coming into view, snarling all the while. The trapped women knew to remain silent, and the black Tsubales Odachi that became synonymous with both him and the conflict came into view fully. And the Shinigami is now awaiting your arrival. Things kinda just repeated like that. We spread through the country, Fu pointing me and my kitsune in the direction of each fort, camp, and outpost. I led the charge, busted out the prisoners, then we burnt the rest to ash. Yujito cleared the towns, liberating them one after another, and Fu killed any messenger bird that entered Fang's airspace. We did pass by the capital though, leaving that to the kittens to handle. Well, you and your kitsune are too clumsy and lack our grace to handle such a delicate task. Subtlety was the name of the game there, and we performed flawlessly, as one would expect. Pfft. Did you just make a cat pun? Bad taste, oh dear sister. I have no idea what you are talking about. Flashback end. Suna consulate. Naruto chuckled as he sipped his beer, while Yujito glared at him playfully, smirking lightly, and swirled her white wine. Though Naruto did recall something else. I think in the end, there were about 47 missing ninjas in total, all B rank, led by an A ranker from Kumo. Yujito nods. Yeah, got the bastard in his sleep. I was pleased that we got that cleared. Didn't rake me over the coals for taking part in a mission during my off-duty days, and tagged it to a joint operation with Suna on my record instead. This earned a chuckle from the Kitsune shinobi, who raised his glass, which she clinked with her wine rather elegantly. Naruto commented, You totally used that kitten aijutsu on him, didn't you? Damn straight. Yujito grinned, and he laughed even harder at that, nodding in approval. Everyone who wasn't aware beforehand was now incredibly nervous. That way of fighting was ruthlessly effective. The Leaf was aware of the Kitsune's strength, somewhat, as 8 of them had effectively crippled their top shinobi, only to learn there were 200 of them with Naruto acting as their leader. Then the Hellcats, a force of supposed similar strength but on the smaller side, assuming the snacking cat is anything to go by. The Leaf had a brief run-in with Fu on the way in. Her control over insects was far beyond that of even the most powerful Abarim, and she is also a Jinchuriki, thus her S rank, bordering on double S rank, makes a lot more sense. Especially if she can intercept messenger birds, meaning messages would have to be sent via shinobi messengers who would run afoul of the hunting kitsune. The Leaf leaders took a heavy gulp. Kiba looked at Yujito, who stared back. He tilted his head and asked, You have a pack too, then? How many do you lead? Yujito just rolled her eyes, sipped her drink, and looked pointedly at Naruto, who grinned and nodded. You know, Yakumo spoke up, getting Naruto and Yujito's attention. You two keep doing that. What gives? Are you guys dating or something? I thought. Naruto raised his hand, stopping the Kurama clan head, and spoke up. Everyone communicates differently, Yuku-chan. That's just her way. But it was Hana who figured it out. The pheromone patterns. That's how felines typically communicate. None outside of felines themselves have ever decoded it with any level of accuracy. She looked wide-eyed at Naruto, who shrugged. We foxes have a similar thing. Sure, there's a bit of disconnect between them, but seeing as I've worked with my sister so much. Remarkable. Hana muttered again. Shino spoke up, having been a silent sentry until now. Most interesting. Have you perhaps Naruto spoke up, waving off the abarim. No way, man. You know how many different phenomenal patterns you bug guys have. It's like trying to decode 3 different languages backward blindfolded, with both hands tied behind your back. Many chuckled at that, even Shino nodding, his shades gleaming in agreement. But Fu abruptly appeared, saying, Oh? But you always seem to know what I ask, Nara. Shino stiffened at the sudden arrival of the most powerful High Queen, his new label for her. Bug, but no sneaking around in here. Yujito hissed slowly, earning an owlish look from Fu. Though Naruto backed up his feline counterpart. She is right, Fu. That also means no flying, or aquagliding. Fu pouted. Fine. Looking at Shino, who was already a statue. Her wings fluttered slightly. Fu! Naruto spoke lowly, and she straightened, her wings flat. My bad, I'll go see if that red-haired guy wants to try some cake. And she was gone again. Naruto and Yujito sigh, speaking in unison. She's so high energy. Earning a snort from Omoi, who glances at them both. Kettle meat pot. Yeah, talk about troublesome. A very familiar drawl, and Naruto looks over to see Shikamaru sitting with Omoi, both with a shogi board between them. Naruto mutters. I figured you two would buddy up at some point. Omoi just shrugged. It wasn't that bothersome, boss. Though, I wanted to ask about the kid. Naruto waved him off. Off duty. Earning a chuckle from the white-haired young man, as he returned to his game. Breakfast? Breakfast, Naruto confirms. His party had all picked up the same thing from the 2 Inuzuka females. They all looked at them with raised brows, causing blushes to appear on both faces. Hana chuckles nervously. Even Kiba was looking at his fellow clanmates strangely. His sister asks, Well, I was wondering if maybe we could. No, Yujito states with narrowed eyes, a cold glare at the dog in heat, though both Hana and Kelsey glare right back, growling lowly, the latter speaking. Stay out of this, little cat. Watch your... Yujito began. But sensing Naruto's own pheromone release, she paused and stepped back with a blank face, just in time as Hug Incarnate, Saiken, appeared behind the 2 aggressive ladies and hugged them both to near death in a heartbeat, causing them to turn an interesting shade of blue in moments. The humanoid slug spoke. Era, 2 doggies acting up. It seems that we should have a good little chat, nay? Kiba was going to try and save his sister and clanmate, but he caught Naruto's eye, which instinctively told him to leave it be and trust Naruto in this. Thus, he offered a subtle nod, barely noticed by anyone but Naruto, who replied in kind. Saiken moved off. Hana and Kelsey underarm both struggled to try and break this woman's titanic grip, and the second they were a safe distance away, Naruto and Yujito let out deep relieved sighs, their shudders spotted earning raised brows from the others at their table. Huh! When did they get a table? Kiba asked. Dude, who was that? She's so hot. Pausing upon receiving dual glares from Naruto and Yujito, the former speaking. Kiba, her name is Saiken. She's our aunt, or more commonly known as the six-tailed beast. Kiba paled for a moment, before he flushed a bright red. Karen was impressed. Naruto continued, You have a better shot at wooing my sister here. Gesturing to Yujito, who glared fiercely back at her brother. Naruto continued, Than landing with her. Especially if my brother catches wind of you sniffing around. He'll melt your balls off and dump your body out to sea. Kiba repaled. Yujito nodded in agreement. Though, it was Hinata who spoke up. Well, Naruto-kun, can you tell us about your travels? Like where you went and who you met? Naruto chomped down on his beef, thinking about that, as he took a glass of beer presented to him by the arriving Temari, who said, Yo, Naru, telling stories? Well, Mari, they are clearly curious, like the rest of the Leaf team at our awesome adventuresome travels all over the 2 continents. Naruto informs, and she grins. I bet, chuckling as she sips the beer she had. Remember the Southern Wind Plains strike? Naruto groaned, face palming. Of course, that's the one you bring up. Yujito quirked a brow. She wasn't part of that one and hadn't seen anything regarding it. Oh, do tell? Naruto glared at the woman he recognized as his sister Yujito, but she grinned like she had caught a canary. This was caught by the Wind Mistress, who nodded. Temari began. A group of pirate raiders were gathering on the southern coast of Wind Country. We asked Naruto and Shizuka to help us scout their numbers. I went with them to act as a guide. Everyone nodded, and Naruto growled. You are going through with this, huh? Yes. After all, Temari's smirk was dangerous, her teal eyes gleaming with mirth, as she gestured over her shoulder where a certain bijou was still clinging to the two Inuzuka. Your hands are tied right now. Naruto dared not even glare anymore and grunted as he returned to his food, slipping some of his meat to his summon at his feet. Temari nodded smugly before continuing. Well, it started like this. Flashback 5 years ago. Land of Wind, Sunagakure. Naruto and Kankuro yawned in unison as they entered the family room within the Sabaku estate, emerging from the workshop. Morning. They speak together only for their respective wives to glare back at them, causing a flinch from them in unison, their joint response. What? Do you really want me to answer that? Shizuka whispered, and Naruto felt the knife's edge in that. Kankuro was being glared into submission by his own wife. This was broken by the arrival of Gaara and Temari, who saw the scene and both sighed. Temari muttered beneath her breath. You too. After breakfast was served, Gaara brought up the mission he was going to ask for help with. Naruto, Shizuka, can I ask for your help with something rather troublesome? Naruto quirked a brow. Shizuka just shrugged. If you're asking us, then it's no doubt urgent, and you want us to clean it up on our way out, right? Gaara remained silent, looking to his older sister, who got the message and sighed. It's kinda out of the way. Shizuka froze, eyes narrowing on the two Suna residents. She spoke so coldly that Naruto swore he saw ice on her breath. You are aware we are supposed to be heading home, no? We've already. I know. Temari raised her hands. It's just that none of our shinobi have dealt with pirates all that much, and lack experience with ocean combat, so seeing as you're here. Pirates? Naruto questioned, bewildered, his gaze flowing from his brother to his sister figure. In Wind Country? Gaara nods, sips his coffee. Indeed. It is perplexing, and none of our shinobi really know how to handle it. Shizuka let out an unladylike grunt. I see. Though you owe us for this. I want to get back to my babies, and going out of my way for you is not something I'm looking forward to. The Suna group all nod. Gaara speaks for the family. You have our thanks. Temari can guide you there. Find out what they are up to, their numbers, and if you think you can take them. No sweat, Naruto comments, sipping his own coffee. Could be good to call in the skulk. Get them accustomed to come on, Otudo. You have been practicing it. Kurama cheered, but Naruto knew she was enjoying this far too much. Oh, his payback would be swift, and without mercy. The nine-tailed vixen turned back to the group at large. My baka of a container has learned the Kitsune transformation technique. Land of Wind, Pirate Fortress. Just after sundown, we struck, as all the Kitsune and Tanuki had pretty solid night vision, and all I had to do was boost Naruto's fire and deflect any projectiles. Due to their location, sneaking in was impossible, so we just launched an overwhelming attack with speed. Though all had transformed their fur to a desert fox's for camouflage, similar to the Tanuki. It was a sight to see. Temari shouted, Charge! From riding atop a transformed six-tailed Naruto, his hunters following directly behind him, Shizuka riding Yui on his left this time, and Kurama on his right, who had wanted to take part in a raid like this. On the other side of the group was the Tanuki, led by a smaller form of Shikaku, who, upon seeing his elder sibling, wanted in too and was leading his fellow Tanuki alongside Gaara, from his own personal summons back, in this charge, and both were loving it. Enemy attack! Fire the first wave! Surely enough, arrows darkened the sky, raining down on them. 3 moons, wind style, great breakthrough. Temari called and swung her fan, effortlessly knocking a solid hole into the hail of weapons. Distant loud thuds were heard, and it took a second for the Kitsune and Tanuki to understand what those were. Naruto roared, "Scatter!" And they did, not a moment too soon, as a massive explosion occurred in their previous position, with a heavy metal ball sinking into the sand. More distant thuds, and the Kitsune ducked and weaved, explosions all around, while Shikaku simply deflected them with his sand, angled and hovering above his pack. He was cackling up a storm. Oh yes, he was totally enjoying this change of pace. Reaching the camp, Naruto led the charge, charging his blue flames, and Temari prepared her fan. Wind style, grand breakthrough! Her wind clashed with his blue flames, and the flames of the Kyuubi, along with many of the leading Kitsune and half the camp, were engulfed in flames from that one attack, including 2 of the closer ships. Landing on an unfortunate victim, shredded by his claws, Naruto glances up to see the squads of puppets, looking like Suna Jonins cutting through the bulk of the regular thugs, like a coordinated veteran Umbu team that can spit poison and spew flames from their hands. Whatever. Launching flames at another gathering, Temari immediately fanned those flames, and they stood no chance. She then leaned down, tapping his side with her ninja sandals. "The ships, let's go." Naruto darted through the chaos and flames, Temari hanging onto his hunter skulk jacket, as he hopped over an empty cage, landing on a crate, before leaping clear over one of Shikaku's air bullets, which tore through man and stone alike, landing gracefully on the first ship, which was burning nicely, if you ask this Kitsune's humble opinion. Leaping effortlessly over to the second ship, which needed a few extra flames here and there, Naruto ignored the indignant expression from his passenger at his breathing of flames on an already burning ship, and leaped to the third, one of those that had fired on his own during their approach to the fortress. Landing hard in the center of the deck, the sailors, who were trying to get ready for sail, all paused upon seeing a girl riding a multi-tailed fox that was snarling at them. She glared as flames lit up in its mouth. In a single breath, its flames were fanned by her breakthrough, engulfing the front half of the ship in flames. Before they could grab their weapons, she yipped, and the fox leaped off to the next ship, setting the sails ablaze as it went. We did the same thing to ships 4 through 7, but ship 8 had one of the Jonin aboard, who attempted to strike the second we landed. His lightning strike met our wind wall as the opening. TSK, to think some little girl and her pet fox are running the greatest navy this side of the elemental nation. The former Miss Shinobi growled, drawing his sword, water swirling around it. Temari raised a brow as they circled the central mast, matched by their opponent, speaking with no lack of faux surprise and shock. "Oh? Last I checked, Water Country had the naval power. Not some rogue who ran when things got tough." He growled at them. Naruto growled back louder, causing the shinobi to look at the stalking kitsune he was matching as they continued their circling. He grinned. "When I kill you, girlie, your pet will make a fine little addition to my collection. Bet he'll sell for a pretty penny. A fire-spitting steed? I can already smell the Rio." Temari felt Naruto's hackles rise, and knew he took that personally, so she spoke up. "Yeah, no. I'm going to have to end this now." She smiled so sweetly, you could make preservatives from it. A fireball from Naruto was boosted by her wind, yet he deflected it overboard with lightning-enhanced water, and countered with a water whip. Naruto leaped back, saving Temari from the fluid construct. The Jonin thrust his water sword forward, a jet of water rushing forth. Again, Naruto saved, flames blasting forward, causing an eruption of mist and steam. Naturally, the Mist Shinobi's chuckle echoed through the foggy mist. "A big mistake. We Mist Shinobi live in the mist. We can't lose within it." As he began his monologue, Naruto's ears twitched, seeming to track something through the lack of visibility. Temari noticed and took the gamble, slotting her fan into its holster on the armored jacket-like saddle Naruto was wearing. Retrieving her smaller tessen from her equipment pouch, she channeled chakra into them, before unleashing a slice of wind in Naruto's indicated direction. The sound of his curses caused her to grin. His snarling response. "Lucky hit." Temari chuckled, her tone clear with amusement. "What was that about being unbeatable in the mist again?" "Like I said," their foe began, only for Naruto to abruptly dart aside as a sword strike narrowly missed Temari's neck. As he slides to the side of the ship's railing, a retaliatory fireball that hit nothing, the Mist Jonin speaks up. Just a lucky hit. Naruto's ears twitched again, and Temari watched and waited. But then his nose sniffed, and his head snapped left. On reflex, she sliced the wind there with both her tessin. The Jonin gasped as the first slice went across his chest, and the second through his left arm. In stunned disbelief, he fell to his knees and muttered, "How?" Naruto grinned, and Temari matched it. She muttered lowly, "You forgot that foxes are canines. Their hearing and sense of smell are far greater than ours." He chuckled from his place on the floor. "No matter, my men got away. I was just stalling you after all." True to his words, the last two ships were moving off, and Temari growled as she watched them get further and further away. That was until Naruto let out a yip, drawing her eyes to the side, where two small, tailed beast bombs skimmed across the water and smacked a ship each, exploding them both in totality. Pieces of wood and cloth rained down all over the place, as Temari watches on in bewilderment, looking to the shoreline. Both Kurama and Shizuka look smug and satisfied. Letting out a tired sigh, shaking her head at their antics, Temari looks to Naruto, speaking lowly. "Let's get back to shore. We have to escort the rescue to safety." Naruto nods, letting out a small soft bark as he turns back to stroll to the other side of the ship, and glances over at the semi-sunk vessels, turning slowly into wrecks they had originally used to get across. Grinning, he crouched low, paws spread, as Temari had a bad feeling all of a sudden, speaking up hesitantly. "You aren't." He blurred forward, darting across the flames and cracking apart ships, collapsing supports, and breaking decks. Bouncing off falling masts, ducking beneath a flaming sail, leaping over a flaming pit, and landing on the deck that shattered after he leaped clear, flames erupting on his tail. The entire time, Temari was surprisingly having fun. She let out a scream at first, but after the second ship, she realized Naruto had this under control and simply ducked low into his fur, not to hinder him. She trusted him after all. Clearing the final ship, Naruto leaps over the burning docks and slides to a stop among the camp, with Shizuka and Kurama holding up burnt flags, with a 7 from Kurama and a 6 from Shizuka. Naruto and Temari glare at them, and Kurama speaks up, shaking her head. "No flips or spins. Total letdown." Shizuka nods. "Or explosions." Suddenly, the last ship in the line erupted into a pyre of blue flames, earning a raised brow from the Kitsune and the Kunoichi. Shizuka nods. "I stand corrected. I'll give you an 8. Your timing was way off." Naruto remained in his transformation until we got the rescue to the nearby town. He didn't want to freak out the jumpy civilians any more than they already were. The entire time, he acted as my partner in crime, and even some of the kids came to pet him during our stops. He played with them too, though refused to play fetch. I still have the painting that one of the rescued civilians painted of me sleeping on his side, beneath his tails. Flashback end. Suna consulate. More slack-jawed, Naruto had a fox transformation large enough that it could be ridden into battle like a war steed. A shinobi-trained, very agile, and determined combat steed. Yui chirped up, and Temari clicked her fingers. "Right, thanks Yui." Looking to the group, and ignoring the death glare with practiced ease from her best male friend. As Yui and Kurama took part, she served as his second, and the hunters got first-hand experience in desert battles. Yui chirped again, pride in her voice, and Naruto glared at her too, a hint of a blush on his cheeks. "Traitor! You can transform into a fox," Kiba commented, earning a look from Naruto, who raised a brow. "So can you, right?" Kiba recoiled at that for a moment as he began to think on it, then nodded, recalling a few of his own clan's more advanced techniques. "Oh yeah, it's been a while since I've needed them though." Temari chuckled. "Good times, huh?" Yujito chuckled at that, staring at her brother of circumstance. I so want to." "Wait," Yakumo said, drawing attention to herself as she lowered her own wine glass. "That hit movie, The Kuno's Kitsune sounds like." Temari nods with a grin, and Naruto groans. She answers, "Yeah, the whole movie was based on witness statements and a redacted report on the mission. That's why the kitsune remained nameless, and the lead actress was a blonde. May I see the painting? If you have it," Yakumo asks, and everyone perks up at that. Temari shrugs. She has copies, as Naruto would no doubt try to burn it if he saw it again. Out from her wrist seal, another gift from her best friend, comes an A4-sized painting of a campfire with very well-detailed Temari leaning against what they all assume is Naruto's fox form. A dusty blonde-furred kitsune with black foot pads and tail tips on his 6 tails, curled around her protectively. You can make out her fan beside her, and his jacket. Hinata's blush seemed to be a permanent feature at this point. Even as a fox. A deadly combination, Shikamaru commented, thinking about it, cutting Hinata off purposely, not wanting to let her get going. All eyes fell on the Nara, who had first-hand experience dealing with those troublesome fire-breathing monsters. Those flames are dangerous on their own, but when added winds from a Suna wind user, doubt much could stand against that level of firepower. Naruto hated this, but he had to nod. Yeah. It was evident that he hated admitting that. Temari had never been this smug. She thoroughly enjoyed their tag team and their unbeaten streak. I tell you that each and every time. Yet you still grumble about it. Naruto growled at her. Mari, I ain't no damn steed. I am a shinobi. Pfft. Kiba couldn't contain his laughter. Yujito was also very amused by this fact and now had unlimited ammunition for teasing. Oh yes, she was going to milk it. Yakumo spoke up. You mean? Temari nodded happily. Even more so when the movie came out. We've escorted the Wind Daimyo on several occasions, kind of a celebrity status we gained in response. The Daimyo likes to show that we are under her employ on occasion. We have to schedule it with Naruto's wives, who aren't too happy with it but at the same time understand that it passively helps relations between demon and wind, so... She shrugged after the fact. Another beer placed by a server. Kiba's laughter died down to wheezes. Dude, you're a steed, oh man. Oh, mutt. Naruto's fox-like eyes narrowed on the dog boy, who bristled at that comment. Naruto continued. You are just a mongrel lacking any real skill or reason. I suggest you back down. Kiba's growl was feral, and everyone knew this wasn't really the shinobi talking but rather the animals he shares traits with. Kiba spoke up through gritted teeth. You stupid fox, anywhere, anytime. As Kiba's growl grew louder, snarls appearing, Naruto grinned foxily for a moment before going blank-faced and turned to Yujito, who facepalmed at how stupid the dog was. Predictably, Saiken appeared at his back and grabbed him, speaking up while forcing the air from Kiba's lungs. Erara, you doggies are so bad today. Again, as soon as Saiken left earshot, Naruto snickered like a fox, and the others chuckled. Damn dogs are so stupid. He paused before looking at Pakken, who had joined Yui in a discussion. Not all, though. Pakken waved him off. That guy was... Don't sweat it. Besides, dogs and foxes are similar to dogs and cats. Naruto nods before sweat dropping. Perhaps it's you dogs that have an attitude problem then. Temari, who had calmed down from her brief chuckles, spoke next. Though, we should hit the training field soon, Naru. I want to try how my vacuum style affects the flame's dispersal patterns before our next escort mission. Naruto sighed, hard, really damn hard. When was that? End of next month. Gaara supplied as he passed by on his way to the juice bar. Thanks, Naruto commented back. Temari grinned. It's going to be so much fun. Kinda like those pirates in that cove, no? Naruto offered, grinning. Temari flushed before glaring at him. You promised. It was implied, never promised. Naruto informed, and she growled at him this time. Yujito grinned. Oh, I recall that one. Oh? Temari glared at the cat. I recall the moon defense. Yujito flushed red, focusing on her food. That was promised to never be mentioned again. Temari nodded. Nara did, I didn't. She has a point. Naruto grinned, chuckling now, and the Suna kunoichi matched it. Yujito looked to Naruto, who met her gaze with equal intensity. Temari glared now, growling. Not fair. Sorry, Mari. Naruto sighed, shaking his head. She made a good point. Can't go against it, so that one is off the table. Yugito looked positively smug, sipping her own wine. Temari glared, speaking lowly. Then, what about Calipan Ridge? That one got kinda crazy, right? Naruto states, glancing at Yujito, who nods and replies. Not as crazy as what I had heard of the Land of Sky incident. Temari grinned, nodding along. First time I've seen that many angry tales in one place. Earning chuckles from the two containers. Naruto shook his head. Well, they had that flying fortress and dared to taunt Fu. Then Utakata showed up. Gaara, Shizuka, and I just got caught up in it all. I saw the report. Yujito chuckled, shaking her head. I really wish I had been there. Naruto shuddered, shaking his head repeatedly. You really don't? That Zero Tails was a piece of work. It was strong too. Temari nods. Most our attacks were absorbed. Gaara, Utakata, and I were useless. Yujito raised a brow. Oh? Even the airhead, huh? Even him. Temari nods, and Naruto sighs. Like I said, they really pissed off Fu. She ended up tearing the thing apart. Literally. Barehanded. Temari nods in all seriousness. It's why I never prod that sleeping monster. What about the whole Scourge of the Grass moniker? Karen asks with a glint in her eyes that none missed. She had been curious as to what her clanmate had done to her former home to warrant that title from them. Naruto chuckled lightly at that. Well, most wouldn't consider it all that great, but they tried to capture me and Shizuka. They weren't very good, so I ended up pranking them constantly for a full 2 months straight. The glint in his eyes was shared with the kitsune at his side, and many shuddered at the prospect of a focused, concentrated pranking spree by a skilled Uzumaki. Karen's grin was damn right foxy. Oh, that sounds like so much fun. Naruto nodded. The kitsune and I made it a game, with a scoreboard and everything. Now, Grass Shinobi have been ordered not to aggravate anyone connected to the kitsune. He grinned. It was fun. Kiba chuckled and nodded, his return a surprise for most. Unpredictable knucklehead. Though, from the stance I saw earlier. Naruto nods. Yujito is surprised that this didn't come up earlier. Her brother responds. Yeah, well, as a Jinchuriki perfectly synced with my partner, some of our traits are shared. Due to, my long-term exposure to my partner, like my entire life, I've developed many kitsune traits. He gestures to his whisker marks, earning a nod from the Inuzuka, who recalls his foxy smell from back then too. Naruto continued, many paying close attention. These whiskers aren't just for show. Even more so now that I have been trained in their use. What do you mean, Naruto-kun? Hinata asks, one of a few who had found the supposed birthmarks endearing. Naruto sighs, swirling his beer, staring down as he glances at Karen, a brief half-smile causing her to pay closer attention. Naruto looks at the heiress who had asked. I was born with these additional traits because of one simple fact. The reason some have come to call me the youngest Bijou is because for a time, both I and the Kyuubi shared a space together, seeing as my mother was the container before I was. Many eyes widened, though Karen grew somber, understanding that his mother was the Uzumaki burdened with holding back the fox. No doubt she had died before she could raise him. Naruto sighed, explaining further. During my growth, my partner's influence subtly shaped it. Nothing was maligned or anything, nor was it purposely done so. Even for an Uzumaki, my chakra levels are insane. The reason for my lack of control in the early days. He fixed Kiba with a hard look. That clone jutsu is impossible. I had to perfect my control to reliably perform substitution, and I modified the transformation into a physical one as the illusion is also forever beyond my abilities. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun. For not. Naruto waved Hinata off, responding airily. We were kids. You didn't know better. Though. His voice became razor-sharp. The adults should have known, More so our teachers, but none bothered to care. Ichiraku did. Shikamaru interjected from his fourth game against Omoi, at the next table over. Naruto shook his head, explaining. Looking back, I realized a few things. At the start, he was just like the others, overlooking me and assuming the worst. Only towards the end of our final year, he changed his tune, and only after Lord Third asked him to. Naruto looked at the Nara. His smile was hollow and uncomfortable to look at. Naruto continuing unhauntedly. Tell me, Shikamaru and Nara, should one get a pass because they came around in the end? Just because he treated me equally, as a regular child, like the rest of you during the final months of our tenure at the academy. Does that mean he deserved a pat on the back for a job well done? I hadn't even done anything to warrant the mistreatment I received from everyone, and I suffered due to it. The gathering grew silent as it cripped at that realization. Tsunade had hoped to keep Ichiraku as a backup plan, Shizen too, but it seems that she has to reevaluate things. Man, Sensei messed up, the whole village has, and now they are getting short-ended because of it. Yujito, for once, had no sneaky retort for her brother, just took his hand discreetly beneath the table and offered a single squeeze. He smiled briefly and silently acknowledged the support. I have a question. All eyes land on Sakura, who was standing at the side of the gathered leaf group. They had been focused on the rapid pace of information that was casually mentioned between the three blondes. Naruto's voice was flat. Oh, Haruno. You are here too. His words caused many interesting reactions. Yujito and Karen's eyes narrowed, Temari frowned tightly, and the other tailed beasts kept a discreet eye on her. The leaf sighed, however, glanced at the pinkette, curious about what she would ask her former teammate. What do you think of us? The Konoha 10. Team 7. The Leaf. What is your... I am sorry, Haruno, but you really do not want me to answer that. Naruto spoke coldly, cold enough that his beer's temperature dropped to near freezing. His eyes narrowed to damn near slits. Or this will be the shortest diplomatic visit in history. Sakura swallowed the lump in her throat, recalling those cold blue eyes during their brief encounter back in Wave. He had cut her all over, but none of it was fatal. It was clear that her knucklehead was still in there, buried deep, or he would have killed her like the other Jonin and Chunin. Swallowing hard one last time, she bowed her head. I see. I wanted to just say I was sorry. Many eyebrows raised at that action, but Naruto's group didn't. Yujito asked. Do you even know what you need to apologize for? Sakura was lost. Sure, there were a few things she could think of, like their attack in Wave, for treating him badly during their tenure as teammates, and for blaming him for not bringing Sasuke back. Putting voice to it, but Naruto raised his hand, stopping her, as he spoke. Haruno. I can tell you what you are about to say is the wrong thing to say right now. Instead, take your time to actually think it over and get back to us. Sakura nods, steps away, and Karen looks at Naruto, slightly bewildered. Is she normally that dense? Naruto nods. Definitely. Then again, I can't really speak either. True. Yujito, Temari, Shikamaru, Yakumo, Yui, Omoa, Pakken, and Kakashi spoke together, earning a tick mark from Naruto, who growled lowly. A new voice cut in. Ah, Naruto. Naruto's head snapped back to find one of his oldest friends, jumping to his feet. Oh man! Chojuro? When did you get here, my friend? Chojuro chuckled nervously. About half an hour ago, I was on a mission for Moon, and they gave me a ride here. Naruto nods. Is the king in? The blue-haired swordsman shook his head. No, they are coming in the morning. I came ahead of them. Naruto nods, then grins. You know, with you and Omoi here, I think we should have a swordsman's spar. For old time's sake. Chojuro smiled at that. It has been a while since I last battled the mythical 8th blade of Kiri. It should be fun. This drew even more attention, as Omoi looked up, a gleam in his eyes. As a swordsman, he had obviously heard that moniker for his boss, but someone who had witnessed it was rare. Those missions were suicide missions after all. Naruto grinned. Mythical, huh? Nah, more like luck and stubbornness. He trailed off soberly, recalling his mindset back then, before his Heim saved him from himself. Abruptly, Ino appeared and hugged him, surprising everyone, none more than Naruto himself, who blinked owlishly several times. He was about to ask when her whisper reached him. I know. He froze at that. She slowly pulled away and stared directly into his eyes, using a clan jutsu to speak telepathically. Naruto, this is my telepathy. I spent a long time in your head. I know what you were thinking back then, what you haven't told a soul about. What you buried deep. One of the reasons I volunteered to come as Lady Hokage's guard was to talk to you about it. He stiffened in her hold on his upper arms, but made no move to break free, though he did mentally narrow his eyes, asking in kind. The other reason? She smirks mentally. That would freak most people out, but not a Jinchuriki who houses a sly fox. Ino replies through their current mental connection. I'm wondering if we could set up an agreement regarding setting up a branch of Yamanaka flowers, or if you have flowers we could buy. Naruto's mental image placed its hands on its hips, glared at her, and asked. Surprisingly upfront. What gives? A mental shrug before the mental flipping her hair back, with haughty attitude on full, Ino continued. Like I said, I've been in your head. Being upfront about the fact that my clan wants to play ball shows how genuine it is, no? Naruto sighed aloud now and spoke up. Thank you, Ino. Be glad for both our sakes that this is an informal event. As I doubt my wives would take your physical act all that tolerable. Though he spoke internally, with a mental foxy grin and a peace sign. Lunch at the shrine, I have an informal meeting with the Hyuga. Feel free to drop by with your proposal. It should be fun. Ino would never admit how sexy that mental work at play was. None outside her clan ever took time to learn how to do that stuff, and Naruto's unpredictable nature was a breath of fresh air as the clan had strict guidelines regarding mental communications. She nodded, smiled, and walked off. She got the opening she needed, and a way in for the clan. Mission accomplished. As for Naruto, he looks at his sword brother. So, let's say tomorrow evening? Chojuro nods, a confident smile on his face. Sure, sounds good. Still at the shrine, right? Naruto nods before looking at Omoi, who stands along with Kurui. We're in too. Naruto looks at Chojuro. Maybe a warm-up. Missed against Kumo? This naturally drew the attention of Mei, who abruptly appeared before the 7th and 8th swordsmen. Oh, sounds juicy. Yujuto appeared behind her two Chunin, grinning confidently. Just because you're my brother, doesn't mean we will go easy on you. Naruto chuckled, making a pretty good Zabuza impression, as he pulled off the generic Miss Swordsman routine. The other swordsmen appeared around them, all suddenly holding their blades in various poses. Mei stood dead center, arms crossed, with a confident smirk displayed. Chojuro was at her right side, Hiramikari in hand. Naruto was on her left, his pitch-black, Tsubaless, meter-long Odachi on his shoulder, side-eyeing them stoically, detached from the material world at large. Her two other guards were at her back, in similar poses. The Kumo team sweat-dropped at their antics. Mei spoke confidently. The mist will never lose in Kenjutsu. As long as we have our 8 swordsmen. Right. The swordsmen confirm. A cough from the side drew their attention to Kakashi and Yugao, the latter smiling softly at Naruto, who was surprised but kept his cool detachment. He was happy, of course. Though, he did kind of stab her and everything. He should apologize at some point, or maybe introduce her to his Yuzuki daughter. Yugao spoke up. My name is Yugao Yuzuki. I don't suppose I could join this Kenjutsu fight? Mei was about to deny it, but Naruto spoke up. Is Hatake your backup? She nods, causing Naruto to sigh. Oma offers a soft smile, saying, How about that clearing in the approach? Naruto nods. Yeah. Probably the best place to. Kakashi spoke up. You just said? That was before you guys joined in. Kurui says, glaring at the Leaf team. The swordsmen all nod. So now, we can't hold it at the shrine. So, the clearing after the final whistle? she asks, looking to Naruto, who nods. Yeah, sounds good. Karen suddenly appeared at Naruto's side and whispered into his ear. Lady Kurama just intercepted a Kage-level signature that suddenly appeared at the perimeter of the flower fields and tried to sneak towards the shrine. From the feel of it, Matatabi is still with the kids, while Kurama is heading here with the signature. Naruto nods and takes a deep breath to calm himself after the news, before offering a soft smile to his clanswoman. Thank you for the update. She nods before they both look to an equally concerned Yujito, who had overheard, and they all share a nod of understanding. Sure enough, not even 5 minutes later, Kurama appeared at the consulate, through a certain toad summoner and before stepping in herself, snarling deeply. Keep your pervert on a tighter leash, or next time I'll barbecue him alive. The beaten and battered toad sage looked up to see death incarnate glaring down at him. His blonde hair and blue eyes were frosty at best, voids at worst. Do tell me, Toad Sage, what the fuck were you doing trying to sneak into my home? Tsunade sighed, pinching her nose. Damn it, Jiraiya. Episode 10. Suna Consulate. Tsunade was again cursing her overzealous shinobi, who seemed to ignore her instructions not to piss off the demon nation. Yet, at every turn, they were caught red-handed when taking things into their own hands. Sure, Jiraiya had a habit of getting into trouble, but he should have known that his usual methods of sneaking around were null and void against his former apprentice, who had repeatedly found him in all their earlier encounters. She wanted to punch him so hard, but that'll come later as she stands from her seat and approaches, despite the gathering of the humanoid-tailed beasts and their containers. Jiraiya, on the other hand, chuckled nervously as he got to his knees and sat before the snarling blonde, his former apprentice. He idly noticed that numerous people within the crowd, who he knew were containers of tailed beasts, were gathering around the son of his former student. Well, you see, I just wanted to see if I could catch up with you before. Cut the shit, Toad Sage, Kurama snarled, stepping forward into the gathering circle. Our kitsune tracked you from the border, making a direct beeline towards the shrine. A well-established and known government structure for this nation. You had no right, no reason to approach in such a sneaky way. Jiraiya gulped. That woman, of course, was the Nine Tails. If his senses were correct, there were numerous more tailed beasts nearby. He couldn't pinpoint them exactly, but they were here. Well, I figured I could meet the Gaki and ask for an apology for not training him properly. The demon contingent and their allies all scoff at that. Naruto shakes his head in disbelief. But Karen cuts in before Naruto can speak. That was a lie. Your objective was probably to learn anything that could help the Leaf in negotiations. Jiraiya looked at the redhead, unsure whether she knew for certain, so chuckled nervously and played up his bumbling idiot act to the maximum. Nah, I honestly wanted to. Lying again, Karen informs, and Naruto nods, suspecting as such. Tsunade cuts in here, knowing that the Leaf is in real big trouble right now. Jiraiya, did I not say not to antagonize the country? That demon was off limits until we were done here. What the hell were you thinking? Having made her way through the crowd, glaring at another idiot making her job harder. Jiraiya paled under that glare, unsure how to answer it, as he thought it would be helpful, since none of his other avenues of gathering information had borne much fruit. Most of this continent has ties to Demon, the only exception being the land of Marsh, which suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of the land of Demon in a previous skirmish. Now they are terrified of crossing that line again, so they are incredibly tight-lipped about their interactions with their neighboring state. Sighing defeatedly, Tsunade turns to Naruto. Naruto! She gains the crowd's attention, including the addressed man, whose eyes had remained a frigid cold blue. I assure you I did not order nor instruct him to do this. Quite the opposite. So, if it will please you, perhaps overlook his transgressions by locking him up until we leave. I would appreciate it. Many gawked at that, the Hokage offering up one of her own for compensation for a pass over in the diplomatic ring. Though, the more diplomatically literate knew she really did not have much choice in their current position. It must have been a tough pill to swallow, or exasperation at the constant negative consequences of her shinobi's independent actions, It was up for debate. Naruto stared for a moment, unflinchingly meeting the gaze of the Hokage for a solid 10 seconds before looking at Shikaku and nodding. If you would? Shikaku nods with a grin, as sand shoots from his hands, darting towards the horrified Jiraiya, who is in disbelief that his former teammate just sold him out like this. He doesn't have time to ponder or escape as the sand wraps around him, locking away his chakra and seizing all his movement, stiffening his body. Then, everything goes dark. As the sand twister dies down, with the Toad Summoner no longer in attendance, Naruto nods to Shikaku, complimenting his work. Expertly done. It's taken you less time than the pirate raiders. Shikaku looks satisfied with the praise, nodding along. I've been working on my finer control instead of the volume of control. I am very pleased with the results. Kurama approaches her container, nodding at her younger sibling. Yes, well, I will be heading back then. Though, I will check to make sure he made it to a secure cell. Anything interesting happen here? Yujito appeared at Naruto's side, leaning against his slightly taller frame, and smirked. We just covered the pirate mission where Mr. Six-Tails here acted as Temari's steed, and still does on occasion. Naruto groaned again, face meeting open palm, though Kurama grinned foxily. He makes a fine kitsune. Though last I checked you have 7 tails now, right? All eyes were on Naruto when he nodded. Cut it out, Kurama. However, I will only stay as the 6, as that is what Lady Daimyo expects. Kurama nods. Well, in any case, I'll head back. We may have the Guardians on patrol, but the kiddos are all there. Gaara asked quickly. How are Shinki and Kuran? Are they behaving themselves? The vixen chuckles and nods. The kids are fine and having fun at their own party. She pauses before looking back to her container. Kurama speaks up. Though it might turn into a full-on sleepover. Just a heads up. Naruto shrugged fluidly. That's fine, right? He looks at the other parents, who chime in. Yeah, a load off our backs. Kankuro nods in agreement. Far from a problem. Matsuri waved off. From her table, Gaara added to his wife's statement. No problems. Kurama nods, then looks at Yujito strangely, as she was still leaning on her brother slightly. Under the vixen's gaze, however, Yujito suddenly feels uneasy as the vixen speaks up with a foxy grin. So, Yugi girl, when can Mata expect grand kittens? The Kumo Kunoichi utilized her full might and experience as a full-fledged shinobi of Kumogakure no Sado. Yet, even still, both Naruto and Kurama caught it. That very, and I mean very minuscule level of blush dusting her cheeks. Kurama's grin turned into a light chuckle, waving her off. It's fine. She's been talking my ear off all night about it, so I figured I would ask. Yujito huffed, looking away. I am no damn mud and heat like those 2 Inuzuka bitches over there. She gestured with a thumb over to where Saiken was sitting. Both Inuzuka in question glared back at the cat-like Kunoichi. Kurama raised a brow, eyes flowing from the container of her little sister to her own, who sighed. Naruto explained. I told them about the Land of Fang mission. They got really excited, in every way of the word. Kurama nods in understanding, shrugging casually. Only to be expected. Looking at Yui with a look that froze the 4-tailed fox stiffly, currently the size of a German shepherd. Right, Yui-chan? A new voice from the crowd, at least to the 9 tails, spoke. Are you Lady Kurama? All the residents of Demon, or close allies of such, perked up, having been waiting for this, and the vixen turned to see a tall, hazel-haired woman, with equally brown eyes, and a frame on the thinner side of things. A flash of recognition crossed the vixen's face, and Kurama grinned. Well. To think we would meet again like this. The clan named after my likeness. Everyone but Naruto was surprised that she already knew them, though some figured it out as they thought about it. Yakumo gulped and bowed. I am sorry, but have we met? Naruto was about to cut in, but Yujito took his hand and pinned him in place. Temari took up the other side, both smiling sweetly, which gave him a shudder-inducing feeling not to intervene. Kurama grinned as she faced the young girl, leader of the clan that shared her name, as she posed with hands on hips, and slowly allowed her tails to flow from her back, ears lifting from her hair, and eyes glowing a vivid red. Yakumo, and those who were witnessing this for the first time, gawked and took a step back. Kurama's voice came out deep and foreboding. "Oh, foolish little girl, do you not realize who is standing before you? Very well. I shall enlighten you, for all who have been exposed to my legend, my name whispered throughout time, not daring to be spoken aloud, for my wrath will fall upon thee." Naruto wanted to facepalm at this, but the iron grip of his fellow blondes prevented even that, so he watched on. Kurama chuckled lowly, staring at the woman who had frozen rigid. "My name is Kurama no Yoko, the greatest and eldest Bijou, head of the Kitsune, and master illusionist. Do not forget again, little girl." Yakumo nodded rapidly, not wanting to do the name of the strongest-tailed beast wrong, bowing before responding. "I will not fail you, Lady Kurama." Kurama's grin grew at that, nodding firmly, before moving toward the door, but pausing. "Oh, and girlie." He looked back at Yakumo, who nodded rapidly. "I expect you and your kin to come to the shrine tomorrow morning for breakfast. I want to evaluate your potential." Yakumo nods, bowing again. "We will be prompt in our arrival." Kurama nodded, then strolled out with a grin. The moment the door closed, Yakumo turned to her first crush and glared at him. "Naruto, why didn't you tell me that we share a name with the nine-tailed fox?" Naruto and everyone else who knew grinned foxily. The address shrugged fluently. "Because it was funny." Earning face palms from those who forgot who they were dealing with, a prankster of the highest order, Naruto continued on a more serious note. "That being said, I was also a bit apprehensive myself about the whole thing. Were it not for my two sisters," gesturing to the blondes at his flanks, "I would have jumped in, but—" Yakumo glared at the two ladies in question, but both maintained their grins, as it was indeed funny watching the Leaf Clan heads sweat and pale before the dramatics of the goofball Kyuubi. Naruto cut off her glare, speaking up. "That being said, I only found out after I was banished from the village. So yeah, it's not that I didn't tell you, more like when I found out, it wasn't exactly possible for me to contact you." Yakumo nodded. It was understandable in that case, but she still kept the glare on him. Naruto's office. In Naruto's office, Kyoto steps in, holding Koki, to find Shizuka leaning against the desk, feeding baby Nami. The lady of the house speaks up. "Good, you're here." Kyoto nods, speaking up. "Shiren said it was urgent." Shizuka smiled and gestured to the seat before her. The gray-haired teen took her seat as Shizuka spoke up. "There's something I need to tell you about, as a fellow Nadeshiko Kunoichi." Kyoto was surprised by that. I thought. It's fine." Shizuka waved her off. "Things are a bit crazy right now with the Queen's decree against Naru. That being said, we cannot really challenge her decision right now, as the civil war is slipping into our territory. Once things have settled, we will be challenging her call on my husband. Most our generation are on our side, so should be a straightforward case." Kyoto was surprised by that. "Wait, the island is under attack?" "Minor isolated skirmishes. Nothing too crazy yet. If it were not for Ren, I doubt I would be able to talk to you right now," Shizuka stated before taking a deep breath, looking directly into her fellow's eyes. "I know that my husband will heed my call for help, but what I want to know is if you will." Kyoto went silent as she thought about it. Sure, she would love to go home, but after everything, she had assumed that she would never walk through the pearl shoreline, nor the beach of dreams, nor gaze upon the central gray stone castle again. Naruto had become her support. Her life. That brings her thoughts back to her senior. She gulped before nodding. "I will. Though I wanted to ask something of you." "No," Shizuka responded immediately, recognizing that look and tone. More than a few of her fellow Nadeshiko have approached her with it, pleading their cases, and quite frankly she was more than a little annoyed at the pestering. Narrowing her eyes at the younger woman, her junior, she said, "He is my husband, Shion's husband, our family's leader. Not your lover or anything. He may take up the role of father for Koki, but that is all I will allow. Understand?" Kyoto bit her lip, trying to quell her racing anxiety and thudding heart, but bows her head. Listen, Kyoto. I know my husband has likely been the support that you have leaned on. Shizuka began, her glare softened slightly. He is like that. Always supportive and loving. I can attest to that. However, he is a taken man, a loving husband, and a wonderful father. Do not think otherwise. Suna consulate. With beers served again, Naruto sits with Yujito on one side, sticking to his side like glue, and Chojuro opposite her, and Temari beside him. Yugao had joined the table, and asks, So, Naruto, based off that display just now, you are accepted as the 8th swordsman of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. Care to share? Naruto looks at Chojuro, who looks back with a shrug. I think Isle Beach and Koten Ridge are declassified. You can't share them. Naruto thought about it, before speaking up slowly. Well, Isle Beach was the beginning of the end, really. I was only just being seen as. Chojuro cut in here, lowering his mug. Actually, you were already accepted as a swordsman at the time. You were just not too keen on titles and such. Naruto nods. Ah, right. It was just before the prison break a few months before, wasn't it? The hidden Miss Shinobi nods. Yes. Just before the Raiga incident and the relay problem. He whispers the last part, to which Naruto sighs, facepalming. I forgot about that problem. Looking at his sword brother, Naruto asks, Please tell me she is happily married and… Chojuro's nervous laughter, and evading the gaze of Naruto, told the man exactly what had happened in his absence, and he sighed even harder. Naruto then muttered, Figured. She needs to move on. The Yuki clan can't return if she's hung up on a man who now wants nothing to do with her. Problems? Yujito raised a brow, having listened to the back and forth for any information. Naruto nodded with a tight frown. The worst kind. Things got tough during the war. Plus, the fact that we both thought we were the last of our clans. He shrugged as he sipped his drink again as innocently as possible. Things kinda snowballed from there. Chojuro choked on that snow pun. Naruto grinned as he looked at the swordsman. Oh, how rude! The swordsman glared at him, but Naruto blew a raspberry in response. Yugao spoke up, drawing both Miss Swordsman's attention to her. You battled Raiga? Wielder of the Kiba blades? Both Miss Swordsmen nodded to that. Naruto spoke up. Yeah. We caught word of his location. Mei dispatched us as hunters, and we caught him in river country. He paused before looking at his blue-haired friend. Wait, can we tell them about this? Chojuro shrugged. It should be fine. Nothing could be done, and we were hunter-nin at the time, hunting one of our own. So, it was perfectly legal to do so. Flashback, 9 years ago. Land of Rivers, Konoha Town. 2 Mist-nin stand in the trees overlooking the quaint little town, far removed from the war zone the 2 elite shinobi had come from. Their masks, however, hide their identities from all, though it would not be enough to escape the notice of their target, who had spotted them in the shade of the trees overhead. Raiga noticed eyes on him, while he was resupplying his men nearby, and he cursed internally at doing this himself. However, he had finished and was moving towards the northern exit. He did note that the 2 hunters had gone again, but he was not fooled. As he left the gate, the 6 guards he brought with him stepped into line with him as he took to the trees. Half an hour out from the town, by shinobi standards, the 2 hunters struck. A wind-coated kunai struck 2 of the missing nin on Raiga's left. The 3rd reacted fast enough to avoid the same fate. Raiga pulled out his twin Kiba blades in time to block the dual-handed slash from the familiar large blue blade, which was currently oozing chakra, causing him to grin. Ah, if it isn't Hiramakerii. To think I would see it here. The hunter did not respond to the taunt. Instead, he backflipped above 4 thrown wind knives, which caused Raiga to step aside harmlessly, as if he had expected it. His 4 cronies leaped after the first hunter, only to be intercepted by the second. A single large katana caught the first off guard, and his smaller kodachi was sliced through by the wind-coated blade. His life ended upon that swift cut. The wielder of the legendary Havoc-Teir landed on a different branch, leaped aside into the canopy, and moved swiftly to cut off Raiga's attempt to escape as their partner dealt with the backup. Parrying another downward slash, the hunter retrieves a kunai from the enemy's holster, throws it at the third missing nin, who evades, while the hunter continues his spin and slashes down the one he stole from in a single movement. A shower of shuriken rains over the hunter, who doesn't even flinch at the attack, taking several hits as he charges through it, taking the damage, and seemingly shakes it off. Raiga clashed with Havoc-Teir again. This time, the blue hammer-like blade was actually pushing him back, attempting to force him to his knees. But he wasn't a swordsman for nothing. Shifting the clash slightly, he forced the hunter to pull back or risk losing his stance. Raiga then spun, with his sword aimed at the hunter's jugular, but Havoc-Teir intercepted, forcing the missing nin back. Before the hunter could pursue, 3 bolts of lightning were fired at him. Sidestepping a sloppy overhead slash again, the second hunter's katana halved the number of enemies remaining by severing the man at his waist, cleanly, before clashing with the woman trying to sneak up behind him. She grinned rather seductively. "Oh my, you certainly." Before she could finish, a boot met her stomach and launched her into a tree. Coughing blood, she looked up to see her colleague's sword cut through, and guts spill out before being kicked aside by the same hunter. A scream drew her attention up, as the last of the guards she belonged to dropped from the trees they had traveled through with a battle cry. The battle cry went silent upon the katana piercing his chest. Batting away another lightning blast, the Havoc-Teir wielding hunter stared after Raiga, who seemed to know his every move before he even made them. It was confusing, but something had to be done, or their chakra would run dry. There must be a trick to it. A scream was heard, no, a battle cry, that abruptly cut off. That's fine. Their partner is never that loud, so it wasn't them who was silenced. The short, dark-haired woman, with pale skin that had reddened from the footprint across her exposed midriff, was clutching her stomach. Her head rested on the tree as she stared up at her companion, who had landed on the end of the large katana. The second hunter stared up at the idiot who was way too damn loud for a ninja. Idly, the hunter recognized the irony of his thoughts. The man coughed and wheezed, trying to get air into the lung that was clearly punctured. "You hunters are nothing but dogs for those." His death plea was cut off as he found himself slammed into the ground, the sword cutting its way out from his chest. The second hunter growled for a moment before looking up and seeing its partner battling against their target. However, its head moved back down to the injured woman who stiffened under its watch. She gulped. Not wanting to drag this out, the hunter stepped towards the downed brown-eyed woman, who was sweating bullets, pushing herself against the tree. "Please wait. I surrender. Please." The hunter did not even miss a step, nor stumble, or look away. The blood that dripped from their katana told of her imminent fate at the hands of this being. "Look, be reasonable, we can talk this over," she pleads, with both hands held out in front of her. "Nothing." She then screams, her chakra reacting to her panic. "Please!" Raiga ducked beneath another slash that cut through 6 trees behind him, a double-bladed slash. He avoided it before both were distracted by an eruption of ice nearby. Raiga grinned at that, looking back to his opponent. "Seems your partner underestimated my girl, huh? Relay is a Yuki. Probably the last of her kind." Before he could finish, the first hunter had leaped at him with the hammer of Havoc-Teir rushing towards him. The other hunter had been impaled on a spike of ice from the burst of spikes, initiated by the woman in the center, who stared owlishly at the hunter she had managed to wound. The blood from the puncture to the shoulder oozed down the spike, which ran through the cloth and armor, thick and dark red. Yet this hunter did not even seem to flinch or groan at the injury. Instead, he simply raised his sword and cut through the spike, pinning him in place. A quick flare of chakra pushed the ice within out, and he just stopped. Staring at the teen, the hunter's mind continued to superimpose their previous encounter with an ice wielder, despite his best efforts to shake it off, causing another explosion of guilt to build upon the troubled teen's consciousness. Growling at the stupidity of it all, The gods must be busting their guts at this level of irony. The hunter finally spoke. Yuki. Stay put if you want to live. Understand? The teen nodded frantically, and the hunter nodded back once in response, before looking at the target, and watching the two swordsmen clash. It did not take long to notice that Raiga was anticipating the movements of the hunters somehow. Though, that bundle is rather heavy, based on the shifting weight of it as he evades. Returning his sword to his back, using his good arm to pull out a pair of kunai, supercharging them with wind, the hunter flicked them at different targets. The first was aimed at the branch Raiga was standing on, the second at the bundle. Raiga landed on a branch when suddenly he turned and deflected the kunai at the bundle, missing the one that cut through the branches. As he fell, the bundle loosened enough to reveal a kid, preventing the Hiramakari wielder from cutting from above, which Raiga managed to redirect. The power in the strike had waned so as not to harm the innocent. This was a fight this hunter was ill-equipped to deal with. The missing swordsman kicks off the tree and lands on his feet, skidding to a stop. Just then, the katana hunter appears in his peripheral vision, sword already coming down. As he moves to intercept, the bundle is cut clean through, separating it from his back. Raiga is stunned, as now there is a third hunter, who now has Ranmaru. But he is forced to leap back, dodging a swipe from the second hunter, directly into the Hiramakari wielder. If it were not for his years of experience, that double team would have ended him, as he deflects the blow from the now clearly tired ninja swordsman. That sword drains a lot of chakra after all, and it is not suited to long periods of battle. Growling, Raiga charges at the hunter holding Ranmaru, but is again intercepted by the second hunter, his katana coated in razor winds, forcing a block, using both blades due to the strength behind it despite the grievous shoulder wound. Before he could react, a kunai punches through his foot, distracting the veteran long enough for a splat. Hiramakari had replaced his heart, stopping not even a full foot from the second hunter's, now blood-stained, mask. Raiga stared down in shock. How had he fallen to such a cheap shot? He was meant to be giving them a funeral, not the other way around. The hunter at his back spoke up. Any last requests? As a swordsman, we owe you that much. Coughing up blood from his throat, Raiga chuckled once. Just Ranmaru. The hunter ahead nods once. The kid will be fine. Once we finish with that nutcase known as the Mizukage. Raiga grinned, now knowing which side these hunters were on, but that was his last thought as his body went limp. After that, we collected the swords, heads, and our two new passengers, then returned to the mist. Ah, but we also needed to reset your shoulder. That hole was pretty bad, you always ruined your uniforms after a mission or two. Not my fault, blame our enemies. Though, it was a good thing I healed quickly. Otherwise, those 6 hours of rest would have been a week at most. You were always so rash and careless. Suna consolate. Naruto shrugged Chojuro's accusation off, looking down at his drink. I was a loose cannon back then. I won't lie, but we were still the best hunter team May had, and likely still has. Chojuro sighs heavily, unable to challenge him on that as he was right, but thankfully his mindset has changed a lot since then. Probably his wife and kids. Kakashi spoke up, surprising the group at large. So, you served as a hunter for the mist, fought against the thunder of the hidden Miss Raiga, who had gone rogue, and found another Yuki clansman in his company. Chojuro answered in place of his old field partner. That was the mission, yes. Though we were lucky to find a member of the Yuki clan, as we had thought they were all dead. Naruto snorted, before taking a large swig from his drink. As he set it down, he growled. Lucky? For Mist and everyone else, sure, but me? Chojuro chuckled again, averting his eyes. Well, you kinda imprinted an impossible-to-match image onto her. They must match you, or she will not give them the time of day. Yujito and Temari both snored at that. Damn, the girl's going to die alone if that's how she thinks. A returning voice drew eyes to the Mizukage, who spoke up. You are talking about my relay, yes? Upon seeing Naruto's sour expression and Chojuro's anxious one, Mei sighed, shaking her head. That girl is as cold as can be to any delicious man who comes her way. she said, her eyes landing on the scowling blonde, amusement dancing in her jade eyes. A sultry smile played on her full lips. After all, she only ever talks about a certain jonin of mine who has been avoiding us. Waving off the accusation and sultry intent, Naruto explained. Well, you know, traveling with kids is time-consuming, even more so when you have to avoid any of them being captured by unlawful forces. The Leaf contingent took that stray shot, and all flinched. Mei's chuckle was laced with a lustful undertone, as was common and expected. Come now, Naruto-kun, surely we can discuss this together? Perhaps in my room tonight? Yujuto cut in here, glaring at the older woman. Over my dead body, perhaps. Her words caused many to stare between the two, and now Temari understands why Yujuto was here, and the role she is playing. No doubt, Naruto's wives are worried about someone playing on his well-known hero complex, and Yujuto is here to shut that shit down fast. They aren't worried about him cheating or anything, too loyal for that. This allows Yujuto to gather teasing material, repel the hussies, and act rather selfishly without revealing her social awkwardness to the others, as she'd come off as a possessive sister figure instead. Well, she is a possessive sister figure. Mei pouts under Naruto's glare, joining his sister at his side. It doesn't last as he notices that Karen is back discussing seals with Shikaku again. Both seem to be discussing a new physical barrier enhancement. His attention is brought back to his table by Yugao, who asks him, "How did you learn the swirling dragon style, Naruto?" Naruto blinked at that, recalling their fight, and blinked again. "Oh? That? I learned from my mother. When she heard about my adventures in the mist as a hunter nin, my position as the unofficial 8th blade of Kiri. Nothing unofficial about it." Mei chimed in now suddenly, leaning over the back of his chair, grin in place. Chojuro nodded as she continued. "You are the 8th blade of the 7 swordsmen." Naruto sighs, waving that off. Yeah? 8th blade of Kiri," he says, looking back at Yugao and continuing. "She showed me her style, a modified Uzumaki style that fit our use of the long-form katana. She made me drill it to perfection in the short time I had with her and my dad." This naturally drew the Leaf's attention, though Yugao nods. "So, Lady Kushina taught it to you. Anything else?" Naruto thought about it. "Well, they both passed on their seals and ninjutsu repertoires, their taijutsu styles, and the possible locations of family heirlooms. Uzumaki clan heirlooms, that is. I have retrieved them all at this point, though." He shrugged at the end, downing the last of his drink. "Doesn't that mean you know the Flying Thunder God?" Kakashi presses, though he is studiously ignored by the blonde as he signals over to a server for another drink. Temari suddenly asks, "Then, Naruto, are you coming to my birthday party this year, or are you going to be busy being awesome like last year?" She glared at him at the end, but Naruto just shrugged. "It wasn't my fault we were recalled, though I did take my time getting back here instead of asking for help from any of you. I was trying to keep a low profile as I had a bunch of kids and a pregnant woman with me. It wasn't entirely my fault. Blame the Leaf." The stray shot caught the Leaf shinobi by surprise. Another flinch. Temari dropped the glare at him and glared at the Land of Fire residents, who shied away from it, looking anywhere but at the Suna Kunoichi. Naruto continued again. "That being said, if you hosted here, then more than likely I'd attend, as currently, we are trying to get things under control once more. My absence has caused a few issues, though my return has been very enlightening." Many raised their brows at that, but none really knew what to say, so they allowed him to continue. "Though I have to make a visit to Kumo soon, right?" Yujuto nods. "Yeah, Lord Raikage is eager to see if you've gotten faster as he has." She sighs, shaking her head. "That old man is something else." Everyone in the know chuckled at that. Olmo and the distant Kurui sighed hard at the antics of their leader. Olmo reminded himself to get a more permanent posting here in Demon. He would mention it at breakfast tomorrow morning. Naruto grumbled for a moment, before looking at his cat-like sister. "Here, I thought we settled that last time." Yujuto nods, swirling her wine. "We did. He is just a sore loser." causing her brother of circumstance to grumble about stupid old men and not letting things go. She grinned like the cat she often portrays. "Oh, come on, Foxy-chan, you always have fun, don't you?" Naruto glared at her. "Oh, you want to start, Yugi-kun?" She glared back at him for that shit, before an all too familiar "Era" echoed out, and they both froze, swallowing the sudden lump in their throats, which inhibited their ability to breathe. Saiken continued, smiling sweetly. "Are you two squabbling again? Do I have to come over there and show you how to get along?" Both containers glanced over at the woman on the table next to them. She was resting her round face against her delicate fingers, her gray eyes twinkling with joy and a hint of sultry warmth that was uncomfortable for the pair. Her legs were crossed suggestively, and her dress and hair somehow seemed far too elegant. Both also noticed how stiff Hannah and Kelsey, who were at her sides, had gotten upon hearing her question. Knowing better than to cross or challenge that particular aunt of theirs, Naruto and Yujito shook their heads, exclaiming in unison, "No, ma'am. We are behaving." Saiken nods, before looking to her new students of manners and kindness, who froze stiff in a familiar sight for the containers present. Internally, though, they all cursed that lazy-ass airhead for letting her out, no doubt freeing him from his own obligation to be here, as none would dare cross Lady Saiken's decision to allow him. Not too far away, a certain former Miss Shinobi sneezed in his sleep before rolling over and getting comfortable again. Back in the ballroom, which had been transformed into a chill-out, informal meeting room, Naruto was served a Naruto-sized serving of ramen, which is basically a full ladle. Unlike back in the Leaf, he took his time and maintained his regal form, as he hadn't forgotten that Saiken was present. If she thought he had forgotten her lessons on etiquette, he'd be going through another round of makeup exams. Hinata and Hanabi were surprised at his form. The others from the Leaf were shocked far more so, though it might have something to do with Yujito and the large portion of shark she was devouring with the same regal elegance her brother was displaying. It was Yakumo who asked, having noticed this from all the containers. "Say, Naruto, do all your siblings eat large amounts of food like you do?" Yet it was Temari who answered, also watching the morbidly interesting sight. "Yes. They all have something they are almost obsessed with. Naruto's ramen, Yujito's fish, particularly shark, Gaara's sweet tooth is the strongest in living memory, and Utakata's dumpling obsession is something to be careful of." Yakumo nods as Naruto and Yujito almost finished their meals. Before the clan head asks again, "What about Fusan? You didn't mention hers." "No need to." Temari waved her off, lifting her drink. Naruto finished wiping his mouth in accordance with the polite doctrine put forth by the Six Tails, before he finished for Temari. "Fu is a black hole. If it's edible, she'll eat it." Yujito finishes her clean-up before adding, "And trying to hide my premium quality sushi is pointless. She keeps finding them." Hissing at the end. Naruto nods. His ramen stash has been raided so many times that he has had to resort to space-time barriers to secure them. Though he suspects it is only a matter of time before she figures out how to bypass them. Having met everyone and spoken with all, Naruto feels that this is enough for minimum mission success, and can now leave without Kurama bitching to him about one thing or another. So he goes to Stan. Well, seeing as the questions are already answered. This is when the final boss enters the question and answer session. Having seen him preparing to leave, Tsunade steps up to the bat, seeing as this was her last chance to ask what she wanted, taking the seat Yugao offered. Meeting the clearly diplomatic face Naruto now sported, smile and all, Tsunade speaks up. "Can I first say?" Naruto raised his hand. "Tsunade, this is an informal get-together. No business should be conducted here, nor any official statements made. I've given you all plenty to work with regarding my whereabouts and activities prior to your retrieval attempts." Yujito could clearly pick up the barely veiled whiny undertone that he was suppressing beneath his diplomatic tone, and shared a grin with Temari, who sat a seat over from the Hokage. Tsunade spoke up. "Right, well, I just wanted to know how things were going. How's the family doing?" "Well," Naruto informed swiftly, "now that we are back home and safe, The family is getting back on track, settling down nicely. Tsunade nods before asking her next question. Then, can we expect the Uzumaki to return to the shinobi world? As the last senju, it would be comforting to know. No, Naruto cut in, surprising everyone. Looking upon his face filled with sorrow and sadness, Naruto met Tsunade's gaze unflinchingly, and somewhat resigned. The Uzumaki clan is dead and buried, Tsunade senju. Our numbers are far too low to continue, and we have all come to terms with that fact. He sighs as he stands up. It was a difficult discussion to have, but my clansmen and I are under no illusions that within the next generation or two, Clan Uzumaki will end, following the Kagaya and Senju into the annals of history. He chuckles softly, shaking his head. To think, the only one of the original 5 that will remain is the Hyuga. Ironic, isn't it? All eyes widened at that, looking from Naruto to the equally stunned Hyuga sisters. Hanabi asked. Original 5? What do you mean by? Yujuto, who also stood alongside her brother, answered in his stead. The original 5, Hyuga, Kagaya, Senju, Uchiha, and Uzumaki. The original 5 clans that can trace their lineages directly to the Sage of 6 Paths or his brother. Tsunade snaps back. The sage was real? All the containers and bijou present stared at the Hokage incredulously. Even Saiken had dropped her smile as she stared at the Hokage. Naruto sighed again, really wanting to get home to his wives and kids. Yes. The sage existed. He had a brother too. He created the 9 bijou, who see him as their father, thus our grandfather. He introduced Nishu to the world, but humans twisted it to create what we know as ninjutsu. Any other dumb questions before I leave? Abruptly, before Hinata could, Yakumo appeared and hugged him tightly. Not so surprised at this, Naruto hugged her back and buried his head in her hazel hair as she whispered. I miss you, you know. He chuckled softly. It's good to see you again. We can talk another time about having a sit-down while you're here, yeah? She nods to that before pulling back, smiling, and says, It was good to catch up. Naruto nods and smiles. Yeah, it was. Suddenly, Yujuto grabbed him in a headlock, perfectly timed to prevent the Hyuga princess from attempting the same thing. Naruto picked up on the plan thanks to their silent communication, but he couldn't stop the hairs on his neck from standing up when hearing that. Era! From Saiken. Run. Shrines approach. Naruto and Yujuto stroll back up towards the shrine, and when it comes into view, Yujuto, sensing her brother's unease, asks, Do you think you'll be okay? Confronting them like this? Naruto shrugged uncommittedly. It doesn't matter now. They're here, and they won't take no for an answer. As long as we keep them from the private areas of the shrine, we'll be okay. We? Or you? Naruto stops and turns to her. She turns and stares back at him, not backing down or offering anything he could read or perceive. After a few moments, he nods. Yujuto. They broke me. The gravity of that statement was not lost on the container of the 2 tails, though she remained silent as he continued. The hidden leaf was my entire life. My biggest ambition was to one day lead them proudly as their Hokage after getting them to accept and acknowledge me. Yet, she stepped forward and hugged him, the kind of hug she would never be caught dead giving to anyone, but this was her ever dependable, yet clearly foolish, little brother. He had led the family through a restructuring and reunited the bijou into a family of guardians who keep watch over the world, with their containers acting in their stead. Yujuto spoke softly, as he returned the embrace. It's okay, Naruto. We all are behind you, 100%. Me doubly so. You pulled me out of that death trap those 2 undead Akatsuki created and kept me safe until I recovered. You're my cute little brother, someone I enjoy fighting with like we're kids, with Kurama and Matatabi as our parents. Naruto muttered. And our troublesome Aunt Saiken. She smirks softly as they finally part, and nods. Yes, exactly. All the kids are safe. Kumo, Mist, and Sand are here to help you with your new life as regent of Demon Country. You aren't that lost fox anymore. Naruto glared at her for that, his original moniker from Kumogakure's bingo book, which she had given him upon returning him to Kumogakure. Her smirk got catty. It was rather fitting, considering everything. I wasn't lost, he muttered, looking away to dry the tears he certainly wasn't shedding. I was just searching for something. Yujuto's smile turned soft as she replied. You found it, right? It was so much closer than you realized. Naruto looks back at her with an equally soft smile. Yeah. It took me a while to figure that one out. Yujuto chuckled softly, resuming their walk back to the shrine. Man, Shizuka is so damn lucky. Finding a man like you who isn't your brother. Naruto shook his head in disbelief at those words. Let's not start this again. I really don't want to hear about your lack of interesting men in your life. Yujuto glared at him this time, hissing. And whose fault is that, huh? Naruto grinned foxily. He was no good for you, and you know it. She groaned, and Naruto believed her tail would be wagging very aggressively, if she had one. So, he did the logical, mature way to handle an angry kitty. He bopped its nose. She hissed and he cackled as he ran. She was on his tail, and the heavy atmosphere evaporated as Saiken stepped out from the shadows, nodding her approval. She'll overlook things this time, as that was so touching. Though she'll still have to have a word about the way they spoke about her like an evil, sadistic woman who enjoys their torment. That is wholly absurd. Though, even she will admit that hugging the kindness into them can be rather time-consuming, as they typically faint from the infusion of her joy. Lodinia Port. In a darkened back alley in the bustling port town of northern Demon Country, the largest town in the nation that allows large vessels to harbor, and has direct trade with the capital, two figures converge. My lord, we have yet to be detected thus far. Just as planned? Kakuku, good. Gurin. Have our forces spread out and look for our wayward medic. Then, search for that fox brat and his little brat. No doubt the son of the strongest-tailed beast will hold a body far greater than any other, and will be of use. What of the rumors of the demons that rule these lands? They will be of no concern to us. Just grab the boy and we'll be gone before they realize something is wrong. A low chuckle escapes the man's lips as he grins. Oh, the look of despair when I confront that upstart with the face of his own son shall be worth the wait. I shall contact the others personally. Remain discreet, Gurin. If you suspect anything amiss, deal with it discreetly. We are so close. I want no screw-ups. At once. The figure vanishes as the reptilian eyes glance around, only seeing a stray cat sleeping beneath the dumpster ahead, and he cackles lowly before disappearing into the darkness. As soon as the second figure leaves the area, the stray cat opens an eye and vanishes in a puff of smoke. He has to bring this to Lady Matatabi's attention. His siblings can handle tailing that other lady. This threat seems far too real, and they are after the kitten of the fox leader. Not under Scruffy's watch. Land of Vegetable, offshore. A knock on the door alerted the leader of the new hidden mountain village. What? Lord Uchiha, we are almost at the land of Demon. We should arrive before midday. Then why are you bothering me now? I am busy with more important matters. Well, sir, you ordered us to let you know. Begone! You are wasting time when you should be getting us there faster. Sir! The man in the room grunted, no longer feeling in the mood as he pulled away from the woman beneath him. She herself was slightly sweaty and nude, curling up immediately as he sat beside her. Staring out the window of this liberated vessel, the first of the new Uchiha Navy flagship, the Uchiha's Fist, he ponders how to take over the Dobes nation for himself. Naturally, he'll take his wife and power, but should he bother with the nation too? It doesn't matter. The might of the Uchiha will never be allowed to be overshadowed, so he'll subjugate them and have them pay him to take over for the Dobe. Nodding to himself at that, perhaps he would move the Uchiha village here and build his forces before taking over the other nations and uniting them under the fan of the Uchiha. Then maybe after that, he would go kill that snake for trying to take his and his brother's bodies. Then, he would turn that pathetic excuse of a village into ash or a crater. He hasn't decided yet. Either way, the Uchiha will live on and continue to rule these lands. First, take the dobe's power, kill that psycho snake, then destroy the leaf. Simple enough. Looking back at the previous captain's daughter, who had just gotten dressed again. Bring me food. She nods meekly, turning her back on him as she licks the split lip, hissing at the pang of pain, and makes her way out of the room. Why did she accept his offer again? Oh, right, to be his queen in his land if she can bear him a male heir. Was it worth it, though? The Uchiha's smirk grew. His word is law here. As it should have always been. Land of fire, beneath the hidden leaf. A bandaged old man strolled into his secret office, his cane the only recurring noise as it hit the paved road, echoing off the darkness that surrounded him. As he sat down, he reached for a certain scroll in the bottom drawer of the desk. He hadn't heard from his expeditionary force yet, though it should be fine. He doubted that the spoiled princess had noticed them aboard their ship. He pauses his reach. Instead, his eye catches the wardrobe's parted door, within which lies his greatest desire. Briefly allowing his mind to wander, he imagines himself sitting with it atop his head, with the great nation of Konoha bowing at his feet, leading the world into golden days beneath it. Ah, yes. Then again, his age is slowly catching up with him. Which reminds him, Project Rebirth should be ready within the month. Changing plans, he reaches into the top drawer and pulls out the report on the said project. A combination of Orochimaru's work with clone and DNA splicing, the Senju Medical Archives, Yamanaka Forbidden Jutsu, and finally, his own sealing expertise. All these contribute to the Rebirth Project to create a new perfect shinobi to lead the root of the great tree that is Konoha. A smirk graces his aged features as he scans the reports from his tools. Everything is on schedule, and the results are promising. Good. Nothing to worry about there. Looking over the other report that reported a stalling of the tests, he frowns. The ultimate summoning creature. Pausing for a moment, he recalls the report from the Nara heir. Yes. That description aligns with the missing orphan child that ensured the creature remained docile during tests. Since her departure, 3 separate research teams have suffered deaths. To think, she found the missing Jinchuriki, even when his own people had trouble doing so. Truly, the luck of the Uzumaki knows no bounds. Though, he can only benefit from it. Should they procreate, the child of such a union would be invaluable. This brings him full circle. The land of demons. If that is truly where their missing weapon has been, then infiltration and subjugation of the nation will be necessary. Even more so as the other villages seem to be its ally. Through them, they can control the actions of the other 3. Having them serve the great purpose of supporting the great tree of Konoha. That boy is most certainly more capable now, having been banished, than when he was a loyal weapon under that old fool, Hiruzen. Reaching for the bottom drawer again, he retrieves the scroll of the 40 operatives dispatched alongside the Senju princess, and opens it up to find the seals all empty. He frowned. It seems I may have underestimated the boy. Land of Demon, Main Shrine. Naruto was up first this morning, a fairly common occurrence in recent weeks, and even before the recall. He made his way out of the master bedroom, having stopped by the sleeping Nami, briefly, to see her sleeping the morning away. She was far less troublesome than any of her elder siblings. In the corridor, Naruto was joined by both Karen and Anoka, all 3 nodding to one another. This too seemed to be growing into an expected trend. Naruto's awakening triggers Karen's sensory, stirring her, and as she shares a room with Anoka, her stirring triggers Anoka's, and thus the 3 Uzumaki end up together in the kitchen, preparing breakfast. The shrine's kitchen is what one might expect of a professional restaurant's kitchen. Silver and black dominate the room, with bare metal countertops and 2 12-hob gas stoves. In the center of the room was an island with lights and running water. This is where the 3 Uzumaki were, opposite one of the stoves, awaiting the boiling water. As soon as the coffee was poured, the 3 took their sips, and a heavy sigh slipped through their lips in unison. This stuff is great, you know. Anoka mentioned, and Karen nodded, looking at the only blonde. Yeah, how long did it take you to get it like this? Naruto shrugged fluidly. A few weeks. Using shadow clones. So, months maybe, if you consider everything. Could probably refine it, but there's no real incentive to do so. Karen nods to that, thinking about it, but Anoka speaks up, her voice light. Can I ask you both something? Both Naruto and Karen looked at their shorter clanswoman, nodding in agreement, so she spoke up. Is there really nothing we can do? You know? Rebuilding the clan? Naruto sighed at that, though Karen offered an understanding smile, answering in place of the blonde. Well, put simply, no. Even if, for argument's sake, the three of us came together and had a realistic 8 children together. Now we have 11 clansmen with our full capabilities. The problem is, they'll all be brothers and sisters to one another. Even if we allowed incest to occur, at most we'd get 1, maybe 2 more generations before things get out of hand, or the powers and abilities our great-grandchildren have will be diminished rather heavily. Naruto nodded along with her points, sighing afterwards. Anoka, he said, drawing her attention, his gaze soft and understanding. Neither of us are happy with this, but I would rather not just say, screw it, and turn ourselves into breeding machines to rebuild the clan or anything. Anoka nods, understanding that. Naruto continues. I have seen the remarkable capabilities of my own kids, compared to what I knew from my own at their age. Shiren is by far the most capable 9-year-old I know. He's level-headed and caring for all. He holds his friends and family close, shows kindness when needed, and is stern when required. Anoka nods again, knowing this but failing to see where this was going. Naruto finally gets to the point. However, my branch of the Uzumaki clan, the head branch, are supposed to be chain experts. The fact that even I, as a male, have them shows how truly potent our solid chakra manipulation is supposed to be. Yet he can barely make a single chain past a meter. It's half as thick as mine, and although useful in defensive situations, it's not capable of being used in its intended role. Many Uzumaki techniques are beyond him. Karen nods, taking over from him. No doubt, his kids won't have them at all. It is a shame. I never really thought about having children after Sasuke tried to kill me, but now, I feel like I'm missing out. A new voice. Because you are. Drew the 3 clansmen's attention to the door where Shion stood, having listened to their discussion. It was rather morbid to hear her normally upbeat and happy husband sound so defeated and resigned. He is supposed to be the one who breaks through the impossible against improbable odds, smiling all the way back home to her. Not this defeated man, who uses logic to solve and explain issues beyond his control. Shion shelves that trail of thoughts for later and continues. Being a mother is a wonderful experience that no woman should ever be denied the opportunity to have. Karen shrugged at that, only having recently seriously thought about the prospect of motherhood after meeting Naruto and Anoka. I get that. Just that until meeting both Naruto and Anoka, I thought I would never meet a man who brought those thoughts back out. Sure, right now, I know neither I nor Naruto sees one another in that light, but seeing how united and cozy this family is makes me kind of wish for my own. Shion nods. Naruto says, I can only thank Shion for that. She is the heart of our family unit. I am the shield to protect, and my darling Shizuka is the sword. That's how we've managed so far. No one missed the flush of Shion's cheeks at the lovely comment. Naruto is never shy about his love for her, and it was always comforting to know that she is relied on, despite not being a fighter like the others. Anoka and Karen smile at the interaction, with the former speaking up. I am in the same boat as Karen. Before coming here, kids and family were never really on my mind. I was always just trying to survive. Now, however, with the home here, 3 meals a day, and a respectable job teaching, it has allowed me to consider such a prospect. That is fine and all. Naruto drew attention to him. But the original point remains. Our clan is dead. The lack of biodiversity will kill it in 3 generations or so. It's a moot point. Shion frowns. Anoka hangs her head. Karen nods in agreement with the statement, though the priestess asks, Can't you use some of your clan's seals or something? You always say that they can do anything, right? Naruto froze, as did Karen, both looking at one another. A silent conversation took place over the course of 10 seconds. Anoka looked between them, anxious to understand if it was possible, and her smile and heart fluttered when they both nodded. Karen stated, "It isn't impossible. Naruto speaks carefully, too, nor without risks from various factors." Shion nods, hands on hips, smiling as she knows that twinkle in her husband's eyes, paired with that grin. It was unmistakable. He was about to do the impossible again, beat the improbable odds, and give both Kami and Fate another heart attack. Triply so now that his expression had spread to the other Uzumaki. A random thought crossed Karen's mind. Putting voice to it, she said, "What about the Senju and Uchiha clans? It is impossible for Kaguya without a living specimen, but—" Naruto shrugged. "We don't even know if it will work for our clan. Let's take this one step at a time, okay?" They all nod to that and get ready for a really busy breakfast table. An hour later. The breakfast table had been lengthened to accommodate the expertly overflowing breakfast meeting, with the additions of the invited guests and the Uzumaki family. The whole family plus Matatabi and Kurama, plus the Sabaka family, as the children had slept over, allowing their parents to enjoy the night to the fullest. The food has been pouring out of the kitchen constantly, thanks to the liberal use of shadow clones, allowing the ladies who have aided in its cooking to take a needed break. Yui escorted in Yakumo and Nila, her best friend and clansman. Standing at a slim frame, 5'6", with dark brown hair down to her tight bum, mismatched eyes, left black, right brown, and a round face that hosted a smile at the sight of the family unit. Kurama waved them over to the end where she sat with her little siblings, Matatabi and Shikaku. As Yakumo led her clansmen over to them, Naruto and his clones finished setting the table. Temari also appeared from the kitchen, holding 2 coffee pitchers, one with a red tip signaling the Uzumaki coffee. Kankuro chuckled at a joke from Omo. Karui was explaining her sword style to Kushina, who replied with the style her father had been teaching. Io offered her 2 cents, though Hirori was curious. Samui was sitting beside Kurama, sandwiched between Yujito opposite her, and Karen after that, Anoka beside them. Gaara was listening to his wife, Matsuri, discussing the night with Kalia, Kankuro's wife, as the kids continued to chatter. Naruto sat with his wives, as usual, and they all dug into the prepared food. Together as one, the family conversed, and the ambient atmosphere was comforting, belaying the building tension beyond the shrine. Especially seeing as a certain Hyuga had watched her fellow leaf heiress being led in by a kitsune. "So, boss man," Omoi spoke up, getting Naruto's attention, and continued, "Is it possible to take Shiren as an apprentice?" But before Naruto could respond, Kankuro did. "Back off, Sparky. My nephew is my next apprentice, not yours. Easy there, man, it's not every day you find a natural in swordsmanship. He also has a lightning nature too," Omo commented, meeting the puppeteer's gaze head-on with equal intensity. Naruto and Shizuka were amused, but Shiren was embarrassed at the sight of his uncle and brother figure arguing worse than Amano and Kazato when discussing her bow against his kunai. Shion cleared her throat, and the argument abruptly halted. The 2 men responsible looked over, seeing her sweet smile. "Do I need to put you both on a timeout?" Both paled and shook their heads, to which she nodded, before continuing. "Shiren is still too young to leave for either village, plus he has his responsibilities here to contend with." Olma raises his hand, as if in class, and Shion nods, allowing him to speak. About that, he looks to the boss, who raised a brow as he rocked little Koki in his right arm, coffee in his left. Olma continued, "I've been wondering if I can get a more permanent position here? Like sword or weapon instructor? Maybe even combat strategy?" Karui jerked her head back to him, looking incredulously at her teammate, and spoke up. "Are you for real, Omoy? I mean, sure, that would be amazing and all, staying here, but I doubt Reikage-sama would allow it." Yujito nods along with her loudmouthed redhead. "She has a point. Sure, I spend a lot of time here myself, but that is usually business, reports, and the like between the 2 points. I never stay more than a week here." All eyes looked at Naruto, who was calmly having a staring contest with a smiling Koki, making faces and taking sips from his drink periodically. It was truly a wonderful scene for the ladies, none more so than for Kyoto, whose heart was fluttering in joy. She may have been denied by her senior, but her chances were not entirely zero, it seemed. Eventually, though, Naruto got a giggle out of the baby, and he looked up. "Omoe, your request is rather difficult to make from Kumo. You are part of one of Kumo's premier teams. From memory, you guys have the highest completion rate compared to your fellow Chunin. Led by Jonin Nyan Samui, who is basically a Jonin in all but rank, the four of you have proven overwhelmingly effective. Breaking that up isn't really in I's best interest." Omoe nods, but goes to rebuff until Naruto speaks up again. "That being said, feel free to send him a message. I will not say anything about it until he does. Understand?" The man nodded. It was fair. Now, Naruto turned to Kankuro. "Brother, I understand that ever since Saya, you've been looking for someone to carry on traditional puppetry. You fear it's being superseded by this new generation of puppet-like arts. It's kind of like me and Fuinjutsu. Well, any Uzumaki and Fuinjutsu." Both Anoka and Karen nod at that, but Shiren and the two shrine maidens, who use Fuinjutsu in training, do so too, as Kushina isn't really a seal user, but rather, she uses swords and kunai. Naruto continued, "If that is what he chooses to do later on, I won't stop him, but you will have to convince him, his mothers, your Kage, and the elders before I allow him beyond my easy reach." Kankuro nods in understanding. Gaara speaks up. "I have no issue with that, and I doubt the elders will, as they share Kankuro's concerns. It will also give them direct access to Demon's political power. A win-win situation in their eyes." Naruto and Shion groaned. Shizuka growled, "Damn old coots." All three mumbled together. The Omoe spoke up. "If I do get posted here, I can help his entire team and help with his lightning nature ninjutsu too. I want in on that." Kuri adds. Samui nods, adding her own voice. "It'll be cool." Naruto mumbled about repeating himself over and over, but the giggles of Koki caught his attention. He stuck his tongue out, and she giggled again. Looking back up the table, he said, "Send a letter to him with your request. Yujito will also tell him about my stipulations. No doubt he will ask for a spar, so yes, I will head there after my job in Suna at the end of next month." The Kumo's squad all nodded to that. It was fair. And that concludes part 2 of this story. Thank you for spending your time here at Ichiraku Ramen and listening all the way to the end. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows the shinobi world to continue through new adventures and alternate timelines. If you enjoyed the story of the Lost Fox, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss future stories. Once again, full credit goes to Havoc-Teir, the original writer of this story. If you would like to read the original version, you can find the link to the story in the description below. Let me know in the comments what story you would like to hear next. Until the next time, stay safe, and I'll see you again at Ichiraku Ramen.